coach. The coach is usually he's watching these games, he's watching their opponent as well. He's trying to give his experience to his players, and after that they're trying to kind of mix the play into the game.
Well, we get to look at the groups that we have here as well. We've got Group A and Group B. We have 16 teams that are competing here today in Crossfire as well. Paladin, as you just look at an overarching story of this tournament, any teams that jump out as you as maybe sleeper teams? I know you mentioned GK and Stallions, etc. Anyone else we should be keeping our eyes on from either group?
I mean, Group A is just so deadly when you look at it. I mean, Stallions, AG, EPG, Vitality, Liquid, Q9, all of those teams have a shot, have the roster capability of getting out into the playoffs. And I do think that we're going to have some serious disappointment on the horizon. That especially for AG, you know, they want to start off on the right foot. They don't want to get into that lower bracket situation. And again, when we talk about the club championship on the line for them, they understand that, you know, there are other rosters in other games that are going on right now. A lot of pressure on this roster specifically to get the job done.
A lot of pressure for all of these teams and players, but we are about to get ready for our opening ceremony here. So sit back, enjoy. Let's get a look.
EGL have been one of the driving forces in the club championship for nearly the entirety of the Esports World Cup. Last week, it was Denis Lazovic who managed to get second place and for most of the week put them at the top of the leaderboard. Prior to that though, they didn't really manage to get much done, and we were expecting more from them in PUBG Mobile, but they couldn't get any points across the line as they got knocked out in the survival stage. Just a couple weeks before, it was Mzubair who really got them going with the 1,000 points in Tekken, with one of the best performances we've seen in a final all of Esports World Cup, with a 15-minute 5-0 in the Grand Finals. Other than that, they've managed to get second in Free Fire and second in Honor of Kings, and we can't forget about their performance at the Allianz Vault in TFT, where they managed to get third place and get some real points on the board. On Sunday, they were sitting right at the top of the leaderboard, but towards the end of it, Team Falcons managed to get a win in Rocket League across the line and overtake them, and now lead by 300 points. AGL are the favourites going into this competition in Crossfire, and they're looking to go back-to-back as they managed to get the win last year as well. If they can get that done, they'll be right back at the top of the leaderboard where they belong. We'll see if that happens and keep you updated.
And this stage is the battleground where the 16 best Crossfire teams on planet Earth are going to be battling it out for their share of the $2 million prize pool that is up for grabs. And even more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final week of the Esports World Cup, and y'all know right here is all about that club championship where the top team is going to walk away with a whopping $7 million. 16 best teams in the world, but in the end, there can only be one.
Only one team will be crowned champion at the end of the week, and 15 teams will have to go through the grueling process that is the key crush. Each team eliminated must set their key right here to be destroyed along with their hopes and dreams for a title at the competition. Only one key will remain intact and inserted into the trophy at the end of the week. AGAL are the defending champs, and they're looking for these 1,000 points to keep their dreams alive at the club championship, but the other teams from China are trailing, or who knows, Team Stallion as well, looking to be the first winner outside of China. 16 incredible teams are coming up. It is time to introduce our teams at Crossfire for Esports World Cup 2026.
Ready to leave it all on the stage. Q9.
Another Chinese powerhouse, Evolution Power Gaming.
Second in the Chinese point standings, King Zero Esports.
And last year's runner-up looking to win this year, Baisha Gaming.
New roster, new look, same aura, GK Esports.
Formed recently all the way from Vietnam, The Vicious.
Dominating the CFVL, Team Falcons.
Looking to put a name on themselves, the rivals, Team Nemesis.
This org started right here in France. They're ready to take it all the way. Team Vitality. And next, ladies and gentlemen, taking it all the way, Rock Esports.
Another Brazilian team looking to climb the rankings, Navi.
One of the top teams in the CFBL, Team Liquid.
Fourth last year and maybe the strongest underdog of this competition, Team Stallion.
In the C Master Summer Finalists, Execration.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome the title defender. One of the most successful teams in Crossfire history, led by last year's MVP. They are coming from a challenging season, looking to clear every single doubt around the team and get their back-to-back trophy. Coming up to the stage, they are here to represent the team that is standing second on the club championships. So this is much more than a tournament win. Please welcome to the stage the defending champions, AGAL.
And just like that, all of our teams are ready to do battle. In the end, there can only be one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for EWC!
So there we have it. Those are all of our teams competing here at Crossfire EWC 2026, and they all look like they are primed and ready to compete, as I would hope so. Of course, group stages, as always, can be a slow start, but I'm sure everyone's going to start to break their way through to try and get further in this competition and maybe, just maybe, call themselves champions of Crossfire at EWC 2026 and put their key in that trophy. Dan Gaskin here once more on the stage alongside Paladin and Penguin. Guys, we've met all the teams now. We've seen everyone. They look ready. Do we have... All right, I'm going to put you both on the spot, right? If you had to pick someone who's going to win it right from day one, who are we going with?
I'm going to say, AG bounce back. I'm going to say that they find some sort of form. The environment of EWC definitely boded well last year. I think they're going to adapt. I think they're going to surprise, and I'm going to take them to take it all.
I'll double it down.
Yeah?
I would say AG, because I know that the guys had a rough season on the CFPL, but usually these guys, when they have a rough season or when they have a rough tournament, they bounce back really hard. And they did on the EWC last year, and they might be doing it again.
Well, we'll have to see whether they can bounce back. But for now, we're going to be focusing on Falcons versus Na'Vi, as we mentioned in the pre-show. That is our first match here on the B stream. It's a pretty big one for the club championship, but also a big one for these teams and players to get a head start, really, and make sure they're in a good position going into the group stages, and could be one of the most difficult games of this group as well. Now, Penguin, we were talking about it off stream. When we look at these teams, when we look at these players, there's obviously certain roles that they play within Crossfire. Who can the audience look out for as, like, who's going to be picking up the sniper, for example? Who are we going to be focusing on for this one?
Well, if we're talking about the snipers for both teams, we're going to be talking about Carrot and Juan for Na'Vi. These guys are so talented. They're both young. They're both new additions to their leagues, because we haven't seen Juan going into international tournaments that much, and also for Carrot. So that's definitely a matchup you'd be looking for, and especially the snipers. If you have a very good sniper, that's the guy that's putting pressure on the enemy team. That's the guy that's taking control. That's the guy that's elevating your wins, getting the first bloods for your team. Probably if there is a round that you have numbers disadvantage, he's gonna turn it out by killing one or two. So usually you'd be looking at the snipers. Juan and Carrot, I believe that both players can be having a very, very high skill.
For me, I also think the X factors come down to these attackers. I think Dola on Falcons is the one that jumps out to me. If you have this guy potentially taking over a map for you, giving another second win condition beyond just the snipers, that's where you unlock more chances in these pressure-filled environments to potentially cause a little bit more of a deeper run. And so I'm excited for Falcons. I think they've got a lot of pressure on them after winning their league over in the Philippines. But here, when they're in international competition, 2025 wasn't the best for them. I think they know in their minds that they want to actually produce and maybe cause a playoff appearance for themselves in a storied org like Falcons.
Now, Penguin, if you had to put one reason on why Falcons weren't finding success last year in 2025, right? They weren't able to get as far as maybe they would have hoped. Was there a particular reason? Did anything go wrong? Was it pressure? What would you think it went down to?
Let me tell you that Falcons had multiple changes in the roster last year. They had two changes. They didn't have a steady roster to be going through the tournaments. They played with one roster, and then they changed one player, and they played with the substitute. Lucas had some problems as well. So now I believe that they get rid of all the problems. They having steady roster. They're winning the both leagues, Season 1 and Season 2. So definitely it should be a plus for them.
Now, as we look at the other team, we've got Na'Vi here piling. I'm quietly confident about Na'Vi going into this matchup. I think it's a very exciting South American roster. Any standouts for you on this team, or is there anyone that we really should be focusing on going into this game?
Penguin mentioned it. LKK is the guy to kind of look at here. I mean, you have a lot of these younger players that haven't necessarily gotten the experience under their belt per se, but you look at him and, he's done it all. He's been in the scene for quite some time. The expectation for him is to kind of lead this pack. When you're in an international setting, when things are not, your home, where you've got all your PC set up and everything that that you can kind of work in the ins and outs of, you look towards your veteran to kind of lead the way for you individually, obviously mechanically, and then just from a mental perspective as well. And so I'm putting a lot of pressure on his shoulders to kind of be that beacon.
Now, anyone on this Na'Vi roster for you, Penguin, that you think has to step up, that maybe looks out of place, or do you think this is a solid roster?
It's all a solid roster, and as I mentioned, Juan is just a very, very good player. I would love to see him, because usually when I used to play Crossfire, we used to call some spots Juan, and it was Juan 1, because he's the guy who's sitting on this spot and he's killing everybody, so we call it by his name. And if someone is getting called by his name on these spots, that means that he's doing very good. So we had a pick called Juan 1 pick, which you usually get spam crouch and kill the player before he even see you. That's Juan 1 pick. So that's why I'm saying that Juan 1 is one of the best players that you'll be looking at if you're talking about the snipers.
Now, before we get into the pick and bans, is there any kind of strategy you think might be employed by these teams for pick and bans? Like, will Na'Vi focus on any particular map for you, Penguin?
Well, there's a thing that both teams they ban Ankara, so it's now gonna be a mind games. Will you risk banning Ankara first, or you just leave it to the enemy team, because you know that the enemy team is banning Ankara, and you know yourself that you need to ban Ankara. So if you risk it, the enemy team might pick it. So that's the mind games that you'd be looking for before the games. because other than that, I believe that the sub-base ban should be coming from Falcons because Navi is very good on sub-base.
Well, we've got the bans coming in now. I mean, Paladin took me through these ones. We get rid of Eagle Eye, we get rid of New Mexico. Expectations?
Yeah, so Ankara is floated by both of these rosters here.
And now
well, that's kind of what we were looking for, right? Falcons picking in a sub-base there. And it seems like in Falcons' mind is they want to play to their strengths. They believe in themselves to be the better team overall. Now Navi, they have the option to leave Ankara open right now. If I'm them, I'd leave it open, and that's very interesting that they do let it go all the way there. This is the beauty about a 50-50 kind of situation where they both share perma is when you get to that third map, if we get there, that's where it turns into a bloodbath, strategy goes out the window, it just comes down to raw mechanics, and I think it'd be very exciting if we can get there.
Do you think we will, Penguin? Do you think this could go all the way? Of course, a best of 3, but could be a quick 2-0, or maybe we go to that third map?
If we have a third map today, it's going to be only this game. I'm not saying 100% sure, but if we want a full best of 3, that this game needs to be going to the full best of 3.
Well, we hope that it's going to go all the way. I would love to see as many maps as possible today, but I think you're right. When we look at other matchups we have today, it might be slightly more one-sided. This should be one of the most exciting ones and could define how this group goes as well. Now, it looks like the players are just about ready. We've had our picks and bans, and we are going to have our first map. Now, we know our first map, Paladins. What's your expectations here? Do you think that this is leaning more towards Falcons or Navi?
Well, the comfort factor is there for both of these rosters, but I do feel as though Falcons, I think they have a game plan going into this. They trust their sub base. I think they have a great understanding of the map, and they want to start the tempo of this tournament off the right way. In my mind, I'm leaning slightly towards them, but hey, if you want to cause a ruckus, if you want to cause an upset, Navi's got the perfect battleground here to potentially cause that upset, don't you think, Penguin?
Yes, of course, because we've mentioned that Navi is one of the best teams that's on the Brazilian leagues that's playing sub-base. So if you're starting sub-base, and actually I have a thing that I used to call my shenanigans, because I used to, when I'm starting the first game, and it's my best map, and I lose it, I feel that my team is losing the mental immediately, because hey, that's supposed to be one of our best maps and we already lost it, so we're going into a weaker maps in my opinion. So that's why Falcons, this map V2 is kind of leaning towards them.
Now, for viewers who may not have ever watched Crossfire or may not have ever seen sub-base before, the map as in general, right? What is important with sub-base? Where is going to be some of the places we're expecting teams to control here, Penguin?
Woods. Sub-base is all about woods. If you have a good control of woods, if you have a good wallbang player that he's usually wallbanging whoever is trying to cross, if your sniper is just setting the tone on woods, definitely you will be winning sub-base, because sub-base is a very, very fast-paced map and also an attacker-sided map. So the global side needs to be kind of denying this information, trying to deny this area. So if they take woods from you, you need to be taking also machine. Other than that, if you leave for the attackers the machine control and the woods control, it's going to be very, very tough for you, because the split is going to be insane versus you.
Now, you mentioned it's an attacker side of map. Is this something that happens often in Crossfire, Paladin, where it can really depend on where you start your half as an attacker or defender?
Yeah, so I mean, momentum is a huge key factor, right? It's like starting off this first tempo, you look towards your attackers to say, okay, let's get the momentum on our side straight away, and that's where you are looking towards Adola straight away to say, okay, let's see how many openings you can get, how many post plants you can get into, start the clutches going in your way as well. So a lot of pressure here on some of your openers like your Dolas, but also a lot of pressure on your sniper like Carrot. I mean, there is definitely some expectation from him to perform out the gates. You kind of discussed, Penguin, just how significant the sniper presence has to be. You talk about Juan, you talk about Carrot. Both of these guys have got to just start off on the right foot and showcase to us why they should be feared on an international stage.
Yeah, and sub-base is kind of the map that you can also do a five-man rifle. Yes, I know that you need your sniper, but it's also a five-man rifles map. If you're playing on the attacker side and you want to be just setting the tone, you can put your sniper onto a rifle and push him into vents, just pressuring woods as well. So if you're to control woods, it's rarely happening, but it's a thing that you can use as well. So if this is a flex, then one can do it as well.
Well, players starting to yell across the stage now as they are getting ready to load into this first map. Penguin, I mean, when you used to compete, what's going through your mind right now as a player? Is it thinking about that opening round strategy, or is it just trying to calm those nerves?
No, we're just thinking about destroying our enemy team on the first round. So probably we're going to be seeing pushes. We're going to be seeing an instant fight between both teams. Yes, it's going to be slow, but it's going to be a control fight for woods or machine.
Plenty of fidget spinners as well available for all the players. Paladin, what would be your go-to way of calming yourself down on stage if you had to?
For me, it's breathing exercises. I mean, just breathing up till a deep breath up into 5, like counting for 5 seconds, breathing out after 5 seconds, centering yourself in a pressure environment like this. You've got noises all over the shop. We've got so many booths and what have you. It's going to be a very interesting time for sure.
All right, well, we're ready to kick off everything here for Crossfire EWC 2026 on the B stream. I'll allow our casters to take it away. Guys, enjoy this one.
Yeah, excited to be here. Our opening game of Stream B, rather, in Group A between Na'Vi and Falcons. We're starting here on Subbase Penguin. I'm excited because I think this really sets the tempo for this best of 3. Similarity shared in the map pool, a very interesting third map decider. I think we are in for a doozy here. This is kind of my match of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And we've mentioned how strong Na'Vi is on this map, and they did a very good job of controlling woods early on. And we've talked about that they might be fighting on the woods, and we've seen they're trying to take the woods control, but also they had the machine control. So this is getting scary for Falcons, and they need to move. And this is exactly what Shady doing. He's trying to get 1 kill or 2 for his teammates in order for them to give them the numbers advantage.
Jump spotting there from Shady, not necessarily spotting anything out. You got that double sniper setup. Carrot usually donning the primary, but you've got that secondary in place here as well. A lot of posturing here from Na'Vi. You know, we discussed about how aggressive Na'Vi wanted to be starting off on this side, but haven't necessarily done that just yet. But here we go, a little bit more pressure on Dola in that Vents position, but it's AKX to start things off. LKK leading the way, and it's just a flurry of frags here for the offense. Na'Vi starting off this tempo very well, and already putting pressures on Falcons, the so-called favorites here on Subbase.
Exactly, and this is what we mentioned. If you leave woods open, if you leave machine open for the Na'Vi team, they're going to be splitting versus you, and you're not going to be knowing how to deal or how to act versus what such split that we've seen. We've seen 2-man woods split, and we've seen also 3-man, but the flash was perfect because Danksy, he just ate his teammate's flash and he just got killed in the cage, and this is exactly what you don't want to be doing as a Falcons player. I believe the Falcons, they need to change, and they should be controlling woods exactly what they're doing right now.
And look at that, pressure again, setting the tempo for Falcons. They don't want to let this momentum spiral out of control. They want to showcase why they've picked into this map in the first place. That combo between Dola and Shady works absolutely splendidly. LKK still wants to have a look-see here through the vents, though. Don't want to give up too much of this map positioning off-rip either. But now, in this man disadvantage, JV taking some significant damage, now donning the sniper in his own. Juan swapping weapons with his teammate. Puts a little bit more pressure on this offense to potentially cause a split. You have less bodies, means less potential for something different in terms of the strategy.
Yeah, and we've seen the split coming out from the numbers right now. We've seen Juan getting these kills, and all Falcons, they tried to triple man swing the woods, but it was kind of not successful for them, and now the A side is ready to be taken by Team Na'Vi, who I mentioned that they are very good, but still we are on the blacklist side. We know that Na'Vi are very strong in terms of controls, in terms of regaining the control, because the control of woods was for Falcons, and now they regain it for themselves and getting the A side open for themselves. 1-0 for Na'Vi, and now they're looking for the 2-0.
Well, there'll be a retake attempt here from LDX and Carrot. Very capable duo, mind you. Looking into that cubby, but can't necessarily find it. That should be the round. You'd like to think Juan doing everything there, and JV with the pistol as well. This is exactly what you're looking for. You know, you talk about the advantages that comes with the blacklist side. You think about how much aggression that the global risk side shows from Falcons to take that wood space and yet still not able to hold on to it for how much time that they're actually looking for, right? It's 30, 45 seconds that they're holding on to it. Can't find it, but huge opener from Carrot. Another 5-on-4, another man advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the round's in their favor here, Penguin. Yeah. It just feels like delaying the inevitable in certain situations, because the opening presence from LKK and AKX so far to start off this offense has looked splendid for sure.
Yeah, if you look at the previous round, we've seen that Falcons, they had the numbers advantage, but they had to swing woods, and when they swing woods, they died. So the numbers advantage, yes, it's in the favor of Falcons right now, but we've seen the same setup coming around from Na'Vi. They're trying to push his side right now. LKK is trying to lead the push with the 3 kills that he has right now, and Cherry is trying to defend it with HK. He's trying to get the first kill, but he's full blind. LKK just gets the first kill. kill. And Dola trying to regain the side. He's in awkward position. He gets the double instantly, claiming the side back. But LKK is still alive. He's still fighting, and Dola still trying to find his kills. And definitely that's a round you'd be looking for Falcons. Yes, the numbers advantage was in their favor, and now they bring it to the first round.
I mean, unreal work there from Dola, right? I mean, you think about how he's dancing behind the bomb site itself. Expectations are high for him because he doesn't have cavalry. He doesn't have the rotations immediately. He's got to stall out for time and find kills to thin out the numbers. And yet still, here comes more aggression from Falcons. That was a spark plug for them with Dola. But trades go back the other way, and now we have ourselves a 4-on-4. Aggression all over the map here for the defense, and we slow down to a 4-on-4. I say slow down. Now we want to up the tempo over here on A. This time the site is open. This time they should have themselves a post.
Exactly, and now east side is fully exposed again by Navi, and they're trying to defend the C for 40 seconds on the timer right now, and I believe that Falcons, they're going to be trying to do an A top retake right now. We're seeing a split from them, but look at Team Navi. They're all watching the stairs. They're leaving only one on the rocket trying to defend it. Smokes are coming up and flashbangs are being used, and the retake should be starting,
Bomb halfway gone, though. This is going to put a lot of pressure here on the defense, and look at the shots there from Juan. Huge work, but here comes the kill back from the defense. Still feels like there's not a lot of time on the clock here. Carrot gonna look for his chance, but LKK strikes true. 6 kills to start things out here. It feels like Navi are hitting a little bit of a rhythm here. Sure, you have that big moment from Dola in the back of the A site. Sure, you've got these aggressive maneuvers here from the global risk side of the Falcons, but it's just not enough. Once that bomb goes down, once they can play out these post plans, Navi are decisive in the mid round, they're decisive in the late round, and you can already start to see a little bit of an edge and a little bit of comfort, familiarity here on sub base, and why this was a little bit of a risk for Falcons going into this map altogether.
Exactly, and I mentioned that Navi, they have a very strong sub base, but still 3-1 on the Blacklist side. I believe that Falcons, if they got 3 or 4 rounds, they're going to be completely fine. We're talking about one of the strongest maps for the Blacklist side. We're talking about the controls that's heavily favored around the Blacklist side. The Woods control that is coming out from them, they're trying to get the wall banks. LSZ is trying to find some success on these Woods, but we've seen Falcons, they tried to do a Woods push. It was successful, but they swing, they lose it. They tried to do machine push, it was successful, but they lost the retakes. So they tried the aggressive rounds, but yet Navi had answers for everything that Falcons did.
And now Navi decide to slow down even further. And you don't necessarily have to deal with the aggression that Falcons have been throwing out round in, round out. Those first 4 rounds of play, something in the works there for the defense. And this time, not necessarily. They're giving Woods control. They're giving everything in terms of machine as well. Falcons want to bolster down these sites with multiple players to deal with it. Shady now backed all the way onto the A site proper. But nothing given up just yet. Minute left on the clock. Navi starting the posture again for this A split that has been very kind to them. They've got a lot of options when they've got this Woods control, however. So we'll see how long they want to rot the clock down. Flashes blinding up Shady, not having an opportunity to actually fire off a bullet. But, I mean, you've got this Beeler coming in through as well. It's just duels all across the map. AKX finds a beautiful one on the B side, but it's a war on 2 fronts. A war everywhere here for Falcons to try and deal with, and they're losing bodies left and right. AKX is just having a hell of a map to start things off, and same goes for LKA the Vet. These two are really leading the way right now.
Let me tell you what Falcons did. Falcons tried to stack it down. We've played 4 rounds, and we've gone like 3 times into a side. And then they tried to let's say, try to stack it, and then Navi, they went for the fake. They put 2 players crossing into the quad boxes, or let's say the lockers room, and then the whole rotations, the mistakes being made by Shady. He swing to get Dola, he swing to get the information. He died instantly, leaving Shady alone, and all the stack was let's say it was weak from them, and instantly a flawless round from Navi that gives them the lead. That's why Navi is very strong on sub base. They have a variety of strategies. They usually do the fakes. We've seen one of them putting 2 players to fake. This is not an easy task, because that means that you have only 3 players attacking the other side.
Yeah, you have this expectation for the opener on the A side to get the job done. If anything fails on either one of these fronts, I mean, the site hit looks absolutely weak. It doesn't look like it's sustainable whatsoever. So I think in Navi's mind, they're loving life because now it causes the defaults to look so dangerous at any point in time. You think about the amount of work that Falcons are going to have to do to piece together some of these late rounds. It's a nightmare to deal. I mean, you already have this huge pressure where you're not able to actually sustain machine control or woods control at any point in these rounds. And then you have this expectation that somehow you've got to find the way to get a stack going. And these stacks aren't even working. You know, you had Shady in a secondary on the back of the A site. Doesn't work out at all. Now what do? How do you adapt? How do you find those 2 or 3 rounds that you're looking for to give yourselves a fighting chance?
The closest rounds for Falcons were the aggressive ones, where Falcons tried to deny the controls for Navi, not just leaving the whole map as we see. But we're seeing, again, the same stack from them. I believe that they've talked about, hey guys, if you've seen someone crossing to lockers, if you've seen someone trying to pick a side, you do not over-rotate, you do not do your mistakes, because last time they over-rotated and they did the mistakes that Navi needed for them in order to take the A down. So Navi, they're focusing on A side. We've seen them going... We've played 5 rounds, 4 rounds into Assad, but this time Dola is playing very close with Shady. He's trying to do the bait for him, and Navi already, I believe that they might be checking this angle or trying to guess that there is also a stack on his side, because basically Navi are usually going into Assad. We've seen only the first round split into B side. It was 2 cage, 3 lockers, and the rest all went to Assad.
Ooh, like the pop flash there, but LKA very wise to these tricks, and they're trying this mid-round surge, but look at LKA just tearing through this defense like it's nothing. Finally, he gets put down, but it feels like the damage has been done. Shady can do a little bit there on A, but it leaves up to Carrot, and Carrot's already a known quantity. They know where he likes to play. He still made it into the A side. The flick is magnificent. Does make it into a manageable 1-on-2. The bomb has been dropped on the back of the A side, and there are 1v1s that Carrot can take here. He's got plenty of time to piece this one together, but AKX still strikes true. Navi continue their winning ways, and it just feels like even if there's some callback here from the Falcons, it's just not enough.
Yeah, the little lurk from AKX is just insane coming out from them. And Navi, they're still trying to go for a side, and it's very successful. We've seen an aggression also from Falcons. They throw a flash, Shady toss a flash, and now they're pushing machine. We've seen it again, and Carrot instantly opens it up again, and LDX is trying to push forward into the base, but AKX was ready and gets straight out for him. Now 4v4, and I believe that Falcons will not give up this area this time, and the LKK is just having a success. Double swing coming out now, and Quan getting Danksy, and all of a sudden we're seeing Navi with the numbers advantage, and it's a 3v2.
And look at how much information LKK is getting. He's not getting traded. He's got 10 HP left, and he backs all the way up. He realizes how valuable his life is in this situation, how valuable this man advantage is. And with that, Shady and Carrot, they decide to split paths. One for each site. They don't want to give the bomb plant. They don't want to play this after plant either. But for Navi, name of the game, group up together, use that man advantage to your advantage, and see where it goes. And now, Falcons, it's their turn to group up. So minute 20 on the clock. They're encroaching upon this B bomb site. Finally, it feels like they've just really not wanted to have anything to do with this site. But now, in a man advantage situation, they feel like they can use it. Falcons, they try to lean into their biases of thinking that this A site is the name of the game, but it's B, and they've got to get their move on right now, right here.
Yeah, they need to move right now. The C4 is planted on B side. 40 seconds for them to do the retake. Shady is trying to check every single corner, but this smoke is blocking off everything. It's giving JV the full advantage. Look at one. Carrot instantly gets rid of him, and LKK is very low HP. He's trying to dance around the rockets, trying to waste as much time, and he gets the kill anyway. Shady just falls down, and Carrot just immediately goes for the table. The C4 is already going to be exploded, and a 6-1 to Navi right now. They are completely dominating.
You got to think about the impact of LKK, right? I mean, LKK has just been on a roll. You talk about the multi-kills that he's been able to open up these bomb sites. You think about the value of his life in these late round situations as well. I mean, you think about the opener or the equalizing kill that he got in the early round, and then surviving on the back of the B bomb site in the late. And look at what that has done to the complexion of this Navi roster here on their opponent's map pick of Subbase. A 6-1 start on the Blacklist side. We talk about you know, you just need a couple of rounds if you're Falcons, but nothing is working in terms of these mid-round aggressions, these early round aggressions as well. And you start to think that is one round all they're going to get. And at that point, you still got to say that's just not enough to defend against on your own map pick. It starts to get very ugly very fast. There's still time. There's still plenty of rounds to play with, but you can definitely feel like that runway is running dry here, Penguin.
Yeah, we've seen the aggressive plays coming out from Falcons. That's not paying off. We've seen the defensive play. It's also not paying off, but also they're still stacking aside. Na'Vi, they are mixing these strategies. We've seen them going to B side. We've seen them going to A side. We've seen the fakes coming out from them. But right now, the hits kind of onto the A side, where two players are defending this side. Dola and Cherry, the veteran of Falcons himself, is having the TRG trying to get the first entry, and let's see if he can get it. But the full flash is instantly a trade 1-for-1 right now, but still Dola is here. Nobody checks him, and he gets one. He gets the double, and he makes it triple instantly, just swiping off everybody from Na'Vi. And finally, this stack comes to life.
It only took 4 players, right? I mean, you needed that many bodies to get the job done. You had the bait and switch set up on the actual site proper, but you had those instant rotations over there from the vent position, and that just made things a lot easier for Falcons. But you can't, you know, hang your hat on that and say that that's a legitimate tactical masterclass from them. It's a Hail Mary. You know, nothing else is working at this point, that you just throw bodies at the situation and you pray. Now, Falcons looking to replicate that again. Dola now going a little bit more aggressive to equalize, but Na'Vi are unrelenting. They want this A bomb site. They want to put their thumbprint on this side of the map, but it's just not coming to be. Still a 3-on-3, make it a 3-on-2 for Falcons. LKK now and Juan, the two players that you'd probably want in this situation, now having to battle back in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, we've seen LKK, how can he do, and instantly the one tap from him into LTDX. Just give them the numbers, let's say not the numbers advantage, just give them the HP advantage that they need. LKK is very low, he's 16-4, but we've seen Juan, how good he is on just defending this rocket, and I believe that Dan, he just slipped from him, but instantly he gets scooped, and Carrot is the only one left. I believe that the double swing is going to be ready right now. The kill from him makes it 1v1, and now he needs to push because Juan is trying to play the time, and I guess he has some time. Because it's going to be the third. Yes, he has some time.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, and Falcons pull it off. That's a massive clutch. I mean, you talk about how difficult these late round situations have been for them in the grand scheme of things, but somehow they just sustain a little bit of life. Once Juan gets the kill on the back of the site, you're thinking, hey, round over, but the drive-by kill from Carrot with his pistol just does enough. Swaps over weapons, just figures it out.
6 HP.
And that 3-round, you know, flatline is there. Falcons now have a little bit of breathing room. They swap sides, and now you look towards a real chance here of flipping the script.
Yeah, it's very good for them. We mentioned 3-4 rounds is going to be very good for Falcons. Just talking about how weak they started this game, and they started very weak, but still, they are still on the line. I believe that the first round is very, very important for both teams, because if Na'Vi gets the first round, that means that the mental is going to be very, very hard on top for them. Other than that, I believe Falcons, they still can make it. You're seeing a very, very aggressive plays coming out from Na'Vi. Look at the change between Na'Vi and Falcons right now. They are not giving Falcons the control of Woods, as we mentioned. They are only giving them the machine control, because they know that if they have the Woods control, that means that they have the Vents control. That means they have also the A down push that they can do. And we've seen Na'Vi just spamming the A side push, and it was a very, very good and successful from them. Now it's 1:20 seconds into the clock, and I still think that Falcons are trying to split into B side. 2 through Woods, 1 through BC, and 2 through machine.
A lot of pressure here on this B site. A lot of pressure on these 3 players. Definitely a Crossfire that is worthy of this B bomb site. Falcons, they don't like what they see. They've gotten themselves Woods control after quite some time. LKA to take these first duels, looking for him to maybe find a man advantage, but he's lucky to just be alive straight up. LCZ on this sniper will still find a little bit of time. We're down to less than a minute on the clock, though. A site is the name of the game. It's what Na'Vi liked on their side of the offense. But at a certain point, Falcons have got to get a move on. It seems like indecision is all across the shop. LCZ now, it's got to fire. He's got to find these shots, and he's got to nail them right here. But he's not able to, and he's getting pushed back. It's now time for the anchor to get a little bit of damage in, but LKK is only able to find one. JV is here on the rotation, though. Still keeps it in a 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2. Carrot, Dola, Shady, everybody chiming in, everybody lending a helping hand. 10 seconds left on the clock, though. That C4 has to hit dirt, and it finally does. And now, Juan, AKX, they decide to join hands, try to come down through these stairs. LDX training with Dola. This should be in their favor. AKX does find a trade, but can't find the jumping shot. Falcons now starting to get loud. They're starting to get in charge of this Blacklist side.
We've talked about this A side push, and we also mentioned that Navi, they used to push only A side at the beginning of the rounds, but the push from Falcons is completely different because they had a slow push. They had one flash first, that's to bait the enemy team's flashes, but let me tell you that LCZ, he did instantly flash, but look at this fast control coming out of them, but JV instantly just shut down them both with the HK, double golden headshots for them, Carrot and Danksy, just to fall early for Team Falcons, and we were about to talk about how good Falcons on the Blacklist side, instantly they lose 2 players.
You have another win con now in JV. You know, it's been the AKX LKK show, but now to have a third player step up, and now LKK, you know, speak his name and he'll come to glory. Another kill for him. 18 and 6, 11 rounds deep. That's what you're looking for from your vet. 2-on-5 now, and sure, you know, there's plenty of advantages that a Blacklist side can find on a map like Subbase, but this one might be a bridge too far. There is an underman situation on this A bomb site. Juan is the solo player here and doesn't actually find the shot necessary to make it into a clutch situation, but he does find the leg shot there, and that should be enough. There's a nade tossed in, and that'll finish the job. It's all onto LDX here in a 1-on-5. This would be a clutch trip for the ages, if I do say so myself, but Navi look to get themselves that 7th round of play and starting to make sure that this momentum doesn't blow out of control. You've got to give credit to JV for making this one a reasonable round for them to convert. LDX will try his hand, but this is all consolation in my eyes, Penguin.
Exactly. JV just started very strong, and he gave his team the numbers advantage that they needed, and LDX now is left alone, and instantly AKX just gets the raid out of him. And now Navi, they are putting themselves again, because if Falcons could have done this round, then we could have won it, and we are talking about 6-5, and I would say also we would be going into an overtime, because the team is going to be very close. But now it's 7-4 in favor of Navi, and Navi, they are having some kind of change in splits when it comes to the strategies that they are making. We've seen a 3-man stack into the lockers right now. They're trying to deny what happened and to do the late machine push, which is actually very smart from them. They had all information that is gonna be a side, definitely nobody on machine. It's 2 minutes and Falcons have nobody on machine.
I mean, they're in their spawn at this point. They are boxing them in the woods completely. And LDX now has so much pressure as the lone player, but there's so much in front of AKX. He's got freebies on a silver platter. He nails the 2. And JV's right there to pick up the pieces as well. LDX is that late rotation. It doesn't matter. Juan's been watching this like a hawk with his sniper, and Navi look to storm on this defense, looking just like a well-oiled machine.
Silent machine push. That's a strategy you'd be looking at. This is one of the finest. Yeah, it's very good. It's very risky as well, because if they have one guy just hiding his body, or maybe trying to hide in one of the corners, he might have lying 2 players from Navi, but the more risk, the more reward you would be getting, and this is exactly what we'll be talking for now. 8-4 on Falcon's pick, because we know that Subbase is Falcon's pick, and they're going to be going into Navi's pick in the next game. Now, Falcons, all they need to do is try to change the gameplay. Now they are letting Sherry control this area, because he's not having that much success. As we can see, it's 3-12. Other than that, if you look at LKK, we said that he might be one of the best players on this tournament. We've seen that he's capable of doing such so. 18-7 from this guy is just an insane performance from him.
Absolutely. I mean, how does the complexion of this best of 3 change if Falcons drops the ball here? You know, pressure on their Black Widow to follow up in just a little bit. This double sniper setup has been very capable for Navi. LCZ and Juan very serviceable on the double sticks. Falcons now terrified of what lies around this corner, having to constantly go through these smokes to get Woods control. I mean, they're sitting at Woods control at a minute on the clock, essentially. And now the question must be made, do you commit to A yet again? With AKX playing this pixel angle to just get a little bit of information. Smokes comes up though, flashes are in, and AKX has got a whole lot of pressure on his side of the thing.
Yeah, now the push is going to be on his side, and AKX is trying to back up himself now because it's too late, but he still gets the headshot anyway. Shady just is out of the picture. It's 4v4, but look at the HPs, and again, one more shot from him just makes it easy, and now Na'Vi, they're putting the last nail in the coffin for them, and everybody's falling. AKX, he was trying to retreat, but yet he gets all the kills, not LDX. Okay, he doubles it down, and now it's 1v2, double for him. We've seen a very good performance from him, and he's doing the wrap behind both players. C4 is dropped, he needs to reclaim it, and LKK and Juan, we've seen both players again in the clutch, but it was a not successful clutch for them. This time they swing together, this time they get the kill. 9-4, a match point for Na'Vi.
And I wouldn't have thought that we would get to this match point situation at this point in time, but AKX, man, has been absolutely unreal on the back of the A site. Again, similar situation to the Falcon side where you had that big round at the Dola. The amount of pressure that gets put on these guys to have a round-winning performance on their own until the rotations come in is so paramount. And this time, it's AKX to step up, do one better than Dola, frankly, to get a quad. And now, Falcons, all the wind are out of the sails. All the options, the strategy has gone out the window. They've got a Hail Mary attempt here on this B site. They better hope that that could potentially find a way back in, but things are looking bleak here, Penguin.
Yeah, we've said that Na'Vi have a very strong sub-base. I've been saying this, I guess, since I arrived in the venue, that Na'Vi's sub-base is just insane, and we've seen Falcons instantly just picking sub-base. Okay, guys, maybe my paperwork is not doing the thing, but now, yes, Na'Vi, their sub-base is just unmatched on the Brazilian. If you have a very good sub-base on the Brazilian league, that means that you're going to be having a very good sub-base on the international league, because Brazilian league, they love to play sub-base, and most of the other leagues, they ban sub-base or try to avoid sub-base, not only banning it, but sometimes you leave it into a decider. But now, Na'Vi 9-4, they have 5 rounds to close this game, and yet this is a very, very slow rounds again. Every single second passes just adds more pressure into the Falcon team.
Yeah, and it's always a minute left on the clock before they actually take Woods control, and they have to make up their decisions of where they want to end up almost instantaneously. And that's just so difficult from your IGL's perspective to say, okay, I've just got to make the right call. We don't have that much information, but somehow we've got to find the round. And again, they're going to put a little bit of pressure here onto LKK, who has stepped up a bunch of times here and has got to do a little bit more to just close this map out. He's called the rotation from LCZ, and he's nailed the shot to find the opening man advantage. 35 seconds left on the clock, though, as this Idit comes in, but LKA is not missing a beat. Finally does go down, though, and there's Dola to chime in yet again. So a 3-on-2, a chance for Falcons to rack up a couple more rounds before this map runs out of time. But you can't count out Juan and AKX. They've done so much here, but AKX is put down. That should feel like the final nail in the coffin as far as round 14 is concerned. And there's a nice trade there from LDX. So a little bit more of life here in Falcons.
Yeah, it's a very good round from them. The split was insane. The pushes are kind of into the smokes, and we've seen the flash that made LKK fully blind, that made him go back to A top and gives a full clear push into the B side, and then immediately everybody just from Na'Vi falls off. And again, the immediate answer or the reply from Na'Vi, instantly they deny Woods, because they know that if Falcons have Woods, they have some variety of strategies, they have some good splits, they also use defense and machine in their favor, so now they need to deny it. One smoke makes it very, very hard now for Team Falcons to be able to take this control. We can see a slow-paced gameplay from Falcons. They can wait for the smokes and try to take control, or they can use their flashes in order for them to control. And I believe that 4 players are here. That means that we might be seeing a retake, because this is the 3rd smoke by Falcons. That means that it is the last smoke that they can have in order for them to have the control of the woods.
I love the recycling of that deep smoke. It just puts so much pressure. It forces Falcons to take Woods at a minute left on the clock. And that is so paramount to putting pressure on this offense. But they'll finally fall back. AKX moves all the way back into the A site. And they're fine with this. They know that they have these anchors that can do enough on their own. LKK having this little bit of a crouch peek to get a bit of information as far as Woods being lost. And yet again, Falcons are keen on taking Woods control now. And yeah, there's that double setup here between AKX and LKK. They've abandoned that A site entirely. Gets a little bit of an advantage here for Falcons, especially if they can get that bomb down and play into the post.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a Chinese setup coming out from them right now. They leave A site after 1 minute because they know that if they are going into A site, it's going to be completely held for them. And now we've seen the pushes from them. AKX, if he can land the first shot, it's going to be so tough for Team Falcons to hold on. But yet, still, nobody's to die. 40 seconds. The C4 is going to be planted. Danix just took a lot of damage by the nades, and now they need to plant the C4.
Shady's got a chance here, and he's found one. Big sniper gone out of the equation. Rotations are trying to come in thick and fast, but Shady's got some prime real estate. He can now back away, join his team, sit on their laurels and enjoy this man advantage. But again, there are players bearing down here. They don't want to give up any chance at potentially closing out this map, but they fly in through the stairs. It's just AKX, and he can't find anything. It's only 1 kill relegated to him. And Falcons continue to make this map as long and as grueling as possible, make Navi stew in their juices. Because right now, it just feels like Falcons are slowly starting to figure out this Blacklist side. They're trying to figure out how well these splits can work on this A site. And turns out, taking Woods at a minute is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, we've seen the same round before. Falcons, they took 1 minute into the Woods and they take it into the B side. We've seen the split. We've seen also using the BC or the B connector for their favor. And now this change a bit. They take the Woods again on 1 minute, but this time they go to the side. They have a very good entry, and the Danix, yes, he lost a lot of his HP because of the nades that's been behind the rocket, but yet still they took the round. They did a very good post plan. Now Navi, it's gonna be kind of pressure because the 9-6 curses can be occurring, and we can see that Navi might choke. I believe that there is a tactical pause after this round if Navi couldn't close this round, because Falcons are getting into the game, and this is exactly what we've talked about. Yes, the opening game, sometimes teams that you would be looking for, they are not ready, or probably you'll be seeing more teams that they practice more, they have more strategies to show, they have better maps to play at their first, and this is exactly what we are seeing from Navi. A 9-6 lead to them. It was a 9-4, and now it's 9-6. 2 or 3 more rounds for Falcons to draw it into an overtime, and only 1 round for Navi to take it into their first win on the EWC.
Yeah, big gambly here from Navi in terms of their setups. I think they just want to strike while the iron is hot, hope that this B-side hit comes in. They have that triangle of doom that you basically have here between LCZ, Juan, and JV. But here comes that split over into that B-side. You're hoping with a minute left on the clock that this Crossfire will find the effective killing blow for Navi. But again, you're still looking at this split. You're still looking at the dangers around every corner. Juan trying to jump spot, jump peek, and find the shot before he goes down. He isn't actually able to nail the shot. Now it puts all the pressure on JV. We've seen what he can do on the rafters. He finds 2, and there's LCZ, there's LKK. It's just Carrot and a 1-on-2, but he finds a kill to bring it down to that 1-on-2. 25 seconds left on the clock. He's got to find the after plan almost instantaneously. He'll try to go on the aggressive here. He spotted out 2 of these defensive players, and he's nailing another shot, brings it down to 1v1, but it's AKX, the man you want in this clutch situation. 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb has to go down at some point, but AKX finds the final killing blow. Navi, it takes a little bit of time for them to get involved, but they get the job done nonetheless.
Wow, it was so shaky by them. I believe that Carrot had everything to clutch this round, getting 4 kills, clutching this round, and he also clutched the round that we've talked about when it was the retake from him, 1v2, Juan and LKK. He got both. He was saying, let me say that he's one of the best players on Falcons. Other than that, Navi just showed a very good performance on sub-base. We expected this. We've talked about this. We've talked about how good they play on sub-base. Yes, they choked a bit on the global side, and this is quite normal because sub-base is a blacklist-sided map. So when you are on the blacklist side, you have a variety of strategies to use, you have a variety of strategies to recontrol the map and to regain your success, and this is exactly what Falcon tried to do. But the big gap between the numbers 6-3 is not an easy task to come back from.
Well, I know when my predictions come through, I'm going to be speaking to you guys, because you both said sub-base, we've got Navi, you're expecting there could be something here, and that's exactly what just happened. A slight worry in the second half, maybe they were going to throw it away, there's going to be a little bit of a choke, but in the end they were able to clutch it out and win this first map. How important is that we've just seen Na'Vi take map number 1 here?
I mean, we talk about the pressure that Falcons have in terms of the club championship, playing with that Falcons brand. And the other thing is they've won their league multiple times at this point. Now you talk about the stability of the roster. There's this expectation that they perform. You start off on the wrong foot here. You now go into Navi's pick of Black Widow.
Yep.
Pressure is mounting like crazy, exponentially, I'd argue. And so for them, I think all the pressure's on Falcons now.
Now, we were wondering whether it was going to go all the way to a map 3. Penguin, we have the chance now, right? We've got Na'Vi taking map 1. Or are we just going to see Falcons lose this one 2-0? I mean, you seem to be the man with the wisdom. You know who's winning these maps. Do you feel like Falcons have a huge chance going into the second one, or with it being Na'Vi's pick, is it starting to favor Na'Vi?
Honestly, I know that Falcons picked subbase, but let me tell you this. When I watched that pick subbase from Falcons, I said it's 70-30 in favor of Na'Vi. But now, when we are going into Na'Vi's pick, I would say it's maybe 60-40 or maybe 50-50 between both teams. So if Falcons have a chance of winning, it's going to be more on Black Widow than subbase, because Na'Vi is very good. We know LKK is very good subbase player, and we've known also that Juan is one of the best players of controlling roots. He's trying to take the controls. They have a variety of strategies. We've seen aggressive plays. We've seen the sneaky machine push from them, which is actually a very smart game plan for Team Na'Vi, and this is exactly what we've seen from them. So if and only if Falcons have a chances of winning, this map is going to be way better than subbase.
Well, when we look back at the highlights, it seemed to be AKX or LKK just constantly in that kill feed, Paladin. It was a pleasure to watch both of them really run down the entire Falcons lobby. Is that the expectation for this whole series, that these are going to be the two key factors, or do we maybe think that the likes of Juan can step things up as well on that sniper?
Yeah, there's so many win conditions for Na'Vi on this map. I mean, you talk about AKX and LKK, yeah, fantastic multi-kill potential as side anchors, as side openers, but you got to talk about JV's anchoring work there on the B site, holding down, getting multi-kills over there on the defensive end.
Yeah.
If he isn't able to stand the test of time there, could be an avenue for Falcons on the offense to continue to batter down that B bomb site. Doesn't happen, and as soon as that happens, that's where they go into the A splits.
Yeah.
They've got they're forced into that strategy that works, taking woods at a minute left on the clock, getting that vents split in.
Yeah.
And so in my mind, it's just the fact that you've got JV working, you've got Juan, who's still got the potential to wake up a little bit more.
Yeah.
I just feel like Navi's got the players online right now, where I don't feel like that is going the same way for the Falcons.
Yeah, I want to double it down on JV, because yes, we've seen Na'Vi getting 4 rounds into global side. 2 of them was because of JV. We've seen the round that he got the double kills on the machine, and the other round when he was on rafters and trying to get the kills, and he got 2 kills as well. So the B side was not an easy task. This is the round I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the B side is not an easy task for Falcons to go through, but the round that they were successful at, it was a woods split. They split LKK from the team, they flash him, he needs to back off to A top, and they push the B side from cage. That's why JV didn't have so much success. But if it's through machine, if it's through BC, you would usually see this guy just dropping 2-3 kills immediately and flipping the round to Na'Vi.
Did make me laugh as well. You were mentioning in the pre-show about wall banging and how it's going to be important you get a good sniper who knows how to wall bang properly. I think I saw an entire truck bang through at one point as well. These guys have got their spots locked down, but that is going to be the match summary in the end. But with Falcons losing this one, of course that match summary was for a different game, but don't worry, we'll get you the right ones eventually. Falcons losing this one, but we'll have the chance to bounce back potentially in this second map. I pray we're going to a map 3. We do think this is going to be the closest match that we have on the B stream today. There's a couple of maybe one-sided ones, although who knows, we might see upsets as well.
Yes.
Anything can happen at the Esports World Cup of 26. So who's going to be the person we really need to look at for Falcons here? Who's going to be the standout player that has to step up? Was there anyone who maybe underperformed a little bit in that game?
Sherry. He needs to step up, because this guy is now, he's going to be using the double sniper setup. On Black Widow, you need the double sniper setup, and Sherry is your second sniper. So if they don't make it, I think it's going to be very hard for them.
We'll have to see whether they can step it up in the second map. But for now, we're going to take a quick step away. We're going to let the players reset. I'm going to let my casters take a breath as well. But when we come back, we'll have map 2 of this series. We'll see you shortly.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people watching at home. It's Crossfire Esports World Cup 2026, and we are amidst our first series of the day. Na'Vi take a 1-0 lead over Falcons on sub-base, but now we move across to Na'Vi's pick in the second map of Black Widow, which could mean that maybe Na'Vi are going to go into this one and win a 2-0 victory in this series, or perhaps we'll see Falcons showing us a little bit of something in this second one. I have my wonderful commentators and analysts. I've got Paladin and Penguin alongside me. Guys, excellent call in that first one, by the way. Both of you also predicting that Na'Vi might be able to take the first. I'm impressed already. We'll have to see whether your predictions can carry on already, but now we go into map 2. Now we've got a lot of responsibility for Falcons to try and work their way back into this series. Of course, it wouldn't be hugely demoralizing for them if they were to win this map, to lose this map, excuse me, because it's group stages, they could still get through. But at the end of the day, when you talk about momentum, you talk about actually trying to take the pressure off yourselves, losing this one would hurt them in a way.
Definitely, because you're talking about the third seed team from the Brazilian league. So if you are having some troubles with the third seed team from the Brazilian league, that means that we're still going to be facing the Chinese teams, the first seeds from the other regions. So it's going to be quite tough for Falcons if they do not make it. If they don't get this win. Other than that, if you look at Na'Vi, they're coming here. I don't want to see that they're the underdogs, but they're still the third seed Brazilian team versus the reformed Falcons Season 1 and Season 2 winners. So it's not an easy task for them. However, we've seen a very good performance coming out from them.
And do you guys think that you saw anything on sub-base that will transition well into Black Widow? Do you think there's going to be a strategic difference? I'll allow you to talk about that as you get into game, because we are underway for map number 2. Guys, take it away.
I think mechanically, Na'Vi just looks fantastic right now. So many different players that have stepped up to showcase that they have the capabilities of winning a map on their own. And it's aggression straight away from the defense. LKK dropping down to find the opener. Shady is there quickly in response. A guy that you mentioned, Penguin, that needed to showcase himself here on Black Widow.
Yeah, he's the second sniper for Team Falcons, and when you have a second sniper, and you usually try to make him the guy that he's playing a bit defensively, because Carrot, he should be the guy who's trying to get the kills, and Cherry, we've seen him also trying to fight now for the mid-ramp peak, but both players just missed the rounds, and LCZ, he knows now the information that is giving that Shady has backed off from B-side, because JV, he died on the box room entrance, and now Shady is just backing off into the spawn. And Falcons, again, they're back to the slow-paced gameplay. They're trying to recontrol the map. We've seen the the slow control coming out from Navy as well onto the B side. LKK getting the first kill and securing the whole bridge area for himself, as we can see right now. And the rest of Falcon's team, they are rotating to reclaim this area.
Bit of a crossfire setup here between LKK and AKX, and we've seen the potency of this duo on map number 1. But Dola with an instant headshot onto LKK completely snaps open this crossfire, but AKX is still finding every single kill. There's a trade there from Carrot, but we still have ourselves a 2-on-2, and that C4 can be picked up. Juan and LCZ still peering into this B site, still have an opportunity to shut things down. But Carrot does pick it up and Shady finds a kill. Massive work there from your secondary and puts it all onto LCZ in the 1-on-2 straight away.
Yeah, exactly. A good kill for him to go onto the side. He's trying to fake the A side. LCZ, he's probably now just trying to figure out what is going to be going by those Falcon players, and I believe that already a full rotation into B side is coming. C4 is heading towards B side. 15 seconds, and he needs to get this bomb planted. Otherwise, there is no time for Team Falcons to get this round. But Shady, he pushes instantly and gets this round done for his teammates.
Instant impact there from Shady. So many key trade frags that are coming across the map. You talk about the mid-doors trade. You talk about that one-on-one win that he had as well. I mean, so many important sequences there from him. And that's the guy that you're looking for. You need a player to back up Dola, to back up Carrot, and fight toe-to-toe against Navi's firepower that have shown that they've got multiple ways to win.
Yeah, exactly. A good start by him. 3 kills already. I believe that last game he had 4 kills. So he's probably doing way better than the first game. Yeah.
It's not bad to get to 3 already.
Yeah, already on the first round, and still it's securing the round as well, because we've seen a lot of players getting 3-4 rounds and still not securing that round for their teammates. But now Falcons are up 1-0, and this is the first time we've seen Falcons on a lead in this series, because it's been always Navi on the lead, and now they have the lead themselves. They're playing slow. They're still trying to control. But this time we're seeing Navi, they're playing completely passive. They're having one guy watching along from Cat, and the others are just trying to play on the information. And LCZ is getting the Cat entrance information. If Falcons do not take Cat control, it's going to be a very tough round for them, because all the setup from Navi is relying on this information. LDX is trying to smoke BC. They are still thinking that maybe Navi they have water control. Now Shady wanna contest versus LSZ. Last time Shady was successful. This time both players miss again. And still the Cat control is all heavily favored in favor of Falcons. And JV now he uses the flexible smoke. After you're crossing to the Cat, instantly the smoke's gonna be blocking everything for you. And this pre-fire by JV just gets Danksy away.
Yeah, a bit of an unsung hero on this team. Another key frag to get the man advantage. Put a little bit of pressure on this Falcons split, but they've got themselves long control. They're bearing down very slowly here on this A side. LCZ now playing up close and personal with this sniper. Dola right around the corner, but this time LCZ still got a smoke down. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're just burning clock as much as possible. It puts so much pressure on these remaining 4 players. 25 seconds now. We've got to get a move on, boys. And Juan, he's got the sightline. He's got a kill. Easy 5-on-3 now. And trades coming all over the shop. And JV ends the round with a triple. Just so much good work being done by this side anchor.
Oh man, this round is just insane from Navi. They use the slow gameplay that's coming out from Falcons into their favor. They let you take the Cat control late on, and then they start to smoke after you're taking Cat. So if you're taking Cat on 1 minute, that means that they're gonna be smoking Cat until the end of the round. And this is exactly what happened by Navi, and this should be changed by the fast-paced round. Just as we can see from Falcons, they have full B-side control without anybody from Team Navi to be there, and a good read by Shady, just putting his teammates into the B side completely open. And JV, he's trying with LKK to do the retake, trying to take some areas in order for them to take the retake. Look at LKK already moving forward into the waters. He's trying to get Carrot. Carrot already in a very tough situation because JV is getting above him right now, but Carrot just immediately takes his head away and he gets 1 kill for his teammates, make it double. And City has a sniper. He's trying to get the triple kill that AKX is trying to hold on into his teammates, and instantly 1-1 just gets the raid out of him.
It seems like Carrot has done enough here in round number 3. LCZ and AKX will have a try back in. LDX has no idea that smoke's got a gap in it. But luckily, Dola is there to cut off the second player in this attempt, and there's an instant trade there for LCZ's body as well. So Falcons racking rounds together here slowly but surely, and it feels like they're getting their floor underneath them a little bit now, and they've kind of settled back into the series. It's taken them some time, but you've got the players that you're looking for to kind of turn this map into their favor. Shady's had some moments, Carrot's had some moments, Dola's had some good openers. This is what you're looking for if you're Falcons. It puts a little bit more pressure on some of these players on Na'Vi.
Well, I believe that if Falcons is winning rounds, it's basically because of Carrot. This guy is just doing a very good job. Again, a late push into the bridge from Na'Vi, just getting one kill. Dola just immediately is out of the picture. JV gets the kill this time, and they lose LCZ's position because of the control into water. Just pushes him off into Cat. He's half HP, but still trying to take the risk. With the smokes, AKX can't help, and LCZ is completely alone, yet he gets the kill. LDX is to fall, nobody is to trade him. And this is exactly what we are talking about from Falcons. Sometimes they are very slow, not only rounds, but also on trades.
Oh no, I mean, these players with the snipers are getting pinned down on the A side. They still manage to get one apiece somehow, some way. I mean, dancing around those boxes is no easy feat, and to get a kill apiece is even more difficult. And yet still, the Falcons survive in that, Na'Vi rather, survive in that situation. Piece together another round there, and they're getting scrappy here. You know, Falcons adapting to play ahead of the utility and not allowing for this slow pace to be the only name of the game when they approach their offense here on Black Widow. But it's now these secondaries and these snipers that are really activating for Na'Vi. LCZ, Juan, they're coming up on the kill feed a little bit more often here, and it feels like Na'Vi, again, just have so many options to look towards bouncing back on this map.
Well, let me tell you that Na'Vi are going toe-to-toe to Falcons on their global side on Black Widow, because we know that Black Widow is heavily favored on the blacklist side as well. So this is a very good job already by Na'Vi, and both rounds that they won, it was a late bridge control from them. So now they're changing their gameplay, they're changing their play style, they're trying to play very, very passive on the same line, and we've seen the smoke coming out from Team Falcons on the mid doors just to deny the information on Cat, so they don't have the Q smokes that they had on Cat until late round. And this is a very good already change by Falcons, and already we've seen a good setup from them. Now, I believe that it's going to be a B split, double smokes into under Cat, and now they're trying to bait the rotations from Team Na'Vi.
Nobody biting just yet. I think JB's going to push through the smoke. He's playing up close and personal against these double doors, but isn't able to find anything. But here comes the flank from LKK. So many kills on a silver platter, but he's only managing the single one. 4-on-3 now for Falcons. They've got to capitalize on this B split. Still two players on the site proper. Quan still firing away. Now the only player left up in this clutch situation. He spotted another, but there's a trade there from Dola. All's well here for Falcons. It gets a little unruly. The read was there from Na'Vi. They had a third player coming in through that smoke. Unfortunately, LKK and JV, in a rare turn of events, do not manage to find a multi between the two of them.
If LKK had any other gun than HK, he would have just lined the three players. And talking about LKK is out of the picture. Carrot just gets the kill and gives the numbers advantage for Team Falcons, who are slowly but surely getting into this game. 3-2 now, and they have the numbers advantage. I believe that Na'Vi, when they play a very, very passive play style, they give Falcons more room to play. They give Falcons more room to get controls, get rounds, make some plays, and also get some kills. As we can see right now, they tried to double peek along, but JV just loses his life to Dola, who was boosted on the edge and getting the kill for his teammates.
And that feels like Navi's chances this round have definitely fallen flat. Juan still, though, very gung-ho about dueling here off of Cat. Spots out Carrot, his counterpart, and isn't able to connect the shot. Will fall away now, but it's gamble stations for Na'Vi. You want two players on that A side, you're hoping that that's where they end up. Falcons, though, still looking to maybe end B with that bomb perusing over there on AKX's side of the map. We've seen him cause some nice anchor situations on sub base, but This one might be a bridge too far. A minute left on the clock. Falcons still taking their time to survey their options. They don't want to jump the gun, give away such a man advantage, and continue their good looks here on Black Widow to extend this lead to 2 rounds.
Exactly, and still, with the numbers advantage, we also seen Falcons trying to do a very slow gameplay. Juan just spots Shady on the corner, misses the shot, falls back. LCZ, he was very successful on the sniper, but now Juan, who gets the kill, Dola on the other side just trades into LCZ, and suddenly it's a 4v2. C4 should be planted on the side, and a clean, easy round by Falcons that should be claimed. Other than that, I believe that Na'Vi, there still needs to be trying to force some controls, get some kills, and never leave the map widely open for Falcons, because as we can see, if the map is widely open, Shady has all the variety of change, and he still can hit the shots that's needed and immediately just winning the rounds for his teammates. Falcons, they are back to the game, 4-2, and Na'Vi, they are still trying to do the crazy aggressive plays that we've seen from them on sub-base. It was successful. It was successful also on Black Widow from few rounds, but now Falcons are trying to build a momentum for themselves.
Yeah, they're mixing up the pace very well. Again, now looking at this B bomb site straight away, it's been very successful for them in rounds past, but there are 3 players in the vicinity here for Na'Vi, but the 3rd player moves away. It's actually just AKX, and I'm assuming LKK, who have not had the same success, but they're fighting forward, and LKA finds us a quick double, tries to extend play just a little bit longer, but look at the trades coming back for the offense. Huge work now for Falcons. Should be able to plant the bomb. They've taken significant damage. And you know what? They're going to back away from the B side, at least temporarily. They want to reset the situation. They've got so much time to play with. Minute 45, but Juan, unrelenting, pushing forward, trying to deny, now that he's got a little bit of information for him. But these sprays and praise do not actually work out in their favor, and they're going to have to fall away.
Well, the over-aggression from Team Na'Vi just might cost him the round, because we've seen LKK just getting 2 kills and doing a very, very good damage on one of the best players for Team Falcons with Shady right now. But look at that, LCZ just caught off guard on the opposite of the cat, and now all of a sudden Juan is just alone versus all the players from Team Falcons alive, and he just does a very, very huge damage, and the only full HP guy is just to fall. 2 cold shots can make it for this guy.
And he's making the right rotation. He saw the rotations coming into this B side. He's got his pistol out. Shady and Kara trying to trade, but he can't. Juan dancing between the upper tunnels and just finds everything that he's looking for. And that's maybe the spark that Na'Vi needed. Juan hasn't necessarily been the win condition for this squad, but he'll show up when it matters most.
Yeah, I believe that Dola shouldn't have got this pick. He was the only guy with the full HP and just waiting for the sniper to be giving and getting the rounds. And now, I believe that Falcons, they kind of slipped this round, let's say. Because Na'Vi, it was 2v4, and then suddenly, honestly, at the beginning of the round, the LKK just did a very good job, and the over-aggression that is coming out from Na'Vi just almost cost it in the round, but Juan still was there with 10 kills on the board in 7 rounds. It's just a very, very successful round for him.
I want to look at this B site again. They want to keep attacking AKX and LKK, and they've gotten the favorable trades to make this B bomb site look pretty meager at times. But, of course, you've got 2 minutes to play with. You've got a lot of options to look towards. You've still got yourself a little bit of mid-control. If you want to look towards short, you potentially can. But Falcons completely slow the pace of the game down. They realize they're slipping here towards the tail end of this first half. They've gotten themselves a lot of space here over towards B. That 3rd rotation in JV is pretty far away, and you've got a lurk brewing in Dola and Shady. And it's going to be tough for them to cross back over, and yet still, JV's alive for so long. Finally does go down. There's the trade. They're trying to piece together what's going on in mid, and they find those 2 kills. Now it's got to just be the B offensive. The LDX, Carrot, and Danex. Got to figure it out. And there is a kill back, but smoke up in their face does slow things down just a little bit more.
Exactly. Now Falcons are trying to rotate back onto the opposite of this guy, and LCZ, if you look at his position, he has all the information needed that nobody is on a longer. Now Juan still, he spots LDX. Both players missed their shots. Still, the full rotation into a side. The Cat is fully exposed. LCZ is trying to do the double check onto Elong and into Cat and trying to get the kills. And now he's not successful in getting the first kill. He's getting, and now he's back into 16 HP, which gives Falcon a huge advantage on this post plan.
Yeah, you gotta favor the T's here. And now NX spotting in through the side of the bridge, but
They both
the
close?
rotations, yeah, they did it
both
completely
close?
silently, and now LDX is just trying to figure out how he can stay alive, and he just can't. 2-on-1 now. Both these players a shot away from death, but Juan is playing an unreal game of Crossfire right now, Penguin.
My God, man. This guy with the timing for DanX, he just looked under Cat, but both players, they were already crossed onto stairs, getting 2 kills on his side, and Juan just immediately flicks and gets the kill. Well played by him, and he's the star of this team right now, and getting 4 rounds for his teammates on the Grover side, on Black Widow, their own map pick. I think that Navi is just kind of setting the tone right now. They are better. They are trying to change their gameplay, change their play style. And again, we've seen them with the breach control, with nobody there. And now they're going to be shifting this stack into a side. This is the side that Falcons are usually trying to take on Black Widow. We've seen Navi, they love this side on sub base, and Falcons, they love this side on Black Widow right now, and the push is coming.
LCZ finds that first kill. Big trade to find, but Juan, he's got to be the one. He's always been the one for Navi. And he's trying to play forward. LKK is there to thin the numbers just a little bit more. AKX now making the rotation, but Dola with a key couple of kills, making this a little bit more reasonable for Falcons. Flash comes in to set up LKK. He's got a couple players on his screen, but isn't able to find a single one. Leaves it all up to JV in the 1-on-3. He's piecing this one together. And
No way,
all
man.
3 of them. Absolutely unreal way for Navi to take the lead.
No way, man. This guy, again, just do it again, and he gets all 3 kills. Falcons, how they are giving these rounds. We've seen them multiple times with numbers advantage. We've seen the box room play from them, where they kind of flipped around 3v1, Dola peaks, just one gets straight out of him, and he 2-calls his teammates. And now again, they throw a lead for them. A good round by Dola, I would say, but still, Navi, they are getting these clutches, and if you're getting these clutches on this game, it's a big factor for you on the international stage to close the rounds and not to lose all your clutches.
Now, Navi swapping sides with that slight lead. You gotta think they've done enough on their defensive side to complete this sweep. Still quite a ways away, but slowly piecing it together here. Mid control found. Split smoke tossed in as well. Pressure put on the defense to suss this out, to figure out, is it a ruse? Is it a bluff? What's going on? And they don't have any players necessarily spotting it out, so misinformation across the shop for Falcons that they try to fight forward with this short control, and they fight all the way into AKX and LKK. They've been quiet on this map here, Penguin, but they're slowly starting to come alive, and they've got a huge man advantage that continues to go in their favor.
Yeah, the immediate retake coming out from Cat, but instantly LCZ just knows that Dola might be around the corner and gets right out of him, and now Shady is out of options. Timeout, as we can see, a tactical timeout for Team Falcons. They need to be talking back again around this. I believe that Falcons, they started very strong on this map. They had the blacklist side, they had everything right on their side. The strategy wise, the Shady, we asked Shady to step up, and he did on the first couple of rounds, but yet there is a thing that Falcons are missing on this day, which is the clutches, and this is an unfortunate for them, because if you don't get the clutch that's needed, I believe that the game can be already gone for Navi, because Navi, they are really focusing on the clutches. They're trying to win every single clutch. 2v4, 1v3, we've seen both from Team Navi, so that's why I'm saying that Navi are kind of more locked in coming out to this game. They are close to end it on a 2-0, which we didn't expect that. We said that this is going to be the closest game, but now Navi, I mean, they're showing us everything. Aggression plays, defensive plays, trying clutches as well. It's crazy rounds, big clutches by JV. also by Juan. 2 1v3s, 1 2v4. Everything is going right for Team Navi.
And you just have so many people to look at to say, who can step up for us? You know, it was that AKX and LKK duo that was just dueling it on sub base, but now we swap over to Black Widow, and now it's the Juan and JV show. And it just feels like there are more people to turn to when things go wrong here for Navi. Whereas for Falcons, it just feels like nobody's really lifting off. You know, you've had moments from Shady, from Dola, from Carrot, but it's not been consistent enough to really sustain a half of Crossfire here. And look at what that does. 4 rounds away now, Navi, to advance in this upper bracket. I feel very confident in doing so. Aggression to come out here from Falcons, but it's been read like a book by Navi.
LKK, insane shot with the HK on Shady. Just loses his round. They were trying to get the kills over the bridge, but still, as you mentioned, it was read like a book, and now Navi, they found themselves with the numbers advantage, and I believe that Dola should have connected the shot. LKK loses a bit of his HP, but still, it's doable for him to get more kills. And again, Dola just misses one more shot, and this full split into a side. 3 guys coming out from a side, and one more miss from Dola just keeps the round for Team Navi. And if you miss 3 bullets by your TRG player or your secondary player, definitely the side is going to be all onto Navi's favor. And after the tactical pause, the successful team was Navi, not Falcons as we expected.
It just feels like we're nailing the final nails in the coffin right now for Falcons' chances in this upper bracket so far. Nothing coming up from that tactical pause. And it just feels like Navi, their splits are looking more efficient. Their mechanics look on par with what you're looking for from a winning team. And the trades are coming out as well. JV now on the sniper to trade out, and Juan chiming in. Huge work to get this man advantage, and they're just charging up long all by their loads. So finally, Dola puts an end to the shenanigans here on this A side.
Well, he was pushing alone. I believe that he wanted to do some risky play because all the other players, they were on B side. Because if he took a side, that means that they will need to rotate to him onto a side, and that means that it's going to be a free side for him. But this didn't happen because he fell shortly, and now it's 3v3. Look at Danksy. Probably the guy that we expected more from him. Probably the youngest. As Dan mentioned, that maybe the pressure can make things hard for him, and this is exactly what we are seeing. You're not only playing the EWC, but also you are representing Falcons, a team that's fighting for the club championship.
Yeah, fighting for that 3-peat of a club championship. Aggression now from him, and he doesn't manage to find a single one. I mean, you'd think with the position that he has that he can maybe get the job done, but LDX also falls. It leaves it all on to Dola, and he's been eviscerated as well. JV has just stepped up to the plate and then some.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said about Danksy, that usually when you have this spot, when you are swinging, the guy was not also looking at you, and you can't get the kill. That means that the pressure may be already on your shoulders, and Team Falcons, slowly but surely, they are falling 1-1, and now it's only 2 rounds away for Navi to get the 2-0 on their opening game on Group B. Black Widow was their map that they picked, yes, we can see, but also Subbase was a map that we would be looking to see Falcons again, because maybe it's an off day for Falcons, maybe it's not the day. When you're losing that much clutches, especially when you're playing on an international stage, I would tell my teammates that, hey, it's maybe not our day, but that doesn't mean that we are having a bad tournament. Bad day doesn't mean a bad tournament. They still have the lower bracket road to be going through.
Not done just yet. Still some time for Falcons, albeit not much, to get back into this. And look, they've gotten into some territory of taking risks. We got 4 players on this A site, not even bothering to take any control, trying to have a little bit of a honeypot set up to bait this Navi roster into an A site hit and win the round outright. But look at you look at your minimap. 5 of these offensive players for Navi bearing down on this B bomb site. It's only Carrot here to deal with everything coming in front of him. Minute left on the clock, and Navi seem pretty keen on ending on this side of the map. You'd think that Carrot could potentially cause a bit of a ruckus. He does find a nice little tripwire headshot there to start things off, but does have to back away, does have to potentially give over a bomb plant. And Falcons will have to defend against giving map and match point in a post play.
Well, a 5-man retake is kind of doable for them. It all comes to this control, the bridge control that we can see all Falcon players. They're trying to take this control. The flash is just to slow the gameplay, but look at the split from them. If Shady just gets the first opening kill for them, or LCZ just trying to get the kill, but LDX just replies with Danksy immediately getting rid of LKK and LSY, but JV, they tried to do the thing that was kind of impossible. And now the Falcons, the numbers advantage, the good bridge retake, because usually if you're doing a 5-man retake and you don't have bridge control, you need to put most of your players on the bridge, trying to flash, trying to get the controls, and after that you will be having an ease entry to the side. And this is exactly what happened by Falcons. Well played by them. They're still on the board. 8-5 is not a big deal. You can come back from it, but Navi, do you think that Navi gonna give you the chance to get back 8-8, or probably just get this map and go to the third?
Well, now we have credit to Carrot for valuing his life there, finding a kill, falling all the way back. But look at LKK already at the mid doors here with 2 minutes left on the clock. Carrot trying to hold on to this B site and the middle of the map as well. And he'll find a 2-piece for himself. So that mid crunch has been quelled. But there's still these 3 players trying to put on the offensive jets here on this B site. Carrot again has to step up big. C4 will hit the dirt, but again, we talk about bridge control, we talk about the lack of bodies that now we have to hold on to that position. It puts a lot of pressure here on JV, playing around this smoke, but isn't able to catch out Dola. And now, Juan, AKX, they've got a whole lot of work to do and make that just Juan. This has been a fantastic map from him, but this is a tall order, and Carrot is just dragging Falcons, kicking and screaming back into contention. We've got ourselves a 2-round game.
Well, is it a time for Navi to get this tactical timeout, or probably they still have things to show? Because this was an aggressive round from LKK. Him and LCZ, they tried to take the mid control early on and try to get the players who are rotating from B side into A side, but it wasn't successful from them. That's why we are seeing Navi just fall on the last round. But look at Shady just unleashing himself in mid, trying to get the kill, but the triple man peak just gets it out of Shady and gives the numbers advantage to Navi. And Danksy just left all alone, fully flashed, and A side is fully exposed onto Navi. Just LDX is about to fall, and everybody just gets down.
Oh, hold on. C4 does get dropped. And now Dola's got a very doable 1-on-2. How do Navi piece this one together? They're trying to potentially join hands, but they've split up even more.
Yeah, man. 9-6. Again, this time, Navi just showed a very good performance on the Blacklist side, because the last time we've seen them playing also the Blacklist side, it was a very good on sub-base, and now they're still levitating their gameplay and getting their rounds, and one is doing what is needed from him. If you are having a very good sniper on Black Widow, usually you will have a very good Blacklist side, and this is exactly what we are seeing right now from this guy, Juan. And LKK, in my opinion, he's the best player among both teams on this series, getting over 25 kills on the international stage, playing versus Falcons, the Season 1 and Season 2 Vietnamese champions, and getting this down to your teammates is just a huge by him. Last round, Navi, they're trying to play very slow, no room for mistakes. 9-6 curse can still occur, so that's why we are seeing a very good respectful round from Navi.
Okay, they're leading the pack, leading the charge in this series. He has a flash for himself, and it spots 3 players on the other side, but everything comes up Navi's way, as it has for this entire series. Danksy will try to find a way back. LDX as well, and hold the phone. AKX now left up in a clutch, a 1-on-3 to be exact, and there's still a minute to play around. He's got the bomb on his back, tries to pull this one down to a 1-on-1, but Carrot has been very nice with that pistol. And maybe that 9-6 curse could come back to haunt them here.
Well, that's a clutch. We've mentioned that Falcons, usually they are losing their clutches, but now Navi, they throwed one of the easiest rounds, I would say, because you're having a cat control, you're having 2 kills, and you're still unleashing yourself to a side, and then suddenly out of nowhere. Yeah, that's the over-aggression. We've seen this from Navi as well from the first round, but still one kinda just clutched the round. Now they couldn't, so that's why I'm saying that Navi, the over-aggression can cost them an overtime on the second map, on their map pick, and bring the momentum back to Team Falcons.
Now Falcons still keen on playing that common default, 2-2-1 split across Black Widow. It's worked well. It does put a lot of pressure on your sniper in Carrot to hold down that middle. And for Na'Vi, they've been getting long again and again and again. You look towards Shady to thin the numbers before this actual crawl comes through. Flash expecting to come through, but not there. Dola and Shady combined for 2, but there's JV, the old reliable here on this Na'Vi squad. Carrot has made the rotation in though, and he's been that linchpin, that shining beacon of hope to keep Falcons alive in this series on Black Widow. But you'd like to think as soon as that C4 goes down that the pressure switches over to the defense.
LDX is still waiting for any kind of lure, but still Na'Vi players are already on A side. There we can see LCZ is having all cat control by himself. The C4 is not planted yet. They're trying to waste as much time as possible for them to make Falcons or to push Falcons into any mistake. Now the C4 has been planted. 40 seconds on the clock for Team Falcons to do the retake. We've seen a very good successful retakes from Falcons this game. However, LCZ, it all comes to this fight, because if LCZ won this fight, it could have been the end of Falcons on this game, but still, he's very low HP. LDX, Carrot is trying to hold, and Danksy finally he unleashes himself into the side, getting the kill, getting the round for Falcons, and the tactical timeout should be ready for Na'Vi. Otherwise, Na'Vi are going into the overtime.
If I'm LCZ, man, I don't know what to think. That is the match-winning kill right there,
exactly.
100%.
Yes.
And now it completely changes the tides of what this map could look like. One round, the difference in this map specifically, and suddenly Na'Vi, you start to feel a little bit of pressure building, brewing here in this opening map here in Group B. Carrot has done so much for this team to get them to this point, and look at the setup, Penguin. 4-player gamble on this A site with your upper bracket life on the line is insane to me.
Well, and still the C4 is dropped on the base. That means that they're saying that Na'Vi, they're not committed into any side. Probably they made some presence on the bridge to push off some rotations to get some info or intel, as we can tell. But yet, Team Falcons, the full gamble into a side, and Na'Vi, they are preparing for an A push, which could settle the deal for them and put them into the overtime. I mentioned that Falcons, if they have chances on winning, is going to be way, way, way more on Blackwood than sub-base, even though that Na'Vi picked this map.
The flashes are good. JV still finds one, but there's so many bodies that Falcons have got here on this A side. Still it comes out of a 2-on-2, and still JV brings it into a 2-on-1. Carrot, the hero, has got to do it one more time. Low HP for LCZ and JV, so it's definitely a doable situation. Bomb still hasn't gone down, and Carrot's being as proactive as possible, booking it over to the long side as soon as possible. And now, with how fast he's been on this rotation, how aware are Na'Vi that he's moved over to long? I don't think very much so. Finally, they spot him out. Carrot can't capitalize. Flash comes in. Carrot's got to back all the way up. Nobody's planting the bomb. They can't also back away, though, and they found a little bit of a safe haven to move over to B, you'd like to think. But JV now alone here. Carrot losing HP. Slowly but surely, 29 seconds, and JV's caused all of a ruckus because the bomb has been planted over there on the B bomb site, and JV is just going to stall for as long as he can, and it doesn't matter. JV will get it done. Na'Vi complete the sweep. They're looking good here in Group B.
Yeah, good play by them. You've seen LCZ, he's taking the C4 going into the side. JV, all you need to do is just to waste some time for yourself and also to get the rounds for Na'Vi. A very, very good show by them. Falcons, they still look shaky, but this is the first game, as we mentioned. When you usually playing the opening game, we said that you can see some upsets, you can see some surprises, and this is one of them. Not only because Falcons fall, it's because they fall 2-0 in favor of Team Na'Vi. So well played by Na'Vi. They played very good. They had a very good sub-base game. They had very, very wide stretches. I've seen like maybe 8 to 9 different unique stretches from Team Na'Vi that I liked in this game. So a 2-0 lead for them just makes them very happy and confident to move forward.
Well, there we have it. It's going to be a 2-0 sweep then in favor of Na'Vi. And as Penguin was saying, maybe not a surprise in terms of the final result, but a surprise that it was in that fashion of a 2-0, and we didn't see more of a fight back from Falcons. But it's not all doom and gloom for Falcons just yet. They still have time to come back in this group, of course. But maybe a few worrying signs, that's for sure, considering this was the third best performing team in Brazil.
Yep.
But we'll have to see whether Na'Vi can start to topple some other giants in this group as well. Very exciting 2 maps, though, that does go the way of Na'Vi, and I'm very interested to see how they progress now through the rest of the tournament, especially now they've got rid of those early jitters and those early nerves. But in that second map, I mean, it was close. We almost started to go towards potential of overtime as well in those final moments, but Falcons just couldn't get it done in the end. Anyone who really stood out for you on the side of Na'Vi that was the difference maker?
You know, Juan had a lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform. You know, you sniper on Black Widow, there is expectation to be the carry of your squad. Multi-kills, clutches, I mean, poise in late round situations is so difficult as a younger player. And he stood the test of time and then some. I was very excited to see how formidable he was in those kind of pressure environments, which is not easy in an international space. Na'Vi have not had success internationally. So to come out here in that kind of 9-9 situation or 9-8 situation, there's a lot riding on you, and he stepped up.
Exactly, and he did a very good job, and we've seen a 1v3 from him. You're playing on the international stage, you're playing versus Falcons, and you're having a 1v3, you're still not losing your hope, and you're getting this round for your teammates, boosting their momentum, and making them just one more round on the board. I believe that Juan did a very good job, but I don't want to be forgetting about LKK, because he did good on both maps. Yes, Juan, we've seen him very, very good on Black Widow, but LKK was consistent across both maps. That's why I'm saying that LKK also had the change in the playstyle for Team Na'Vi, because he wasn't here for the last time, and now he's trying to build up some momentum with them, and he's trying to get back Na'Vi into the stages that where they need to be.
And do you think that Na'Vi as a team and these players, they'll be surprised it wasn't more of a fight back from Falcons, or do you think that they would be so confident it was going to be a 2-0 after they were able to win sub-base going into then their map choice of Black Widow?
Well, as I mentioned, if you're a Na'Vi player and you're seeing that Falcons, they're picking sub-base versus you, you probably think that they might be cooking something versus you, but I still think that Na'Vi, they were coming here confident, because the Brazilian league, we are saying that they are kind of way more ahead than the Vietnamese league. That's why I'm saying Falcons, they are playing the third seed of the Brazil. They're not playing the second seed Team Liquid or not so.
Well, we've had our matchup, we've had our victor, and of course we have a chance now to chat to one of the players on the stage as well. We're going to go over to Script, who's chatting with one of the players.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, gents. I am joined here by Juan. And I wanted to open up just to ask you about how the series went there. You know, you take it in pretty quick fashion. I don't think people were expecting it to be that easy for you guys here against Falcons. So how are you feeling after the win?
O que vocês têm a dizer sobre a série de hoje, né? Teve alguns jogos mais tranquilos. E o que você acha? Vocês estavam confortáveis para a partida? Como é que estavam se sentindo?
Foi um jogo tranquilo, né? Respeitar os caras também, porque são top 1 da região deles. Esperava que seria um jogo mais difícil, nos preparamos bastante. E no final ali a gente deu uma afobada para fechar o game, mas tudo nos conformes.
So it was a pretty chill match, to be honest. Total respect to the team. They are the top 1 in Vietnam. And it was a pretty nice series. We kind of struggled to finish it on the last map, but I'm super proud of the team and super happy for the win.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys obviously not making a lot of roster changes, sticking to the same kind of core for a long time now. Do you think that that gives you an advantage in the international game, or is it just a case of, you know, you enjoy playing with these players?
Vocês estão com o core do time juntos há muito tempo, né? Alguns jogadores jogando junto bastante tempo como um time. E o que vocês sentem sobre isso? O que vocês têm a dizer sobre todo o seu time?
O meu time é muito unido, né? Estamos bastante tempo, no caso a base, eu, a Akashi e JV. Entrou o Lucão e o LCzinho agora, que somou bastante. E o time da WC passada pra essa agora, tipo, tá muito melhor, né?
So our core team is really strong. Me and the other two players, we are playing for a long time. And compared to the EWC from last year, I think our team is much stronger this time.
Okay, and on that point, are you guys feeling confident going into the latter stages? You know, an opening game like this looks really, really good for you. How are you feeling going into those next few matchups?
Como é que você está se sentindo depois dessa vitória mais confortável, indo para os próximos confrontos no campeonato?
Tô me sentindo muito tranquilo. Agora é voltar, né? Praticar novamente, porque amanhã tem outro jogo. E provavelmente vai ser um jogo muito difícil. E é isso.
So I'm very confident. I'm gonna leave now and arrive and train more and study more because tomorrow is gonna be a very tough match.
Yeah, absolutely. That's enough from us here on the stage. Going to throw it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Sir Scriv. Appreciate it. Great to get an insight from the players as well. Feel like they have a stronger team this year. EWC 26 versus 25. And I think that was evident on the stage as well with the performance that we just witnessed. And of course, what we were speaking about in the pre-show, the implications of the club championship and for Falcons. I mean, losing that game now, looking a little shaky in this group. They're going to have to bounce back if they want to still find some club championship points for Team Falcons on that roster. But for Na'Vi, well, things are looking pretty good as well. How do you think Na'Vi can do in this whole tournament? Now, you've seen their first game. Is the expectations we can see them progressing through this group, maybe getting quarterfinals, semifinals, final?
I think they can at least make the playoffs. I mean, in my mind, this team had a lot of jitters last year. They didn't look like themselves. They looked quite like they kind of fell apart very easily in my eyes. So for me, I feel like playoffs is definitely a possibility. They've been given the slightly easier group, right? I feel like with this jitters out of the way, getting this win over Falcons, especially in that close second map, I feel like the sky's the limit, but playoffs feels reasonable.
Yeah, playoffs for Na'Vi is just a thing that we would be looking for. After this performance we've seen, yes, I know the Falcons, the Vietnamese region is usually the team that's not you'll be looking to kind of test your performance versus. If you want to be watching Na'Vi, you should be probably seeing them playing versus, let's say, a Chinese team, maybe the Filipino teams, the Stallions, and then we can decide if Na'Vi can go forward onto this tournament. But as Paladin mentioned, I believe that Na'Vi should be on the playoffs, and I guess it's going to be very, very good for them.
I really enjoyed how many successful clutch moments Na'Vi had throughout that as well. Whether they were on the side of the 1vx or if they were on the other side where they had to make sure Falcons didn't clutch against them, always were working well together. Particularly that last round, didn't plan at A, instead they just rotated over towards B, made sure someone covered, delayed time. Everything seems to be there for Na'Vi, and I think the script is going to start to write itself a little bit for this roster as they progress through this tournament and get even more chemistry, get even more comfortable with the setting of LAN as well. As for Falcons, it's going to have to be a turnaround. Maybe the pick and ban phase might look a little bit different for them going forward. Perhaps they shouldn't have allowed sub-base to go through.
I mean, they have a good sub-base, but they are playing versus Na'Vi. Navi's sub-base, we said that it is unmatched. It is one of the best for themselves. So if you are going versus Na'Vi and you're picking one of their best map, I'm not saying that they picked it. You picked it them yourself versus them. That means that it puts a lot of pressure on yourself, because if Black Widow was the first map, it was very close, 10-8. So you can get the second map, you can have chances on the other maps. Other than that, I believe that Na'Vi just kind of had a very good and easy map veto after the pick by Falcons onto sub-base.
You gotta give credit to Na'Vi for starting off the right way and floating on Kara, right? If that doesn't happen altogether, then we're not in the situation where Falcons picking a sub-base. We don't have Black Widow potentially as a second. There's a completely different shift to the tone of the veto. So, I mean, I'm never going to actually give too much credence to a veto at the end of the day, but in this situation, this very key situation, that float of the perma completely shifted the dynamic off the rip, really.
Those are the final statistics then. 10-8 in the favor of Na'Vi to finish us off. I mean, KDs, we already knew what the likes of LKK and AKX can do, but I think you pointed out, Juan was able to really step up in this game. There was a 1v3 in that matchup that was just fantastic for him as well. On the other side for Falcons, I mean, Dan struggled a little bit with the 7 and 14. There's always going to be some players who look a little bit weaker when it comes to statistics, but damage is going to be there on their side as well. So in the end, it's going to be Na'Vi 10 and Falcons versus 8 for our first matchup of the day. But it was still a very exciting one to watch for me personally. Back watching whilst you guys were shouting over everything, I enjoyed watching it as well. I was hoping that we were going to get a map 3, but in the end, it just ends with 2. But then that starts to look towards the rest of our matchups that we have for today, right? This was the one we thought might be the closest. Now we've seen that. Do we think that perhaps maybe Rock versus Nemesis next? That might be a little bit closer, or is that more of a one-sided affair?
Well, we've talked about that Navi is the 3rd seed on the Brazilian league, right? Now you're going to be watching the 1st seed. You're going to be watching Rock Esports versus the 3rd seed on the EU Menace. So it's going to be very tough for Team Nemesis. Honestly, I believe that Rock Esports is the team that you would be looking for, and this is the team that you would be making, probably thinking that, okay, they might be making it into semifinals, they might be making it into finals. So that's why I'm saying this is going to be a tougher opponent for Nemesis to play against, other than starting versus Navi, starting versus Falcons. So Falcons, they had a very good opponent, Navi, but now you're going to be seeing the real face of the Brazilian league. You're going to be seeing Rock Esports.
Well, that's a teaser for you guys watching at home. That's what we can be excited for, the #1 Brazilian team competing up next. But of course, we have to get the players ready as well, get them onto the main stage before we can actually start competing. So that's what's coming up next on your screens. We have Rock versus Nemesis, so stick around if you're a fan of either of them, or if you just like watching some Crossfire. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Quem é mais provável de usar a arma errada e só perceber quando já está no jogo?
Tu, viado.
Tu
com certeza, joga vários jogos.
Treinar tanto a ponto de esquecer de comer.
Essa maluquice é só tu, viado.
É isso, cara.
Sobrou pra tu, viado. Falar que vai entrar em 5 minutos, mas demorar bem mais do que isso. Quem que é esse aí, mano?
Quem é esse? Quem é esse?
É tu agora. Ok. Demorar demais pra se arrumar pra sair. Sacanagem.
Mas aqui, ó.
É só MG aqui, cara. Eu já tô pronto, só esperando ele.
Ser o primeiro a chegar no treino. GB é gestão, GB
é gestão.
GB é gestão.
Já mentindo pra mim. Passar o tempo explorando quando visita um país novo.
Sempre tá junto, quando era pra estar junto, nós tá junto, mano. Geral, é a tropa.
Ser a pessoa que levanta a moral do time.
Mano, os dois, mano.
Os dois, mano.
É os dois.
Tropa toda, mano. Tropa toda, sabe? Garantir que o time esteja bem cuidado antes mesmo de si próprio.
Isso aí é o Salga, né? Mas...
Salga.
Não, mas tá daqui é mais tu, tá ligado?
Então ferro, vambora.
É tu,
é gestão, mano.
Perder as coisas por onde quer que vá.
Porra, tu não tem como, velho.
É tudo não, Volta short, camisa, tudo tua na minha mala, velho.
Cara, é o mais bicho.
Acabou, né?
Dá umas...
Foi.
Acabou. Flash grenade!
So you just hit it when you get hit with a flashbang out of nowhere, but sadly, we don't get to see where he went. We'll have to find out a little bit later. He might be able to appear up somewhere on the A stream, I'm sure. But welcome back, everyone, to Crossfire EWC 2026. We're here live on the B stream. We've already had one series down, where sadly we saw Falcons lose 2-0 to Na'Vi. Or, thankfully, if you are a Na'Vi fan, of course. But now we can move into our second series of the day. We have Rock versus Nemesis. Dan Gaskin alongside both Penguin and Paladin. Yet again here, guys. We move now from the third best Brazilian team to the number one Brazilian team. And I'm very excited to see the comparison between the two. Are we going to see Rock really show us how they do it in Brazil?
Well, you're talking about the first seed. Yes, Rock Esports, they are doing very good job on the CFPL for Season 2, because Season 1 it was for Liquid. It was not a close fight for them, but they bounced back. That's why I'm saying Rock is one of the best rosters, and we've seen also these guys are sticking together. This is the third year, I believe, that these guys are sticking together. They have Fifi, one of the most veteran IGLs in this game, and he's the guy that's looking for his international trophy, because only him on these rosters is not the guy that didn't get any international trophy, CFS or even the EWC or anything else. So I believe that Fifi will give everything for Rocky Sports in order for them to put them at least in a favorable spot.
And chemistry is very important as well. Sticking together as a team is always going to benefit you, providing you are always finding progress. I mean, sometimes you are forced to make a change if things are going a little bit incorrectly for your squad, and we will see changes here or there. Now, on the other side, we've got Nemesis. They're going to be going up against them. Slight underdogs, I feel, in this match. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, it's a tough ask, right, to go up against the number one seed in any context. But for Nemesis, you know, they were formerly Inner Circle at last EWC, and it just felt like the win conditions for them just didn't show up. And, you know, maybe it was the international jitters, maybe, you know, getting used to that environment was a tough one for them. But what I've noticed is that, like, Na'Vi, night and day difference between EWC last year, EWC this year. And so, you know, maybe that might be able to happen for some players like Alucard, maybe like Raffin on Team Nemesis, but I don't know, it's a tough ask, and I can't necessarily give them that good faith when you've got that Team Rock on the other side who have looked so strong in their league as well.
Yes, a tough ask for them. Actually, just an opening game versus Rocky Sports, one of the best on Brazil, if not the best right now. So, and you're mentioning, yes, Raffin, this is his first time on the international stage with this roster, because he used to perform for LCK. Now he's going to be playing with Alucard, he's going to be playing with Big Comics and Dipsy. I want to highlight those two players because they are the key factors for Nemesis getting here. The addition of these guys with Beck, the IGL of Nemesis, just put them ahead and gave them a good, let's say, involvement, in my opinion, because other than that, Nemesis were kind of a mid-table team. They bring those two players and they go to the international tournaments now.
Well, let's take a deeper dive into Rock then, the favourites for this series. And I mean, 5 players who I'm sure will be looking to try and make a statement here in the second series as well, progress a little bit further in this group and try and get out of it. You mentioned a couple of the key players on the Nemesis side. Penguin, what have you got for me on Rock? Who should we be looking out for to make the difference here?
The best Brazilian player, which is AKT or Action. This guy is just insane. The way he moves, the way he plays. He's not only an aimer, but he's one of the best players in terms of movement as well, because he knows how to dodge the bullet, he knows how to be strafe swinging, he knows how to crouch peek, when to crouch peek, when to strafe swing, when to try to spray, when to tap. So he's one of the best players I've ever seen in my entire life, and definitely he's the best player on the Brazilian scene right now. So AKT or Action, these guys, just we need to be looking at just as LKK.
Wow, some big things, some big expectations, and I'm excited to see how he's going to do. I mean, Paladin, when you look at all 5 of these players, do you think that this is a roster, like, how far do you think they can go in this tournament, right? It's worth saying that, yes, they might be the favourites for this matchup, but in the grand scheme of things, are they a top 3 side, a top 4 side? What do you think?
It's playoff minimum for them. For a side of this caliber. That's the expectation. But you're always thinking about, the Chinese rosters that are around every corner. You know what I mean? The fact that Baisha, even Q9, EPG, there's so many options that you can go throughout that Chinese region that I feel as though quarterfinals, semifinals, that's where you start to get into some risky territory.
Well, if we move over to Nemesis, then a different region, different players. I think Egypt, Turkey as well. We see players featuring on this roster. Is this going to be too tall a task, do you think, Penguin? Or is there something, is there any hope for this team in this series?
Yes, definitely there is. That if Rock Esports just starts the way that they used to play versus the lower or maybe the weaker team, because when they play versus a team that they know that they are kind of gonna destroy in terms of strat-wise or aim-wise, they try to play very aggressive, they try to go for everything, control, try to do some crazy plays, just solo peaks, and these things, if Nemesis are ready for it, I believe that they can push Rock till the edge. I don't think that Nemesis can kind of upset Rock in the first game, but I think that it's not going to be an easy game. It's not going to be a quiet one-sided game. On paper, it should be one. But Nemesis, they're on the international stage now. They have Dipsy, they have Comics, they have Kevin. They should be preparing very, very well for this tournament.
Well, we're into our pick and bans. We're going to see New Mexico taken away as Eagle Eye. We move into New Compound as the pick then for Nemesis, and we will see Ankara come out on the other side for Rock. Thoughts on that one?
I want to defer to you, Penguin, because for me, I feel like you've got a little bit more of an idea of where Nemesis want to go in terms of trying to catch them off guard. Does this veto kind of reflect that?
I guess it's very basic veto for Nemesis because they usually ban New Mexico. They don't play New Mexico. You're not going to be seeing Nemesis playing New Mexico on this stage because they don't play it. So Ankara is their always pick that they do. So it's a basic, let's say, map veto for them. And their new compound is not bad as well because they have double sniper setup. They have Dipsy who's kind of flexing the sniper. He's trying to be the guy that's also locking the big and mini in terms of control. So I think it's a very, very good veto for them. They dodged sub-base because we've seen Brazilian sub-base. They've dodged Black Widow. We've seen also Brazilians Black Widow. So they're going to be playing on one of the close and kind of small maps. New compound, they'll try to push through it, and Ankara, one of the big maps that they usually be picking since I believe last year. They love Ankara and they know how to play Ankara, especially with Alucard, like this guy that's smiling right there.
And you mentioned a two-snipe setup sometimes. Paladin, how difficult is it to break through a team who goes for something that strategic, right? Tries to pull the two snipers out. I mean, it can be very difficult at times to try and take any angle if you're being faced up against a sniper.
It's all about utility, right? It's all about utility. It's all about chemistry. Can you potentially smoke flash to get these players off the angles? Or do you have good trading protocols? And you look at Rock top to bottom, you look at how long that they've played with one another, those fundamentals are there, through the entire map pool, through the entire setups that they have. It doesn't matter the side, it doesn't matter the duo per se. It feels like they've got the keys to the castle, so it will, for them to actually get the job done. So regardless of Team Nemesis's advantage potentially to cause a ruckus in this opening matchup, you got to look at the forest for the trees and say there's a lot to like about Rock, and they should still be favored even in this kind of situation.
So Rock the clear favourites, but boys, I'm going to ask you for some predictions. Let's just go map one, we'll keep it simple. How do you think this one's going to go?
I'm pretty far in favor of Rock regardless. I think it's going to be difficult but for Nemesis, but the fact that they've got a little bit of comfort, Penguin, if you wanted to have a conversation, I'd probably look towards this one.
Well, I think it's going to be, yes, in favor of Rock, but I don't think it's going to be a stomp for Rock because, as I mentioned, Nemesis, they know how to play those two maps. If it was Sub-Base, if it was Black Widow, if it was, let's say, Port, I would say that Rock can just stomp Nemesis away. But those two maps are the maps that I believe Nemesis are looking for, because if you look at the second most picked map by Team Nemesis, it is going to be this map. It is going to be New Compound. They pick also Black Widow, but when they play versus other regions, they deny Black Widow completely, because on the West League or the EOMANA region, the Black Widows played on a different level. So this different play style, we usually cannot adapt versus the other teams, the way they play, the way they control the map. So I think it is a very, very good two maps for Nemesis. And if there's a chance for Nemesis to do an upset, it is going to be on those two maps.
Now, usually when we have an underdog, there's always the worry that the playbook won't necessarily be as deep as the other team, right? When plan A and plan B start to go south, where do you go from there? Do you think the Nemesis have plan C, D? Like, are they experienced enough coming into this one that if things start to go a little bit sour, they will still have something up their sleeve? Or do you think they might be a little bit one-dimensional here in this matchup?
Well, if they're going to be having C and D plans, I believe that it's going to be a, let's say, 20-30% winning rate for them, because they have Kevin. Yes, they have their coach, veteran coach, a Russian coach that has been with them for a while, and he's trying to build such things. But in my opinion, going versus Fefe, this guy is just a mastermind of the Brazilian league. He's the most championed or crowned locally on Brazil. So yes, they might be having some game plans, but I don't think it's gonna be usually successful versus Rock, because if Rock uses all their game plans, I think that Nemesis will be kind of lost in the gameplay.
The problem is in this kind of situation is if I'm the underdog, I want to get into scrappy situations. I want to get into 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, where I can say, let the aimers shine, let them find a little bit of this X factor into the conversation. When I think about Alucard and I think about Raffin, I'm thinking about those 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s. But the problem is I look towards the Brazilian side and I say their advantage comes with the chemistry. I mean, the reason why their map pool is so deep is because they can rely on those clutch factors to go their way. So it's just any way you spin it, it's really difficult for me to see an avenue for Nemesis in. It has to be those big X factor moments that have to go in their favor. They've got to rack up a little bit of momentum into their favor, and that's just kind of how you have to string together an upset. And it's hard for me as someone that likes to look into the quote-unquote like intangibles of the game and suggest a chance for an upset. It's just not painting a good picture for me.
It's always tough when you're an analyst or a color commentator and you've seen the writing on the wall many a time, but of course we want to make it, and we hope that it's going to be an entertaining matchup for the viewers at home as well, as the players now look like they are starting to get ready for this matchup. Penguin, quick one for you. How integral are these coaches, not only for strategy but also chemistry as well, building the rapport between the teams here?
Well, Kevin, as I mentioned, he's the veteran. He's the guy that's been building this roster together, but he's always having some troubles. He's always having the roster changes, unlike the guys from Rock. So they usually are steady, and they are also having the help of Fifi, because this guy is mastermind in and outside the game. So they use his strategies, they use his experience in and outside the game. So usually your coach, as a Vienna, this is a guy that you looked and you've seen him winning CFS. He brings the Brazilians into #1 region for 2 years in a row. So I still think Vienna versus Kevin, I would say that Vienna have an edge because he has a Fifi, but also Beck is a good veteran IGL in the favor of Kevin.
Because Paladin, there's always two sides to a story for a coach, right? You can create all the strategy you want, you can make sure that every round you can have some sort of option, but also being able to pick your team up when things start to go wrong as well, calling that tactical timeout, making sure you can have a little chat to them after a map happens as well to try and get them back on board. Because how important is morale, do you think, in Crossfire for this team?
That's everything, right? Because there's no real momentum in terms of, the actual round. A little deft with the timeout selection, right? You can't be very willy-nilly with it and just throw it out because you only have that one. And so in these coaches' minds, having to time that well and putting all that risk into that, you saw how it showed up in the previous series where, there was an opportunity for some timeouts for Falcons, but it didn't net them anything, and then you're in the hole. You're in the hole, and you can't find any way to dig yourselves out. So a lot of pressure on these coaches to just find the answer via morale, and I think that having those veteran IGLs and veteran coaches as well is going to be the key for them to stay alive. If they're down the deficit of 4 rounds, 5 rounds, things like that.
Well, they have a very important role to play, that's for sure, as it's going to be a difficult one for Nemesis, but I would love to see them pull off some sort of an upset here, just to give us an opportunity maybe of seeing them fight into this matchup against Rock. Now, for this map, I know I asked you in the previous series, Penguin, we were talking about sub-base. I was asking you, where is this map won and lost? How do you feel about this series and this first map? Is there any key areas that these teams are going to have to focus on locking down?
Yeah, exactly. The big mini on new compound. That's why I mentioned Dipsy, because he's the guy that's using the sniper on this area. Because if you have a very, very fair advantage and you still can take the bigger mini, I think that this advantage can go on the ground if you cannot elevate it and go and try to take this area, because the information on this area just shapes everything. If nobody is there, they're going to be stacking a side, and if they stack a side, the execution is going to be very, very tough for them. Yes, we've seen new compound had some changes. They made it kind of open into the flashes onto a side. There is a small window that you can toss your flash and you can push to the side, but still, if you don't have a good, successful bigger mini control, they're going to be stacking versus you on a side, and we know that Kevin and Nemesis themselves, they play the rotation game. If you don't have any information on B side, just stack A side, and if someone just chose on big and mini, try to rotate and support your teammate. That's what Rock gonna be trying to deny, I believe, on the first rounds.
Stacking a site can always be a risk as well, Paladin, but it becomes a bit of a mind game the further you get in, and if you stack one site and then you stack the other, and I think that mind games play a part in this as well. It's not just the coaches, but also the players need to be aware of which site they're going to be focusing on and trying to maybe go for a little dipsy doodle, as you said, a little bit later on. And we'll have to see whether we see some site stacks here from either teams. It looks like they're just making sure they're going to be ready going into this one, sorting out and making sure every player is going to be comfortable before we start this first map as well. As we move into map 2, it's going to be difficult for the losing team, of course, to try and bounce back. That being said, with it being map picks, we always know that even if the team who loses first one, if they pick the second, they might have the opportunity to get back into it. Do you have a favor in terms of attack versus defense here on this first map? Would you rather be on one side rather than the other to kick things off?
Well, on new compound, it's definitely going to be the defender sided because, as I mentioned, Nemesis, they're going to be trying to make the plays. They're starting with the Blackler side. They try to shape the game, but on new compound, the global side is having an advantage due to the fast rotation that you can have. It's very close areas. It's very small map in terms of defense. You don't have that much control areas they can do, so all you need to do is just to play defensively, try to play passively. You have a lot of corners to kind of, let's say, hide and try to play for Crossfire. That's why I'm saying new compound is kind of favored around the global side, unlike Ankara, which is heavily sided around Blacklist side. That's why it's going to be a very, very tough start for Nemesis, but if they can go through, I still think that there is size of hope that these guys can upset.
There's got to be a little bit of bias from you though, right? Just a little bit of bias. The thinking that Nemesis can pull this one off.
Yeah, because Rock usually they start very slow.
Yeah.
And we've seen them also on the upper bracket final, on the upper bracket where they, on their Brazilian league, they lost 3-0 to Navi. So when they start very slow, I think that that other team can kind of just get over this and get the win. Other than that, if Rock started very fast, it's exactly going to be that we expected. This is going to be a complete sweep by Rock Esports in favor of them.
So a complete sweep is what we think could happen, should happen, but will it happen is going to be the real question. Nemesis trying to prove us wrong, trying to prove everyone wrong, and try and put their best foot forward to try and progress further in this group bracket as well. It would be a huge upset if they're able to even get a map on the board. We'll have to wait and see whether that can happen as we are close to getting started between these two of Nemesis versus Rock. I think both of the boys here on the desk believe that Rock should be favorites. I think I'm going to be with them as well. Let us know at home in the chat who you think is going to be taking this one. Do you think it's going to be Rock? Do you think it's going to be Nemesis? And how far do you think they're going to go in this entire tournament of Crossfire at EWC 2026? I mean, in terms of the, well, death stare. Oh my god, that was a jump scare there. I was like, hello, he's looking right into my soul. But yeah, the players look like they have been able to sort out any issues that they had, and they are going to be getting ready and going into this game. I'm excited for it because you boys have been mentioned some very valid points as well, talking about utility and how important it is to be saving those flashes and smokes to use in tandem together to try and break onto these sites as well, get that C4 down. How difficult can it be sometimes to get the C4 down for some of these players? Is there like strategies to try and employ for these squads where they will set themselves up just to deny plants at times?
Yeah, exactly. On new compound, this is exactly the plan. You try to deny their entrance to the site because, as I mentioned, the sites have a lot of corners to check, a lot of corners to kind of clear. So if you can just deny this information and deny these controls, you will be able to get an easy round, in my opinion. And the flashes and the smokes, usually on the global side, we've seen, and we're going to be seeing the Q smokes on big and mini. If you know how to use your smokes, how to effectively use your smokes just to deny the control from the enemy team, this is going to be a big trouble for the attacker side.
Well, there we go. We've got the war cries coming out of both teams as now we are going to be heading into this game. So it's a chance for me to say goodbye and, of course, send it over to our incredible commentators who were previously analysts, but now they move into casters instead. Guys, take this one away. Enjoy it. Let's see what happens between Rock versus Nemesis.
One of the most interesting parts of Rock Esports is the sound that they make when they win rounds. I think a big time when they were known as Alcadzia over there at EWC last year, whenever they started off on the right foot, you could not hear anything else in the venue because they were as loud as they were. I'd be curious to see if that same idea runs through with Rock now that they're donning this organization's colors.
Well, that's the Brazilians. We've heard Navi, when they get around, they're always too loud, and now it's time for Rock to show us such a good performance. We've seen the third seed just getting the win over the first seed of the Vietnamese, and now the third seed of the West League is going to be playing versus the best on the Brazilian League. Rock Esports to face Nemesis on the opening for theirs, guys.
Aggression towards this B side straight away for Nemesis. Want to start off on the right foot here. Comics and Raffin leading the way. But maybe more of a split on the cards instead for Nemesis, peering down in through the middle of the map. Joining hands. Minute 35 left on the clock. Plenty of time to put together a default here. But Fifi playing a little bit more forward. Silva on that secondary. Backs away. Puts a lot of pressure here on Nemesis to try to find that opener and start things off the right way.
What a nade, man. Action just takes this nade right in his face, and now Pefi with the information, he got all the information needed. Can he line two players? Yes, he gets one, but all the wall banks whiffs, and instantly Comics just trace back. Fefi just falls while the rotation is all onto the B side. Silva misses the first shot, but Beck is trying to unleash himself into the side because Tipsy is already on the side, but AKT here Action just doubles down, and 2-on-2 is the outcome of this round.
And we speak about the post plants and the difficulty for retakes, but MG, VNC, they want to play ahead of the utility. Make that just MG now in a 1-on-2. And how many corners can you realistically check here is the question. MG getting peppered down, switches over to the pistol. And Beck and Nemesis start off in the right way. That's exactly what they're looking for. And all of a sudden you see Rock kind of slink back a little bit on that defensive side. Fifi tried his hardest to find something there, and Silva just pinned from so many different angles, couldn't actually get the trades, regardless of Action's heroics, but it feels as though Rock didn't feel like they were kind of warmed into that round there.
Exactly, and we've seen a very good shots from Beck. This guy, the IGL of Nemesis, just brings it to the table and gets the first round to his teammates, and now it's 1-0 in pair of the rounds. And look at Raffin. He's trying to jump spot through tower. Seen a very good nade from Comics, I believe, and now he's trying to make the same nade. Yes, he takes damage, but this time Action just tries to dodge the nade. Alucard just trying to play in the smoke. He's trying to find an angle, but Action is just using his smoke in his favor. He's trying to swing every single round, every single second, try to get the information, but now what Nemesis are doing, they are trying to deny the information from Rocky Sports. Rocky Sports are desperate for the information, and now they know that they crossed mid already. Silva opens it up on Tipsy and makes it 5v4. Silva whiffed a shot on the last round, and now he gets a double.
Huge work there from Silva. This B bomb site is closed for business. Split potential still available here for Nemesis towards either side. Beck finding Action definitely opens up the map now, and more pressure put on Silva to perform yet again. Nemesis still have a minute left on the clock. They have the option to go into A, and Beck is slowly starting to peer in. It's MG's turn to be up to bat, searching for another kill. Now under a minute left on the clock, and Nemesis have to start getting a move on, and they're getting cornered from every angle. VNC and Silva also closing in. It's his A-bomb site though, and Raffin finds the opening incision. Fifi now has got to do a lot on his own. His aim isn't able to find anything. Beck there for another, yet to die so far on new compound, and it's all up to Silva in the 1-on-3.
Exactly, and we've seen the sandwich coming out from Rocky Sport, but it wasn't successful because of Fefi just with the shots, and Beck still doing a very good job in my opinion, and he wasn't afraid to swing the aim in and get the kill over Fefi because Fefi was heavily damaged and just sweep it off. He starts the kill and he ends the round also on a kill and gets one more round on the board for Team Nemesis. 2-0 on the Blacklist side is just an insane, and the change in the play coming out right now from Rocky Sports. They try to take mid, they try to deny the information and the areas of the control that's coming out from Nemesis, and look at that, they might be fighting on the B tunnels. Raffin just opens it up on Silva and now makes it a numbers advantage in favor of Nemesis once again and forces Rock to just fall away from mid.
It feels like the round's over almost. MG now has to do so much on the back of the site. He's got a sniper ready and rearing to go. He finds one. Action is also arriving, but the trades are fantastic here for Nemesis. You'd think Alucard nailing every shot. It's all up to MG in the clutch, and all the shots are going awry. He's spotted out where Beck is as well, so it's a doable clutch, but the double swing is there from Nemesis. They're getting loud, they're getting proud, and now they've got themselves that clean sheet staying alive here, 3-0.
I still think that Nemesis are way better when it comes to the aim duels on Rocky Sports. That's why I said Rocky Sports usually they start very slow. They're not the team that you expect them to kind of perform the best at the beginning of the games, and Nemesis are changing their playstyle very well. Mid control into B-long control, dodging the push from Rock and elevating this into a B-side push, which was completely clear. Just fearing nobody makes Nemesis a very tough team to face right now.
Good flash. Silva's now pinned. He's got to fight for his right to live in this round, and he won't find anything. Great use of utility and bodies to take out Silva in the most efficient way. And he's had just such a difficult start to this map. Basically just being flashed to shreds. And yet again, this B bomb site is having to get manned by more and more bodies. And it doesn't seem like they've figured out the winning formula. Nemesis now pumped the brakes. They know that the surge is coming back from the defense. And they've been doing a good job to hold on to these man advantages, but here comes Fifi.
I mean, the flash was perfect, but Fifi's just Raffen is not checking his corners. He gets one more, and if there is someone needs to flip this round, it's going to be this mastermind. Fifi with the double right now just reclaims the big area. And the fight around the big and many, we've talked about it multiple times. It was successful for Nemesis until this round, but yet it's 2v4. A clutch doable because it's Beck and Alucard, one of the best players on Nemesis right now and one of the best snipers in the region, is now both fighting, trying to get this round back into their favor. However, Rock are not giving them any chance to do any mistakes. Look at the passive gameplay coming out from them. A huge respect from Rocky Sports to Nemesis.
I don't want to leave any stone unturned. 25 seconds left on the clock. And nothing being offered over to them. Eventually, they're going to have to show a little bit of skin. And now, to that A bomb site they go. It's VNC and MG peering into that A site. Alucard will continue to move in. They're giving up the plan, playing in this retake. We've seen the potential of this offense to pull some of these rounds off, and of course having Alucard and Beck are probably the two men that you want in this kind of situation.
Yes.
This must be nailed by Rock.
Exactly, and we've seen the pinch and the sandwich coming out right now. Beck, he's going to be pushing. Action just knows that he's around the corner. Alucard is trying to dominate onto both players, but he's 1v3, just fighting versus 3 USPs in his face. And now, finally, you are seeing Rock on the board right now. 3-1, and we haven't heard the shout that you've talked about from Rock. Maybe the guys are not just ready yet. Probably, I believe that they're still kind of trying to warm up their game, warm up their aim, warm up their strategies, because this round it was kind of for Nemesis, and the push that they did and the retake to the big and mini was kind of successful and a very good and perfect goal by Fifi.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done here from Rock. I think they understand that as well. Not as loud as you could potentially expect from them, but so much space being taken by Nemesis as quickly as possible. Looking to split onto this A-side action, though. He's been a shining light for this team so far in terms of the multi-kill potential, and VNC is there to chime in as well. Fifi with the rotation back over to A gets legged, but it's AKT to just find every kill that he's looking for. 2-on-5 now for Nemesis as they slowly lose their grip, and we talk about the slow starts for Rock, and maybe that slow start to this map has been put to rest.
Yeah, look at the actions position. These guys just took the whole map into his favor, and right now he's pushing back to go back to the base in order for him to get the kill. And again, once again, Beck and Raffen, they are on this clutch 2v5. This time it's not Alucard, it's Raffen. However, it's kind of very hard for them to get back into the C4. we've seen the change of the pace coming out from Nemesis. Nemesis, they were playing slow-paced gameplay. They were trying to take controls, they were trying to take areas, and then suddenly he pushed into mid. Action just found one kill, and he immediately retreated, went back, and then he swing with VNC, get the other kill, and they swing again to get Alucard. It was an aggressive round from Nemesis that's been stopped by Action. This guy right there is trying to find his 4th kill, I believe, on this round.
That's exactly what you're looking for, your star player. You know, there's a lot of expectations on a guy that has looked so good across his career. So much international success as well. And looking to compound that here at EWC 2026. Expectations to make playoffs, expectations to try and challenge those of the Chinese.
Yeah.
But it's a tough order. It's a tough order no matter which way you swing it.
Dipsy tried to kinda just pre-fire Silva on this angle, but yet he missed the shot, and now he's gonna be sticking with this TRG till the end of this round. Double sniper setup coming out from Nemesis. They're gonna be trying to get some intel, try to push Rock into some mistakes. If you have 2 snipers on the Blacker side, that means that you need to be pushing the enemy team into mistakes. Flash over by VNC just to retreat and pushing MG, his sniper, to control the area, who's been silent so far. Yes, he has 4 kills, but we haven't seen a crazy plays coming out from them. And MG is the sniper that is kinda usually quiet unless it is a clutch.
MG now smoke in his face, unbeknownst to him, 3 bodies on the other side, looking to breach this A site. And a slow but methodical Alucard from mid as well. So this split is looking promising, but 3 players here for Rock leads me to believe that there's still options for the defense. Bomb still yet to be picked up. And you've still got Dipsy patrolling over to B, so this is not a done deal for Nemesis. But AKT Action, oh my goodness, finds a second through the smoke. Magnificent work there from your star. And the Brazilians now in a 5-on-3 looking to compound the pain now. MG tossing the flash, slows this hit down even further. Has the angle now in his favor. Comics will have to swing into this sniper, and he can't do it. Raffin is there for the trade, but BNC to chime in. Action will find a 3rd. And Rock have now equalized.
I mean, if you're swinging versus MG, trying to bait his, let's say, the shot, this is not the guy that you're going to be doing this versus him, because he's the guy that's going to be holding his sniper. He's going to be trying to wait until it is a clear shot from him. And this is exactly what MG did last round. 3 in a row by Nemesis, just followed by 3 in a row by Rock Esports right now, and it is equalized once again. Our Nemesis are back into their most successful strategy, which is the big and mini take. And this time, Silva is going to be playing with Fefi on this area, trying to deny the information and the control that's coming out from Nemesis.
Slow play here from Nemesis. They've realized how much space they've lost in this best of 3, but Fifi naded to 43. Looks to try and change up his position, dancing between these angles every which way. And trying to also dodge the flashes. He knows how difficult that's been to deal with. These reads have been very well done by Rock, having the right players in the right spaces. Willing to give over the mid space, knowing that they can deal with the main site hit before they have to deal with the site split. And Nemesis still continue to slow this pace down. Now mid-control being taken here from this offense. And slowly Action's got to turn his attention over there as well.
I mean, if you look at the rounds right now, everybody's just kind of moving towards Action. And if you are playing this game, you need to avoid this guy, because this guy's having 10 kills on 6 rounds. I guess most of them are headshots. And now Fefe is just with this sneak smoke on the small window, just pushes the enemy team to go through the doors which he is looking at. Otherwise, if you are Comics and he just pushes this small window and Nas instantly gets killed. And now Silva finds himself solo defending this side, and Action just whiffs on back and he gets the double with the swing. And Comics just backs it down and Silva loses his life. One of the best rounds from Nemesis right now. And they said that Nemesis, they were always successful on the big and mini take. And after that, just trying to throw a fake through mid and then going back to B side and instantly just grabbing the kills. Comics with the risk of going into the window with the smoke and then killing Fefi, just getting the red out of him.
Shot there from VNC. Brings it down to a 1-on-2. Still a very difficult after plan to deal with, and yeah, Dipsy will find the necessary kill. Beck is having an unreal map so far. So much impact, 90 degrees flicks here into that B side, and a rare miss from Action, mind you. On low HP, you know, it's a difficult shot to hit. You know, if you do miss that first bullet, you are in a bit of bother just because he doesn't have the HP, but still, it doesn't feel like Nemesis have a complete foothold on this game. They have to earn these rounds every so often, and more aggression comes out from Rock. Action wants to get involved as soon as possible. Sits at 12 kills here, winning almost every duel that's been thrown his way. Oh my goodness, what a triple nade into Fifi, who just had so much difficulty. And Alucard with the double. It's just MG now in a 1-on-4, but this round is not happening whatsoever. Nemesis are very happy with that one because that was just pandemonium for them.
MG with 3 clear shots on all the guys are pushing beside. This is not the MG that we would be looking for because usually he's the guy that's hitting these shots. But if you look at Action again, just pushing mid, getting red out of back, but then the complete action from Nemesis. They knew that they took mid, so they instantly just rushed and closed the round on B side. This is the second time that Nemesis do the same, and both of them, they were successful. So well played by Nemesis. They still have a very, very good half to close in. If they can make it into 6-3, it's gonna be quite tough for Rock to come back, especially that Rock gonna be switching to the Blacklist side. The side that I think it is hard on this map. Yes, with this change, it's kind of made it a bit a Blacklist side change, but still, I think that because of the fast rotation, the close corners that you need to check, the smokes, the Q smokes in mid, the Q smokes in big and mini, the global side is heavily favored on this map.
Nemesis doing the job that they were looking to look for on their opening map. And still that slow, methodical playstyle of taking mid, finding these necessary splits to cause a bit of a ruckus on the rotations.
VNC?
Pretty solid. And yeah, VNC has gotten very far forward. I don't know if Dipsy spotted him. He absolutely has not. And now he's just going to try to confirm this kill. And he will. But here comes the main hit. Into Silva once more. Has to nail these shots straight away. And he finds the first. Fifi finally finds a little bit from himself. And MG will also find what he needed. They hang on to just keeping this round, or these rounds, within one. But you have to commend for Nemesis in terms of how they've started this best of 3. And the expectation now to try and close this out now that they've switched over to the global risk side.
It should be easier. We're going to be seeing now Nemesis on the global side. If they can get this first round, they can put themselves on board. We can say that's going to be close. I've mentioned that it's going to be a close game. Yes, maybe Rock still have the chances of closing this map, but it's not going to be a stomp. It's not going to be a one-sided game because Rock usually, we mentioned that this team is not the team that starts at its best. They just improve day by day during the international stage. So we are seeing a very good performance from Nemesis as well. So 5-4 is a fair half. But now Action almost lost his life to this wall bang. He took some little bit fair damage from Comics, from Beck, but still no signs of push until now. The C4 is on tower, all the players are gathered on mid. Silva's switching into HK, just leaving his sniper. That means that there is a push and a commitment into a side coming out from Team Rock right now. 1 minute and 20 seconds, and they still haven't made any presence on Big and Mini until Fefi just wallbangs the quad boxes now.
Rock now have to deal with some of this utility in mid. Deeper smokes being tossed out by the defense makes these splits a little bit more difficult here for Rock. We're thinking about a B split. Silva's gotten a lot of advanced positioning, but Rock looks towards A instead. They're going to wait out this smoke. They've got a flash primed and ready for action to get involved. And he can't find anything either. Hoping that causes a little bit of a fake. But nobody on Nemesis budge. Here comes another flash to set up another B play. With 39 seconds left on the clock, Rocket have got to start making definitive decisions as to where they want to end. And they're going to go into this B site, into the stack, into all of these Nemesis players, but Raffin finds nothing, and Action finds a very necessary opening, and now it's Fifi's turn to turn up the heat. 20 seconds left on the clock. Dipsy can play spoiler. He found two instantaneously, and he the third before he hits the deck. 14 seconds left on the clock. The bomb should be able to go down, but Alucard, he has an opportunity at clutching up here.
Well, I mean, Dipsy, was this, let's say, trigger discipline from him. Almost flipped around in favor of Nemesis, but now Alucard found himself only 1v2, and yet Rock Esports with a successful push. The flashes and the utility usage that we've talked about, and this is exactly a perfect example of how good the flashes were, because two of Nemesis players were fully blind. One of them was Beck, he was just caught off guard, and the other was Comics as well, so they died without a single fight. A good and steady round by Rock Esports. Now they equalize it, and we've seen this again. It was 3-3, now it's 5-5, and the control from Team Nemesis into the B side. Just Dipsy is trying to take the full B-long control, trying to fight versus Silva, and Silva already knows that Dipsy is heavily pushed into the tunnels.
Double sniper set up on the offense. Silva and MG keen on using these weapons. Again, that mid control will always be the name of the game here for this offense. And Fifi decides to lead the charge here on B. Has done a good job in taking that space, putting some pressure on some of the defenders. But Comics, close range sniper work.
They're gonna nade him
here on B. Yeah, they can absolutely nade him. There comes the double nade. He's still alive somehow. 12 HP to his name. He's not making it clear to Nemesis or Rock, rather, just to where they want to move forward. Dipsy's still fighting ahead and isn't actually able to find anything. Finally, they fall away. But Rock gets the slight advantage here after getting a lot of space over on B.
Well, I mean, Dipsy tried to deny this space. He tried to make a play because he knows that his teammates is kind of stuck in this position, and he knows that Comics is in a tough situation, and he's also very low HP, so he's kind of dead. He tried to reclaim the area, but Silva just denied it instantly by the wall bank on the box, just showing that I can watch this area, and I'm still watching this area versus you. So now they switch up the play into the A side where Alucard is there. He's trying to get the information. No enter found yet. The push through Elton. Just Raffin finds the first kill. Just double is down, and now it's all him versus the wall, and just dies right now. Action finally trade, but still Alucard on the side, just taking this balcony area, trying to fight for the side.
I mean, Alucard just has to live at this point. They still have themselves a man advantage here, Nemesis. 20 seconds left on the clock. MG's got to book it in. Or Action, rather, who's got the bomb on his back. Or, excuse me, Silva. But here comes the advantage. Already fighting forward, MG with a couple on his own. We know how valuable he can be in these clutch situations. And now Action's got his gun at the ready. Dipsy now in a 1-on-2 has done some great work over there on B, but now has to do it on A. So much pressure being applied to him from both angles, but the pistol is out for MG. Speak of him, and he shall arrive.
That's the experience we're talking about. That's how you handle the pressure. That's how you handle the retake. A very well played round by them. Raffin actually just killed two players pushing Elton, and he had a very good spot. He had a very good angle, but still, MG, this guy, when he takes position, when he's just on the call, he's the guy that you would be looking for. So this is an aggressive push coming out from Nemesis. A late flash from them, but Action still gets the kill over Raffin. And we've seen Action just playing aggressive on the Globalist side, aggressive on the Blackness side, and yet he gets both kills. Dipsy was the kill on Fifi, immediately traded by Silva, and this is exactly what we are talking about. Nemesis should bring the pause right now. Everything they tried is not successfully working, and Rock Esports, they are playing very, very slow. 2 plants under 10 seconds.
Yep. It just feels like there is a well-oiled machine brewing, humming at the pace that they want right now, forcing Nemesis to play to their speed. And regardless of the stacks, regardless of the reads, there hasn't been the solution for Nemesis. And I think you're absolutely right, Penguin. I think a pause has to be on the near horizon, especially if this round goes awry. But a minute 25, and look at how much pressure they can apply. They've tossed in that A lurk smoke every time. They've gone through it a couple of times. They can still use it to reroute over to B. There's plenty of options here for Rock, and Nemesis kind of been thrown for a loop here. And this time around, Beck will look at that smoke, but it's this B site that Rock have their eyes set upon.
Exactly, and look at MG, he's just coming late, but Comics immediately just kills MG in the process of just moving and trying to get the information. And he's 22 HP. VNC already was the side. Comics just can't step forward. It's 3v3. But Comics is a very low HP. He took the sniper. He's trying to get some information, and now Action just backed VNC a bit. And again, the C4 is going to be planted. It's a slow round from Rocky Esports. 3v3. Beck and Alucard need to try to work together. It's Alucard alone right now. He's going to be trying to retake from CT. I believe that this is the better call because Comics is kind of a dead person. He needs to be traded, and this is exactly what's going to be happening. But look at Silva. He pushed immediately into CT. He can get the better of Alucard, and exactly that's what we mentioned. And VNC just tries to dumb it down. Comics falls, and immediate rat after Beck also falls. A good pressure from Silva. He knows that these guys might be coming from the back. He knows that they might be trying to, let's say, trying to support Comics, and immediately pushes, gets Alucard off guard and gets the round for his teammates. Rocky Sports, they started very slow, 0-3, and now they are 7-5.
And it just feels like everything that they're throwing at Nemesis just is the right option. You're starting to see the chemistry with these players in these post plans, something that I spoke about where Nemesis would have to find the edge, but it is Rock every day. There's the immediate trade by MG, finding his counterpart in Alucard. Aggression all over the shop here for Nemesis, especially on that B side, but nothing netting for them. Rock now bounding towards mid, spotting out all of those players and taking the complementary space because of it. Dipsy now donning the secondary, gets ripped to shreds from VNC. This A-bomb site now ripe for the taking. That C4 should hit dirt. Befe spotted out too, and he goes down, but here comes the lurk from Silva. Lurks on lurks, kills on kills, and Rock have just figured out the secret formula.
I mean, a tactical pause is needed by Nemesis. Rocky Sports, these guys, I said, that's why I kept saying and insisting. It's not biased. It was, I know that Rocky Sports, they usually don't start very strong. They start very slow. They try to kind of test the pace, their aim, their strategies, their actions and retakes. Nemesis, they start very strong because they have a good preparation, they have a good analysis, and the in-game, let's say, the in-game reflections of how good Rock played is after the 3 rounds. They knew that Nemesis is relying on the big and mini, so they tried to strengthen this area, they tried to support this area, and they were successful. So they tried to also Nemesis, they've seen them trying to go through mid, so Action just knew what he needs to do. He played in the smoke, he got double, triple kills, tried to push, deny the information. So it was perfect executions from Rocky Sports. Rock are usually the team that's doing the reactions. They left Nemesis to do all the actions that they have, and they started doing the reactions. And the reactions did a very good job of making them come back to the game. It's now 8-5 in favor of Rock, and the tactical timeout for Nemesis. They need to be trying to change the gameplay, the pace.
What would you change, though? I mean, at this point, right?
Mid.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
What else they came in? They pushed B as well.
Right. So you don't have a solution.
I mean, I have a solution, but it's going to be kind of... I don't think that these guys are going to be doing it. You need to try to kind of play aggressive, but in the middle of the round, not at the beginning of the round.
Yeah.
Because you tried 2 or 3 times at the beginning of the round, and they're already aware. Rocky Sports are aware. They check if you're pushing at the beginning of the round, so they make the reactions. But in the middle of the round, you can catch them off guard. And you know that Rocky Sports are playing very, very slow. They push in the last 30 seconds, right? So you need to push the information at this time. Under 1 minute, push an information. Just push an area, get an information, get an intel in order for you to know what's happening on the map.
Well, let's see if that mid-round adaptation does come through here from Nemesis. I'll be curious to see what these changes are, because they have run out of time, or nearly run out of time here on map number 1 of our opening matchup here between Rock and Nemesis. DNC looking to potentially nade combo here. into Beck's crosshairs. But that does miss. So Rock looking to push the tempo in mid will be slowed down. And with that, that plan B of looking at B space comes to fruition as well. But we've seen this pace really work out for Rock as these rounds have unfolded. And they don't really show any signs of changing things up here.
I mean, Rock, they're still playing very slow. They now have the big, or the mini, control. So they are kinda trying to find an angle to get this round, but yet Nemesis, they are still trying to play the same. Raffin finally, he gets rid out of MG, and this is exactly the mid-round intel that we asked Nemesis to be doing. He just double peeked mid and got rid of the MG. We know that MG is not the guy that he's pushing into sides. He's always the guy who's staying at the back, trying to get the kills, trying to deny the rotation, or getting an important information and intel for his teammates. Rock Esports right now, they are down in numbers, but yet the C4 is around B side. Full rotation coming out from the guys, yet except Silva, he's taking MG's role on this setup.
It looks like he might go through a smoke there. Tough kills for Silva on his plate. It's really got to come down to these 3 players coming up into B. 4-player stack here for Nemesis. This should be the round that they're looking to convert. Beck finds one, Dipsy with another. And yet still, Action and Silva still have something to say here. 14 seconds left on the clock. They've got to get a move on. But Silva is just so far away that this should be round over. Nemesis make that mid-round adaptation, get the right players in the right spaces, and that tactical timeout, Penguin, seems to have worked in dividends.
Exactly, and this is why we have tactical timeouts. The guys, the rotations, the adaptations, sometimes it's not working. Sometimes you need to just chill. Sometimes you need to breathe, as you mentioned. Sometimes you just need to take some air, to chill, to try to calm down your communication. And this is exactly what happened by Nemesis. Nemesis, they had a very good, successful start on this map, which made them have the favor of taking these tactical pulls kinda late. Now it's 8-6, yet it is kinda in the favor of both teams, because Nemesis, they are on the global side, Rock, they are on the blacklist side, which is kinda the hardest side on this map. It is not heavily sided around global side, unlike the old compound, but still Nemesis, they can make the miracle and just gets the upset versus Rock Esports on this map.
Ooh, a little pacier here from Rock. They've taken mid at a minute 55, and they're looking to what worked for them before. It's tossing in that A lurk smoke and then moving towards through it. Action finds the trade. And there's definitely room for Rock to maneuver now that they've gotten this quick, this far up. Raffin now tasked with holding on to A by his lonesome. This chokehold is very easy to find some kills, but he's getting pinned. He's got to fight tooth and nail to hold on, and Raffin will find another. He's found Action, but Action will win the day. And MG with a quick double as well. Massive work there from the lurk on the sniper rifle there. And it leaves it all up to Alucard. Swapping between the pistol and the sniper, but Silva will have the last laugh. It's map point for Rock.
Exactly, what a round by them. I mean, Fefe, as you mentioned, he tried to change the pace, he tried to play very aggressive, and yes, he took mid under 1:50 minutes, and then suddenly he faces Raffin. Raffin gets the kill. Yes, Raffin whiffed a bit before getting this kill, but in the end, the Action is always the guy that he's changing everything for his teammates. He's the one guy that trades, lurks, pushes, does everything for his teammates. Silva tried to take the B pillars controller on, but he got punished immediately by Comics, who gets the raid out of him. And Beck, right now, with the shotgun behind the boxes, want to get the kill versus them, but now he's spotted and he needs to back off. And Rock, who's 1 round away, they know that they have one guy on shotgun, so if they group and push, they still have chances of winning this round.
There's a lot of room for Rock to play with. They don't have that early mid control that's been so valuable to them in rounds previous. Or should I say round previous, really.
No.
Nemesis totally fine with sitting on their haunches with this man advantage. Move all the way back with a 3-player setup there on B. But here comes that mid util. That A-lurk smoke, the deep spawn smoke as well, pushes these defensive players back. MG still has a chance at punishing some players, but this time they're going to go in through maybe some utility here on B. This is where Comics has got to do a whole lot of work, but the flash is gorgeous. It completely blinds him up, and now MG can rain down from the heavens. 4-on-3 now as Nemesis are losing bodies across the shop. They lose another trade. Raffin now has been spotted out, trying to hold on for as long as possible, and he does. Running out of bullets though, and now losing his life. It leaves it all up to Beck, who's had a hell of a start to this map, but needs to keep up the pace here to keep Nemesis alive on map number 1.
I mean, it's doable. Look at VNC's HP. He's very low. And MG is kind of taking a very, very, very step backward when it comes to controlling this map. And now he's trying to back VNC up because VNC, he has the C4. He needs to plant. And Beck is trying to move. Don't know if he made a step or not, but VNC doesn't know anything about Beck, where he is, and he is trying to get the kill. And yes, he does. And now it's very doable. It's 16 seconds.
Well, he's got to chase him. MG's got to chase him. And he finds it eventually. Switches out over to the primary and still finds the kill and the end of it all. Rock, they're slow to start for sure, but they roar back to life. And they start on the right foot as far as the result goes as they go up 1-0 in this series.
I mean, this round, how you lose the round?
You can't.
He whipped all his bullets and he switched to the sniper rifle and just immediately no-scopes him and gets the kill over Beck. I mean, a good start by Nemesis. We expected Nemesis to be kind of losing this map. Yes, we know. But I said that usually Nemesis, if they don't get as much rounds as possible on the first half, it's going to be very, very tough for them because Rock, whenever they're playing more, they're going to get stronger more and more. And this is exactly what happened by them.
They had me worried in the first half, did Rock. I mean, after the first 3 rounds, I was like, hold on a second, I thought this was going to be a more of a one-sided affair. Nemesis turned up to play, but then the experience started to shine through for Rock Esports, and they will take the first map in the end. In a comfortable fashion. I think it took them a little bit of time to warm up, but once they started to get going, boy, did they look good, and the first map will be on their side. Do you think this was just a case of, slow out of the blocks, early morning for them here, Paladin, or was there anything more that you saw in those first 3 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is they couldn't necessarily set the tempo on that defensive end. They're kind of playing towards the pace that Nemesis wanted to set. They didn't have some of those bodies that you would expect to come up alive necessarily. Action was definitely there, but you looked at Silva, Fifi on that B side, getting torn to shreds every time a split was coming through. They just really couldn't play their own game. And as soon as you switch back over to that the Blacklist side, where they're able to set the tempo, the splits look fantastic. The players that you're looking for to be those can openers look just so buttery smooth, and everything comes up their way.
I used to tell my teammates if we are watching some teams are playing and we want to be deciding if this team is good, if this team is better than us, if this team is just insane, we look at the Blacklist side because this is where the synergy and the composition comes. Okay, the Global side, everybody can aim, everybody can just line to players hiding behind the corner, but when it comes to the Blacklist side, you need to have a sync between your teammates, your flashes, your communication, your lurk, and also your backup snipers as MG done. That's why we've seen Rock are way, way, way stronger on the Blacklist side because their composition is better, their sync is better, and in terms of teamwork, these guys are together for 3 years, unlike Team Nemesis who are just here for the first year. So Blacklist side is just the side where it decides everything. On the Global side, Nemesis didn't have that much success because of that.
Do you think Nemesis will be a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to capitalize off such a strong start here, or do you think they can take a lot away from this and say, hey, we pushed Rock the distance here in map 1, perhaps we have more of a chance in this series than some may have thought?
Definitely, because let me tell you this, let's say that if Rock beat Nemesis 10-6, but it was like 6-3 first half for Rock and then 9-4 and suddenly 10-6, I'm gonna say it's gonna be okay for Nemesis. But Nemesis, they had a very good lead, they had a very good start, 3-0, so it is in their minds right now that yet whatever we're gonna be doing, we still can't close the game. We had a very good start versus them, 3-0. That means that you are just starting having one of your best starts on the Blacklist side, and yet they couldn't close this map. That's why on the next map, even though if they have a big lead, 4-1, 3-0, 2-0, it is still in their mind. They're still not going to be able to close the map versus Rock Esports.
Did you see enough, Paladin, from that first map from Nemesis that suggests that we could go the distance here, going into map 2, into a potential map 3, or do you think that, now Rock have woken up a little bit and they found their footing, we're going to start to see Rock just elevate themselves into map 2?
Yeah, my problem with this situation is you got to think about the clutches and the way that Nemesis lost them. That's what does not give me the faith that they have enough. Because I mentioned the X factors and the 2-on-2s and the 3-on-3s, but you look at players like MG, you look at players like Action, even players like VNC, who doesn't necessarily have the most eye-popping stats. But when they're in those like chemistry situations, you're expecting these duos to come up with multis. They always seem to come up with them. Whereas on the other side of the equation, you can't really point to that duo on Nemesis to say, yeah, these guys are going to get me over the line. Yeah. They're going to find a way for the job to get done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tough for them because, as you mentioned, yes, Rocky Sports, they made us very shaky at the beginning of the game, but then the experience just closed it. So I think it's going to be still in their heads. They can make a good start, but they cannot end it.
So it was a good effort from Nemesis in the end, but it was Rock who was able to overturn them and just show that they are the dominant force. Can they carry on here into map 2? There's only one way to find out. We have to get there, but before we do, we'll allow these players to take a little break. We'll allow our casters to as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. I told you it wouldn't be long. It's Crossfire here at EWC 2026, and we're amidst our second series of the day, and Rock have been able to find the first map. Even though they're a little bit slow to start with, in the end, they are able to overturn their opposition, and they will be able to find themselves with a lead going into map number 2. I still have my wonderful casters alongside me here. Guys, I hope you enjoyed a small break there. Get your breath, get back and get ready for it, because this one could be a quick one, right? But it also could be similar to the first map, where a lot of late executes were happening, I noticed, in that first map as well. Yeah. Teams kind of waiting for that last final minute before they started to push onto site. Do you think that we're going to see more of that going into map 2? More late executes from these two teams?
Well, when it was successful for Rocky Sports, so I believe that they're going to be starting to doing it again, and now it's going to be on Ankara, and they're going to be starting on the Blacklist side. We've seen Rock stronger on the Blacklist side. They were weak on their global side, and they will start Blacklist side, Ankara as well, so this gives them a huge edge versus Nemesis, who are down already mentally, I believe. Yes, Kevin have talked to them, they're going to be refreshing themselves, but still, it is in their head that Rocky Sports, you can have a good rounds versus them, but you still not be able to close the map versus them.
It's just very mentally demoralizing, you know, to have that kind of start. You have all the players in the right places, you have all the right reads, you're having players that where you weren't necessarily expecting to show up for you. You're thinking you have every win condition in your favor, and yet still it doesn't work out. What is the game plan? Who do you look towards? You look towards your coach. You look towards your IGL to kind of give some emotional guidance, because right now it's purely a mental game where your back's up against the wall here in this upper bracket.
Yeah, the back's against the wall for sure, and then if they drop into the lower bracket, then suddenly you've got to look at the other competition they could have as well, and who they might be able to take down. I mean, I know we've got different groups across the board, but from what we've seen on this stream so far, there are certainly some favorites right now. We saw how Na'Vi performed a little bit earlier, able to take down Falcons. Rock now looked like a very formidable force competing here at Crossfire EWC 26 as well, and that's two of our Brazilian sides, so we'll have to see how the other regions are faring. Of course, we have our mainstream matches that are going down as well, and at the end of the day we will update you how everything has gone throughout these matches throughout the entire day. But it looks like these players are loading into the map then, and they are close to getting us going, so it'll be a chance for our casters to get back into it. We've got Paladin, we've got Penguin. Guys, take it away.
Well, it's on to Ankara now. Rock looking to complete the sweep, complete the dominance so far here for the Brazilian region. And we'll be starting on the global risk side of things here. But the aggression from Action is one and the same. Goes forward to fight, gets a little bit of damage on a back, but backs away straight away.
Yeah, usually we know when whoever is picking Ankara is definitely going to be... The other side is going to be taking the blackness side, but this is not the case for Rock Esports, who they picked to play global side because of the aggression plays that we've seen from Action. Yes, it wasn't successful, but he's setting the tone in the map. He's saying that it's not going to be an easy controls for you guys if you want to be trying to take A-long control, if you want to be just pushing this control into an AC control and then into an underpass control. I will be there on the way. And he just shows himself, tries to get a kill, just falls back, and nobody's hurt between both teams. And now Nemesis, they are kind of grouping around a side who's defended by only two players, no rotation at all, and this is a good sign for them before pushing into the side.
Certainly a lot of pressure put on VNC and Fifi, having to look towards so many different angles to clear all by their lonesome. And here comes an instant kill from Raffin. Fifi's got to give quite a bit of noise over, and Alucard will be there to capitalize. 5-on-3 now. They can chain smokes into spawn. And it should be a Nemesis round, you think, every day of the week. If they cross their T's, dot their I's, they'll be in a great spot. And with that bomb going down, sure, you've got your three hardest hitting players on the other side, but it's too far of a bridge to cross. Raffin will get another one, and that should be an over and done with.
Well, I mean, usually if you watch Nemesis throughout the West League games, they know how to push aside. They have a very good SI push. So if you play with only two defenders on the side without any rotations coming out from the guys from Rock, it's going to be very difficult for them. And Rock just decided that they need to talk about this round. They need to just chill. They know that it's impossible for them to get on the side. That's why A side is usually the most picked side in terms of pushes, because they know that once you get on the side, the retake is kind of just so hard for you to happen. Unlike B side, where you can go through underpass, you can toss a flash shot from top, just go to hotel, try to take the hotel control and try to just collapse on the guys on the ramp. So successful round by Nemesis, push into the side. Action just tried to play aggressive at the beginning of the round, and then Nemesis just took the round into a push on a side.
What does Rock do to adapt to that situation is the question. Deep lurk smokes being tossed out by Nemesis to get some space for themselves. We saw how threatening they were in terms of that A site take. Cut through that defense very easily. And it hasn't caused that third player to rotate early yet. It's not deep enough into the game for that to be the case. But a lot of respect to being given over to Nemesis in terms of how much space they've been given. All of mid, all of the outside of A.
Yeah.
It's really just B where Silva can be quite aggressive. And Action again spots out a shoulder from Alucard, decides to bound away, lucky to be alive, and looks to re-engage because of course he is.
He's trying to re-engage as you mentioned, but look at Silva right now. He got dinged by back the guy who's trying to play solo on the bridge, but now Action is still alive, and he whiffs one more shot, and Raffin just doubles it down. MG and Action to fall, and the last to fall on the side is Silva. An aggressive plays coming out from Nemesis. A good A take followed by a good B take just shows that these guys are here for a reason, and now it is one more round on the board for Nemesis. Yes, Nemesis started very strong on the first map and they had a 3-0 lead, yet they lost 10-6, but maybe this time they're not gonna throw their lead on their own map pick. VNC and Fifi, they both decided that they're not going to be contesting on this round. They're not going to be contested on this retake. So Nemesis will have a clean, flawless round. Well played by them. Good push. The whip from Action just helped a lot Nemesis, because otherwise Action just could have tapped 2 or 3 players pushing from mid and made it a disaster in terms of winning this round.
And now Nemesis want to get a little bit louder. We speak about how important their starts were on map number 1. Now looking towards this second map of an affair. They want to hold on to this lead for as long as possible. They want to extend it into a map 3. You bring it to Black Widow, it's anyone's game. Just from a mental perspective at the very least. But here's the change-up. Silva now with the sniper moving back over to be aggressive here on the A side. And Fifi also trying to chime in, but he gets double naded to shreds. And another man advantage for Nemesis to hang their hat on. Silva can't connect with his flick over either. Action will go aggressive and will find Dipsy as the lurking kill. But it's still man advantage for this offense, and still a very heavy advantage for them in the round.
I mean, once again, you're seeing Nemesis with the numbers advantage, and VNC is on a very low HP, and now the tactical timeout is pulled by Rocky Sports, who picked Global side. So definitely they should have shown us why they started on the Global side. Unlike most of the teams, when they have the chance to choose the sides, they usually go for the Blacklist side, which is easier on this map. Nemesis, they still have a very good start again. About to be another 3-0 in favor of Nemesis. Just the same as the first map, but the first map went for Rock after a good dominating Blacklist side from them. Yes, the Blacklist side didn't start yet for Rocky Sports, but I believe on Ankara, if you are playing on the Glover side and you're just down 3-0, is not a thing that you'd experience every day. That's why the tactical timeout is there by Vienna. He's trying to talk to his teammates. Actually in a very good position, actually, to get 1 or 2 kills, but look at Alucard. He's very low HP, probably half HP, but he is on mid. Action gets 1, he got dinked. Beck is trying to trade. Comics immediately just gets the trade. MG is there on the side, and the check from Comics just spots him out, and I guess it is gonna be him versus the wall. The MG whiffs, and again, Nemesis, a successful plant on the side.
Whoa, what a flick though from MG. Brings it back into a 1-on-2. Still a difficult situation, trying to change up his positioning as quickly as possible without giving away any sound cues. Finally moves back over. He's got Comics and Alucard looking the wrong way. Has another chance to cut down this distance with his pistol, but his crosshair goes every which way but the bodies. And another 3-0 start, as you mentioned. This time, though, can Nemesis hold on? You don't want to give away too many rounds on their global risk side. It does feel like on a map like Ankara, the offense does kind of play itself. There's not really too much that you have to do to rock the ship. But still, to find these rounds in quick succession is very necessary here for Nemesis. Just for the mental to get into the right space again.
I mean, when you play Blacklist side on Ankara, yes, you usually, based on your spawn, you have a fair and good ease control onto a side. And when you have a fair and good control on a side, you just can push this control into an A connector and push this control also into an underpass. That's why we've seen Rock trying to deny this information. They tried to stop the pushes. Silva tried and he failed, and also we've seen Action tried in the first round and yet he failed. That's why Nemesis are very successful on this map. They picked it for a reason and we're seeing it right now. It is 3-0, but this time Vienna decided to take the tactical timeout. Probably has something to say. On the other map, he didn't have something to say as well, because the guys were not hitting the shots. Now they are hitting the shots, yet they're losing the rounds. And he immediately pulled the tactical timeout into their favor. So now we're going to be seeing the change from them into the play style. We are seeing Vienna also kind of quiet. Probably it's Fefe who's going to be a bit talkative right now. He's trying to talk to his teammates, because also we mentioned that both Vienna and Fefe, they are veterans of the Brazil, and they are the masterminds of this team.
Now, you'd expect that they've not counted themselves out just yet, but there are clear issues here for Rock. So difficult to win rounds on the defense with man disadvantages for sure. And now they're looking to break the goose egg. It's going to take a bit of time to get to that point, but the start has to come from somewhere. You look towards maybe Action, but you also look at VNC, Silva, Fifi. None of them have gotten off the mark just yet. There needs to be that secondary player to step up and help their star rifler out. But this time, bearing down on this A side, the split looks good yet again, and no third rotation to help out these A anchors.
Yeah, once again, there is no rotation, so it's all on Fefe and VNC to lock down this side. The flashes are good. Double flashes coming out from Nemesis, and again by a counter flash from Rocky Sports. Comics is trying to find the first angle, and yet he couldn't get the kill over VNC. The rotations are starting to be here. Action is already on the side, and now Nemesis, they have the option of going back, but still, they want to be committing on the side. Dipsy gets the first kill. VNC and Fefe, everybody just gets the kill around, and it's rolling forward in favor of Rocky Sports after the tactical timeout that we've seen. A very good and successful round from them.
I actually think Nemesis should be converting that round, like every day of the week. You've gotten the space on A, but there's this terrifying feeling, this sinking feeling in their stomach that for some reason there might be an early rotation, something like that, but it was still the same setup that they just didn't believe in whatsoever, that was truly what was setting up in front of them.
Exactly.
And they're their own worst enemy. They take too long, the third, fourth rotations come through, and Action does what Action does best.
I mean, they overthink, right? They just overthink that they're going to be, let's say that they're going to be stacking, because usually when you're pushing a site and you know that the enemy team is stacking, you do not push into the site immediately. You need to stay at the bottom with the A side, because one of them is going to be having a mistake. He doesn't have a space for himself to play, so he needs to play aggressive. That's what they waited for, but yet they waited for Actions retake, they waited for Actions rotate, and immediately it was a successful one. Silva does with the shot, and still he has an information that one guy is on the underpass. That means that AC, A-long control is all in the favor of Nemesis.
Oh, aggression there from Dipsy. Torn up by AKT. Now Nemesis still want to hold on to this mid space, but losing a body early is not a good sign. And you have this man disadvantage, you have this scoreline, you start thinking, are we seeing shades of new compound brewing here on Ankara as well? Aggression now from Action. Flash is good, but so many players backed away playing anti, not blinded up whatsoever. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Silva now tasked with holding on to B, but it's A where Nemesis have looked upon, but they've lost their lurking player. 45 seconds left on the clock. The flash is fantastic. Fifi now down at 3 HP, and he'll hit the deck. VNC now, the only player on the other side of this A side. He finds a little bit of a safe haven under the stairs, but cannot find a second. Still a 2-on-2. The rotation is in. Here comes Silva, charging up the other way. Should be hearing these players on every which way. 20 seconds left on the clock, but Beck, the guardian angel of Raffin, he leaves it all onto MG, who's good for a clutch or two. 17 seconds left on the clock, and he spotted another shoulder. He's just waiting for his moment to strike. He doesn't nail the shot, though. That's a freebie. He'll connect the more difficult one, though. Over the pistol, and Beck with 100 HP will stay on 100 HP, and they get themselves their 4th round.
This wave from MG just coasted them around. We've seen just MG trying to apologize for his teammates for this wave, because he's usually the guy that's hitting these shots. However, as you mentioned, Beck just saved this round from Silva, just killing Comics on the tunnels and giving the information and the advantage for his teammates. 4-1 now in favor of Nemesis, and this is something that we haven't seen on the first map. It was 3-0 and then suddenly it is 3-3 now. Again, an A-side push into them. VNC just gets double flashed. Fefe is just trying to get the kill over Dipsy, but Dipsy just alive. He flicks, and now Comics doubles it down, and VNC just falls. And one more time, the A pushes from Nemesis is just unbelievable.
Unfortunately to me, just very uninspiring from both Fifi and VNC, where they're not able to find anything. These setups look stale, and Nemesis have just found the secret sauce to keep getting rounds on the board. They're realizing we don't have to simplify it or overcomplicate it. We can simplify our game plan and get easy blacklist rounds again and again. At what point, if you're Rock, do you send that third person over to change things up? Because this is not going to cut it. And, you know, sure, this is a very blacklist-sided map, but as we've seen in previous series, when do you say, you know, enough's enough, we don't have enough rounds?
Yeah. I mean, they're spamming SI, right? We've seen the Chinese teams that are doing the same. They play 9 rounds on the left side. They put 6 or 7 onto their side, and this is exactly what we've seen from Nemesis. They played 6 rounds, they put 5 on his side. They only lost 1 after the tactical timeout, and 1 of them was on B side. It was successful also, and again, an aggressive round and a fast push through mid from Beck, which is he's having a very good spot, but now Action, he spots him and he's trying to take the CT control for himself, and now the whole players are around him. Nobody to help him, and Alcor just falls away. What is the goal of this round? We're gonna be seeing soon, because Beck just pushed mid alone. Alcor did nothing. The other 2 players on his side did nothing, and also Dipsy on the side did nothing in return.
The big kill for Alucard opens the door up in through mid. Rotations now have to be cut off from this offense. VNC and Feifei, though, still will be tested now in the late round. Players right around the corner. VNC misses it just a moment too late. And now Comics really has a chance. He knows that Fifi's around the corner, and Fifi will only find 1 3-on-2. Make that a 1-on-3 for Rock. And Silva's been found out. This is abysmal here from the side of Nemesis, or sorry, definitely not from Nemesis, from Rock rather.
From Rock Esports.
And for Nemesis, they found what's working, and they're just going to keep abusing this A site until Rock come up with a solution, because so far, there is no solution. There is no adaptation. There is an attack pause coming. Nothing.
I mean, they used the tactical pause already, so nothing except the player's aim or the adaptations inside the game, and this is exactly what we are seeing right now. Action is trying to play aggressive. Yes, he gets straight out of Dipsy, and Dipsy is usually the guy to fall early from Nemesis, in my opinion. Nemesis, when they play very slow and suddenly they push into one side, they're the better team than Rock Esports. But if they continue to play very fast, I believe that Rock will get the better out of them, because usually when you play fast, you make more mistakes, and this is exactly what Rock is looking for. However, we've seen aggression coming out from Rock, and they mentioned that if Nemesis wants to play this game, if Nemesis wants to win this series, then Rock Esports needs to play aggressive, and they will get the kills, the mistakes, and just gets over it. And this is exactly what Alcor did last round. Let's look again onto this push into his side. Beck just opens it up again. Beck doubles it down. Fefe and VNC, the sole A-side holders again default, and Beck already has all the A connector in his favor. And yes, we've seen this round like 4 times in a row right now.
Yeah, 4 times is an understatement at this point. It just feels like Rock have not found the answers, and I think the aggression is nice in terms of that B space that they're getting, but they're not pouncing fast enough to make the rotations and crunch into the A site. And, you know, you gotta credit Nemesis for their willingness to commit to the A side as quickly as possible. They've righted that wrong after giving up their first round. But, I mean, they're basically playing their own game. They don't really have to reinvent the wheel. Finally, you've got to change. MG now going aggressive to find that opener. Maybe there's a slowdown from Nemesis here.
Yeah, look at the angle. Action is just ready. Whoever is going to be trying to take this control is going to be instantly dead by Dipsy, who swing on the edge of the wooden ledge instead of just swinging on the floor, and this is why Dipsy got the better out of action. The nade just can make more damage to Dipsy. He knows that he's going to be falling back to get this kill. Silva just secures it, but at what cost? He's 12 HP right now. Tough round also for Rocky Sports, although they have the numbers advantage, but Silva is very, very low on HP, and Beck is trying to have this control for himself, and yes, he finds Silva. MG is the guy only on B side right now. 2 guys on his side, but the C4 with Alucard on his side, that means that Beck is just throwing a fake into B side, and everybody's rotating. Everybody just took this fake, and Nemesis are playing out of their minds.
Yeah, now you just gotta credit Nemesis for the great work that they've done. And Beck's lived in this situation as well. He sold the fake and still has the advantage in the 3-on-3. And we've seen how difficult it is to retake this A site. Feifei understands what's happened now, but it's too late. He does find one. Needs to live here, needs to survive to use the advantage, but just doesn't get away fast enough. 2-on-2 now to ensue. VNC, MG, they need to pull off this 2-on-2.
Comics is in a sneaky angle. He dinks VNC immediately. And now Alucard is in a doable clutch, in my opinion, because VNC is very low HP, and he swings, gets the kill, and he knows that MG is there, and he's 1v1, and now it is gonna be the mouse and rat the game between both snipers. MG and Alucard both gonna be looking for each other, and Alucard is trying to stall the time, and he might be actually successful in so. Otherwise, MG, I don't think he has any time, and yes, it is an 8-1 in favor of Nemesis.
Just in the nick of time there from your sniper, and that's it. It's 8 rounds for Nemesis, marching towards the finish line here. Just 2 rounds before forcing us into a third. And it's the fashion in which they've done it. You know, you gotta give credit where credit is due in those final few rounds, where they figured out the mid to late round as well. Earlier on, you know, you gotta give a little bit of upsetting remarks to Rock for not necessarily adapting to the situation, but eventually Nemesis got the job done, and now they have themselves a man advantage here, Penguin. Everything that's going right here on Ankara.
I mean, yeah, Rocky Sports are nowhere to be found, and I'm looking into my papers that if Rocky Sports is usually banning Ankara, but I've seen that Rocky Sports, yes, they banned it a couple of times, so this shows why Rocky Sports still are not having the best performance, but still. There is the third map, which is going to be Black Widow. And Nemesis, by the way, their most big map also is Black Widow. With New Compound and Ankara, it's Ankara the best for them. Usually comes after that New Compound, and then comes after that Black Widow. That's why I'm saying that the V2 was so good in favor of Nemesis, and this is exactly what we are seeing right now. Alucard was another kill onto Feifei, and now Dipsy just backs him up. Comics dies to MG, but it is still a disaster round for Rocky Sports. 2v4 with a very, very low HP MG on the city.
Nice kill from Silva, but the C4 has been dropped all the way in spawn. Raffin now with another, and the pre-fire onto MG. They got 8 rounds now to close this out in regulation. Plenty of space, plenty of time. This simply cannot be a lead that I would see them squander at this stage of the game.
No, I mean, this is not a thing that you usually see. That's a Westlake third seed is just destroying the Brazilians' first seed, which is we're not talking about a casual win. We're talking about a stomp. A 9-1 in favor of Nemesis, and now all Rocky Sports needs to do is just a spam site and just hope for the best, and probably just close this map and refresh for the other map. This is going to be Black Widow. This is going to be a decider. Nobody picked this map, but they both agreed on having this map on the decider. So, as we expected, Rocky Sports started very strong with the first map, but we haven't expected that Nemesis can come back way stronger, because Raffin just gets a double, and Beck immediately kills VNC and Action is the only guy with a kill on board. The MG replies with double oncoming sandbag, and now it is a 2v2 after it was 2v4, and a fast retake coming out, and immediately MG just drops to fall back because the C4 is already on bottom A and Action is already behind two players, but Dipsy immediately just gets the kill and Action just falls. MG single-handedly now trying to get the kills. He's been whiffing a lot lately, and now it is time to close this map on a win.
And that'll do it. Nemesis with a shocking upset here in map number 2. A very stale map of Crossfire, I do say so, from Rock, and Nemesis take the bull by the horns, force us into a third, moves us into Black Widow, making this anyone's game.
Wow. I mean, I was not expecting that. I'm sure that a lot of people at home were not expecting that as well. A dominant performance from Nemesis, taking it 10-1 in the end and upsetting Rock to tie us up 1-1 in this series. I feel like that came out of nowhere a little bit, but I guess if we look at the signs from map 1, Nemesis showed they can take it to Rock. They showed that once they get that momentum going, they do find that path to success, but that was very one-sided in the end. I mean, what went wrong there, Penguin? Like, did Rock just fall asleep? Did they underestimate Nemesis? Or have Nemesis come here with a game plan and they've executed it?
It's just probably the over-ego from, let's say, from... I believe that Rocky Sports, I don't want to say that they were over-ego, but if you're losing a side one after another, you need to stack, you need to change, you need to play different style, you need to put your sniper, you need to send some help for the guys on his side, because VNC and Fifi, they didn't have any success on defending the side. They didn't even get any kills. I would say that if VNC and Fifi, both of them got 2 kills, it is still a tough situation for them to be at. But imagine if they didn't even get a single kill on this round, and we've seen Fifi also whiffing a lot of shots on this side. So that's why I'm saying that Rocky Sport, they took the tactical timeout. Yes, they pushed into a side, they were unsuccessful, but then Nemesis, they insisted on pushing aside. They are showing us why they are picking Ankara as one of their best maps, because of the A side push. We've seen the Chinese teams, by the way, they spam A side. They play 9 rounds on Blacklist side, 7 of them at least on A side. They are doing the same, just copying the Chinese play style. We're gonna be spamming A side until you change something, and then we're gonna be starting to use the mind games. But this didn't happen from Rocky Sports.
Because it is funny, isn't it, Paladin? When we get to international competition, you see the playstyle difference from region to region as well, and you start to notice people copying other regions with the strategy, whether it is the speed of which they're playing, or, as Penguin's saying as well, just focusing certain sites, which seems to have worked very well for Nemesis here, being able to win it in a very commanding fashion as well. Do you think this is just an Ankara issue for Rock? Do you think it's just a bad map for them, that maybe Nemesis have got a one-up here, and still going into Black Widow, the expectation is Rock should take it?
Yeah, I still feel like Rock should take it. I'm going to chalk this up to Ankara and just a lack of understanding of, you're not sending a third rotation even to consider helping out on A.
Exactly.
It's not even like a floater in mid, which is very strange to me that that adaptation was never there, even after the tag. And with that, you know, I'm just going to chalk it up to the fact that they just didn't have a great understanding of the map and how they wanted to go about it. Maybe in their minds they're thinking we're still the better individuals. Maybe Fifi and VNC would be able to kind of lock in a place, but it never ever happened. And because of that, now we're going to Black Widow, where I just feel as though you can still mentally reset from it if you're Rock. You're still considering yourself the favorites. And let's not forget the amount of great performances that we got out of MG in Action over there on New Compound.
Yep.
Is this a situation now where Nemesis are looking at saying, well, gods can bleed, right? We've taken down a team who are considered at the top, and Nemesis coming into this maybe were one of the bottom teams as well. Can Nemesis now look into this thinking, hey, we could potentially take a third map and maybe take this whole thing?
I think they can, if they are playing the same way. And I want to double down Paladin, because I don't think this is a casual win by Nemesis. They won 10-1. That means that the Rock had problems on this map. That's why I'm saying it's going to be still tough, but they can make it.
Well, they can make it into map 3 at least. We know that's definitely going to happen. We get our first best of 3 going the distance so far today. So we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will get the resolution of this series. Can Nemesis cause the upset here against Rock, or will they bounce back in map 3? We'll find out after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back, everyone, to Crossfire EWC 2026. We have our first best of three going the distance between Rock and Nemesis, and it was a pretty dominant matchup from Nemesis in Map 2. A 10-1 victory over Rock. A very unexpected one for sure for us on the desk, and maybe even for the players on the stage. I think Rock were probably caught off guard by that one, but a chance now to forget it, move into Black Widow, and a chance for Rock to really show us what they're made of. Are we expecting now Black Widow to be very different from this team? Because surely they have to come out all guns blazing. They can't afford to allow that to happen again against Nemesis.
It needs to be different, because if Rock continues the same way, they tried to play very aggressive at the beginning of the game, and Nemesis just tried to get the rate out of the players who were trying to push, trying to swing mid, trying to get information. They just were ready for such things. So if Rock didn't change their play style, I still think that Nemesis can make it. The pressure are all on Rock Esports right now. Nemesis, they did their best. They not only beat Rock, but they stunned them on a good style. By the way, Rock Esports, they once, I guess on 2024, they lost on Black Widow 10-0 versus a Chinese team. So there are sometimes that this roster, they fully choke on one map, but they still bounce back and win on the other maps.
On the scale of like Crossfire upsets here, right? If we were to see Nemesis take down Rock, how big a one would this be? I mean, at Esports World Cup, just to put it in perspective for our viewers as well, is there a huge upset on the cards here?
It's definitely a one that shakes up the group, right? Because then, you know, this Rock squad has to go through the lower bracket. You know, there are still some dangers around the corner for them that they could potentially have to deal with. But for me, I still think there are some crazier upsets that we could potentially get. It'd be upsetting for this squad of this caliber to slip up this early, but I still have not necessarily said that this is going to happen just yet, just off the nature of the fact that they can mentally reset very quickly as a roster that's been together for as long as they have.
By the way, Falcons are on the lower bracket right now, and we mentioned that yes, it's not the end of the world for Falcons to lose versus Navi, but imagine they face Rock Esports in the final. That means that it is the end for them. Most likely it is the end for the EWC run, so that's why it's going to be very tough. I believe that these guys are going to be watching right now, and they're going to be hoping that Rock Esports just upsets this game and just gets the win. So Falcons, they lost to Navi, and you remember that Navi is the 3rd seed. Now Rock Esports, the 1st seed of the Brazil. Imagine they go on the lower bracket early on. It's going to be very tough for the, as you mentioned, it's going to shake the group completely.
At the same time, though, I'm not sure I want to face Nemesis in that lower bracket with how they're playing at the moment.
Just ban Ancona then.
Yeah, just get rid of that map and then you might be okay. All right, we move into Black Widow, and I know I've been asking you a few times, like, what are the main areas? Where do we expect this game to be won or lost? Black Widow again for these teams. Are we looking at the same kind of focus point?
Well, it is going to be very tough for Rock Esports because sometimes Nemesis play 3 snipers on this map. They play Dipsy 100%, 3. Beck sometimes brings his sniper as well. It is the main 2, it's Alok and Dipsy. And then it comes to Beck. Sometimes he does this gameplay and he brings the sniper as well. And he makes these sneaky mind gameplays where he sneaks into mid, goes into cat. So it's going to be very tough for Rock Esports. But I believe if they have a good preparation, they will be ready for such things.
I mean, 3 snipers, Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely unorthodox. I will say that much. At this point, I'm looking towards MG. I think that he's a guy that was giving that little bit of an X factor as far as new compound is concerned. And so I think that he still has the capability to show it very off his game as far as that second map was concerned. I think that mental reset aspect of it is very valuable for Rock. And you know, if you want to talk about the guys to look at, it's him in action. Those are the duo that should be able to take them over the line.
Well, I appreciate both of your insights. I'm excited for this one. Quick prediction. Is this going Nemesis or is it going Rock?
I still think Rock has it. I feel comfortable with how they showed themselves on New Compound, and I expect nothing less.
I mean, I guess the same. It's going to be maybe 1 map down by Rock Esports is not the end of the world, so probably Rock can make it and just...
Well, considering you both said Rock, I'm going to say Nemesis takes this one. Why not? Because if it happens, I look like a genius, and I'll just die on that bed and die on that hill. All right, guys, well, it looks like the players are just about ready for this one as well. And I think that there's a lot of pressure on Rock now. I think that they, as a team, would have been deflated a little bit by that loss, 10-1 in particular, but I think that Paladin has hit the nail on the head. The fact that you get that time to step away from the stage, you get the time to mentally reset. At the end of the day, it's a best of 3. There is going to be the veto process. There is going to be some maps that are better for you, some maps that are worse for you, but now we move over to Black Widow, which should be a little bit more comfortable for Rock, or we would at least hope so. I am intrigued to see how a 3 sniper approach works, if it does happen as well, because typically if you're going up against 3 snipers, then maybe if you play with a certain pace, you might be able to catch them off guard as well. If they miss 1 shot, suddenly you are in the face, and that sniper becomes a little bit redundant. That's if it does happen, though. As a player, I mean, how much sniping did you do when you used to compete? Were you ever on the snipe? Were you more of an AR kind of guy?
I was more of a lurker, so I didn't use the sniper that much, but I did sometimes just flex the sniper. It's not easy because you lose some of your aim skills on the rifle, so going into snipers setups, I think I wasn't the guy doing that.
Well, I'm sure that even if we could put you with a sniper, you would still find a way. I believe in you, Penguin, and as we should. Paladin, maybe I'll give you a sniper as well. Maybe you'd be lucky enough. I just know I wouldn't be taking it, that's for sure, because I miss too many shots. All right, well, we've heard the battle cries again from both teams, so it's a chance for me to step away and pass over the torch to our casters. We've got Penguin and we have Paladin. Guys, enjoy this one.
We're going to have to find a winner somehow, some way between these 2 rosters. And although Nemesis have looked formidable on Ankara, you haven't had the chance for the true weapon of the side of Rock Esports to come alive, and that is their Blacklist side. We've seen how they were able to claw back with that slow, methodical play style that we saw in New Compound, and a style that could potentially work in their favor on a map like Black Widow as well. You think about the splits on the B site, you think about the splits on the A site. I mean, the chance to swing around rotations as much as possible. There's so many options here for Rock, but again, they're going to have to start on this global risk side, which begs the question, what can Nemesis do to start off on the right foot?
I mean, yeah, we've seen a good Blacklist side on Ankara, and now Comics just brings it up again, and Fefi MG bolted down. Comics just gets the double and immediately claims the aileron control, the full map control by Nemesis. This is a thing you'd not see, and maybe a flawless round coming out from them because Silva is about to fall, and a big flawless round by the guys over here.
Every reason there for them to be as loud, probably the loudest they've been all tournament, to be completely honest with you. Because this was abysmal from Rock. They try to go aggressive, try to set the tempo straight away to get some long space, immediately lose the trades out. And they try to go on the offensive over on B. That doesn't work out either. And look at what that's done. Rock still wanted to continue for that long fight. This time we'll live to tell the tale. Look at Beck charging up through short. 2 minutes left on the clock and he's already here. But AKT Action has heard all of this. And it's time for plan B for Nemesis now as the slowdown comes to fruition.
I mean, I've thought about how Beck is good on sneaking into mid and cat on such rounds, and exactly that is what he did. But I believe that's the game plan, probably the preparations from Rocky Sports. They knew that there is always one guy that's usually trying to kind of, let's say, sneak on these rounds, and immediately got whipped by Action. And now VNC in a big trouble. 3 players are pushing into him, but Fefe is now here to help. He's trying to waste as much time as possible, but now he falls. Fefe just doubles down, and Comics immediately just trades again. And now it is a 2v3, and Alucard is on the catwalk first pillar that needs to be facing MG, and he quickscopes him mid-air.
Huge shot there from Alucard. Cross trying to come through here from Comics. Still very aware that there could be a player in the spawn right now. But AKT still not moving just yet. Finally, Silva makes his move. Try to crunch in from long himself. And this could just be a matter of timing as Comics switches between angles every so often.
And now exactly this is the timing you've been looking for. And Silva just unleashes himself on Elong, and Action is in a very sneaky spot. I believe that Nemesis will not check this spot at all, because Alucard will fall, Action will get the kill, and Rock are back on board. They're trying to be loud, and they're trying to be here to fight and compete. 1-1 is it the score right now, and I believe that Nemesis, yet they're doing a very good job. Every single round is still a very close round for Nemesis to beat 3.
Yeah, they're still putting on pressure for this Rock side and trying to make them earn this win to stay in the upper bracket. Nothing is granted here for the favorites from Brazil, seed 1 from their region. Given a favorable matchup against Nemesis as the number 3 squad from Europe. But still, Dipsy finds the 1-for-1. Silva there on the trade. Raffin still not willing to give up long very easily. He's got Alucard right behind him. And sure, MG's watching from all the way back on site, and Silva thinks, okay, I've had enough. I'm going to fall back. The spam is great on Raffin. And now MG has a chance. Nice little quick scope there on Alucard's counterpart. He is aware about the flick around to Raffin, but can't actually connect there.
I mean, he didn't know that Raffin is 1 HP because Silva, who did the wall bank. And yet, Raffin just got out of this situation back. He tried to play the sneaky game again, but got caught immediately and think behind the wooden doors. He's down to 57 HP while Comics is 75 HP. He's on the box room. He's trying to get the kills. VNC is behind the stack boxes. He's waiting patiently. Flash is good. No follow-up on this flash. Numbers advantage. HP advantage. Everything is in favor of Rocky Sports unless Comics just hits 2 beautiful shots.
Real difficult circumstance here for Nemesis with how much damage has been taken, and Silva continues to cut down the number of offensive players bearing down on this B site, and Becca and Comics have both been spotted out, so everyone can converge. Action will find one more. And it's just Beck in the 1-on-3, and he goes down to Rock. Double their rounds that they found on Ankara, and all of a sudden look like a completely different team.
Yeah, already, exactly. This is 2-1 in favor of Rocky Sports right now. That's good to mention that Rock are on the global side, and usually it is the side that we've seen weaknesses from them throughout the entire tournament. Even though New Compound, they showed some weaknesses on the global side, and they destroyed their opponent on the blacklist side. They didn't get the chance to do so on Ankara because it was 8-1, and now they are 2-1, up and ahead. For the first time, I believe we are seeing Rock ahead early on the first 3 rounds. First game was 3-0, second game also was 3-0, and now it is 2-1 in favor of Rock. Slow control coming out from Nemesis, and I loved when Nemesis played aggressive. They just kinda got Rock off guard and out of positions, and now they're gonna be trying to play slow. And the Rocky Sports, whenever an enemy team is just playing a slow versus them, they know how to put the information and they know how to get such intel for the enemy team. And now the stack through Cat. Raffin is trying to check. He knows that 2 players are there. Fefe and Silva both with EBR trying to get the kills, but now they both fall back. Fefe is still on the ledge trying to get the information. Silva's holding along. Slow control from Nemesis. It is not the end. It is not the push because the C4 is still on base. One guy controlling B-long, which is back, and the other is holding complete A-long push, which is Dipsy. Slow plays from them, and yet it is 1 minute on the clock.
No player on either side willing to give away the short control. It's Fifi to strike, and Fifi with another finally going in the defense's way. 5-on-3 now for Rock. And it's Alucard's turn to search for something. Same goes for Dipsy, trying to charge up, but Fifi is not missing a beat right now. Triple in the round. And they know Alucard is around the corner off of short 2. Beck does find a lurking kill here on B, but he'll go down to action. It's just Alucard now. Nice shot there on the MG. 20 seconds left. Not enough time to get the C4, move back over to B, and potentially have a clutch going. So he'll move forward into A. Looking for at least a planter. They're giving it to him here, mind you. But spotted through the bridge. And Fifi will end the round with the quad. Very silent on Ankara, but not necessarily here on Black Widow.
Yeah, because on Ankara he was so silent on his side. Him and VNC, they haven't found any success on such side, but now he's just locking down A side completely by himself and putting Rock Esports ahead. 3-1 is it the score? And now, and no change in the gameplay coming out from Nemesis. Nemesis, they need to put some fight. They need to pressure. Yes, we've seen him fighting through along, but it was only through along because it is that place that Rock usually went for. Now Rock, they slowly took the bridge control. They slowly have the BC control. VNC is kind of stuck in this position because he can't leave. If he leaves from mid, there is 2 players. If he leaves from bridge, there is 3. There are 3 players waiting for him in order to get such kills. But he's backed up by Fefe, the one that's changing positions. That's what I like about Rock, because if you see Fefe on his side, you might think it's a stack or no, but look at VNC right now. He's in a tough situation, but Dipsy with the USP just gets the kill, and now Fefe falls back and just sells his teammate. Silva's trying to push through mid, and yes it is. He gets the kill on back and gets the beautiful flick to make it 4-on-4.
Big kill in terms of the lurking potential brewing there in mid. If he still boosts it up here, has a chance at a couple. He's got to nail this first shot, though. The player's coming from every which angle. He finds the flick, and he gets the spray control for the second. Man advantage now for Rock, looking to compound, but Alucard brings it into an equal situation. 2-on-2. Action now has got to really play around with his life. And that bomb will go down. He'll wait for MG to join hands with him. NKT comes in through the window, trying to spot out or at least hear a player here. And MG continues to encroach upon alongside his teammate. These are the two players that you want in this situation. Flash primed and ready as they go charging in, but Dipsy decides to come all the way through the window, flank in. Action there on the trade. Alucard now switches over to his secondary. Time continuing to rot away, and now it's a cat and mouse game. Action cannot find him at all. Finally, he does. The spam is nice, but the round has not gone in Rock's favor. Nemesis have clutched up, and they found a second round here on this offense.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what you've been looking for. But somehow, we are seeing a tactical timeout coming out from Nemesis, which is a thing that you don't usually look when you're 3-2 down. Yes, you are on the blacklist side, but still the game is not over yet for you. It is only 1 round away, and Alucard just plays the time and plays this perfectly when it comes to such rounds. And we get to see the beautiful flick from Silva on mid, but yet it wasn't successful. Dipsy was the push through window, it was perfect. I believe that Nemesis, whenever they play aggressive, whenever they play pressure free, they are doing very good job, because we've seen this also on Ankara, where they pushed through CT. They usually kept swinging CT, they kept swinging mid, they kept doing everything they can in order for them to deny, let's say, the aggression coming out from Rock, and it worked out very well. And now, when they did the same on Black Widow, they are winning. The first round was also very good because they took B-Long control, they took A-Long control, and they collapsed on Rocky Sports, which also was a successful round from them. Other than that, if you play very slow and try to take the late controls into the map, usually Rock will be ready and they will be pushing an information. We've seen Rock trying to get information. We've seen also Na'Vi doing the same. That's the Brazilian style. If you give them time, they're going to be taking an intel versus you. They're going to be taking a space. They're going to be coming behind you. They're going to be wrapping around you. And both of the teams that we've watched from Brazil, they do the same. That's why the Brazilian play style, you need to be kind of playing fast. Not always, but at least you have an option to play fast.
And yeah, if you are as obvious in your pace as Rock, it can be very readable, as you've seen throughout Ankara. But Rock definitely look a little bit more formidable here on Black Widow. Not rolling over just yet. Nemesis are still going to have to fight through. Raffin yet to get off the mark himself, looking for a huge win condition to come alive in this final map of the series. And Beck will look towards making this ace split happen as quickly as possible. Minute 55 and he's already here. These three players in Feifei, Feifei, Silva, and MG have to fend off the offensive.
Exactly, and Feifei now is trying to get the kill. We've seen him doing a triple kill on such position, but now he whipped the shot, and Silva is the guy that gets DMC by Comics, and Alucard both are here to trade. MG is still alive on side, and now the back drops from side. Alucard gets red out of MG and makes it 3-on-2. A good, well-executed round by Team Nemesis. Puts him one step ahead. And probably just winning this round because of actions. HP is very low. VNC is just gonna be scooped. But Raffin, he's not covered while he's planting and immediately just loses his life to VNC. And this round, which was kinda, I'm talking about that it is gone in favor of Nemesis, suddenly it is 1v2 and Alucard needs to do a miracle clutch right now.
Yeah, and Actions read this like a book. He's realized the noise being cut means that a rotation over to B should happen. There's the double swing. I mean, Alucard can swing back and forth here. He doesn't have to commit to that B side, and he will move back in. And now Rock have split 1-1. AKT has crossed all the way back over to long, and Alucard is completely unaware that that's a possibility. Rock get off the mark after that tack pause, and now looking to reinvent themselves here on map number 3.
I mean, it was a good round. It was a good execution from them onto his side. The trades, Alucard's kill onto MG. Nobody just got a multi-frag from Rocky Sports on the side, and this is a successful sign on the Blacklist side, but yet to close the round because of the good, well-rounded play from them. Look at the push right now. Silva just finishes the kill that MG have done, and now MG doubles it down. Raffin is the only guy to find a kill, and MG just beautifully scope on Comics. Immediately traded by Raffin, who gets his third piece on this round and making it 2-on-2 again. A clutch from Nemesis, and Rocky Sports are looking forward to flip it again.
I mean, this is a 2-on-2 that you got to convert if you're Nemesis. Man advantage, sure, not there, but these are those X-factor situations that you got to capitalize upon. Action, the only real player in the area as VNC continues to cut down space. And Nemesis have not pulled the trigger on actually planting the C4 yet. They're trying to figure out where VNC has gone off to. And now Alucard can make the crossover. Raffin realizes, hey, he's not over here on short. None of these players actually figuring out where the other one has gone off to. It'll be a short side plant, as Action now can join hands with his teammate in VNC as they encroach upon A.
And now they're going to be having the post plant onto Cat, which is very good, but Alucard is still out of position and he immediately loses his life, and now Raffin is the last guy alive, and Disney probably going to end him, and immediately Action with the neck kill just clutches the round. Another 2v2 goes in favor of Rocky Sports, and when it comes to these rounds, when it comes to the clutches and Rocky Sports are there, it is going to be very, very tough for Nemesis to bring back their action, as we mentioned. 5-2 and no tactical timeout for Team Nemesis. That means that they're going to be having to continue to rush forward versus Rocky Sports. And now I believe that Rocky Sports haven't showed still their best side, which is the Blacklist side. They are doing very good on the global side. And yet again, Nemesis are back with a very fast-paced round, a split into a side.
They need this as fast as possible, but there's already a setup to deal with this, to counter it. Fifi has found one, but the trades are fantastic. Beck does eventually come out on top. MG now has got to do a boatload of work on his own. Spam is there as a potential, but it's Action who finds another. VNC now in a clutch, but Ruffin spotted it out. He's had a slow start, but he's slowly warmed back into this game. And now, Nemesis just around the way from making this a round difference.
I mean, it's going to be very good for Nemesis if they get out with 5-4, better than 6-3, because, yeah, we know that it's Blacklist-sided map. We can see the pressure on Dipsy's eyes right now. He knows that they could have done better on this side, but now the aggressive push from Dipsy just is not right. He falls to MG's gun, and now Raffin is trying to trade Fefe. He's trying to stall some time. Look at VNC's position on these boxes. If nobody checks him, he can line 2 or probably 3 players. And now Nemesis, they throw the fake in mid. They throw the fake on his side, and they're going to be pushing versus VNC, the guy that is unchecked with 1 kill.
Ooh, and there's MG to chime in. Again, MG with a double. Great work there. That duo working in tandem here on B. And it's just Raffin now. We spoke about him in the round previous, but this one might be a bridge too far. Rock looked to build upon this global risk lead. It's been a tough game. And series as a whole, to be completely honest. But they've righted the ship very well. And they look to close this series out, put whatever idea of Ankara to bed in the rearview mirror, advance in this lower bracket, push forward, but there's still some work to do. It's not all sunshine and rainbows just yet, but we're heading in that direction here, Penguin.
I mean, you've said it. You said that maybe Rocky Sports, yes, the full 10-1, but it was an off map for them, and now we're seeing them in a very, very good and better position right now. Comics is trying to unleash himself in BC, facing VNC. VNC just falls down and Comics just gets the kill. The numbers advantage is now in the favor of Nemesis. They did the B bridge retake on the certain time, and the answer from Fefe is just immediately on his side. Alucard is there to get the kill, and Fefe just falls. 5-on-3, a good start from Nemesis just to keep their foot and to keep their hopes alive. Otherwise, if it is 7-3, I would say and bid farewell for these guys on this series.
Yeah, especially in this situation, in this circumstance, Nemesis cannot give up this 10th round. Still have Action and MG still involved, though. Silva, who's had a pretty decent map for himself as well. And moving over to this cat side, didn't realize there's a gap in it. Beck nearly had a kill on a silver platter there, but isn't able to capitalize. So still a lease on life here for Action. Finally does go down, though, and that should be round over. You'd like to think. MG looking over towards his B bomb site has gotten a little bit of space. Catches one player out, but cannot capitalize on Dipsy. Shot away from death is that sniper, but Nemesis do get themselves that aforementioned 4th round, do put the pressure back on to Rock Esports, and forces this slowdown to come out, because not necessarily the greatest Blacklist start that you were looking for Rock on this second half.
I mean, yeah, first round is good. Nemesis, they did the retake that we expected them to do at one time, but they did it in the first round. It's good to keep your foot, keep your hopes alive, and now look at Rocky Sports. They are trying to deny the round, and Beck is baiting on the box room right now. He's trying to find anybody's mistakes, and Rocky Sports, the C4 is still in base, and I believe that it's going to be a very, very slow round. Bridge control is going to be pushed into a mid, and probably also cat control. We've seen the smokes on mid to deny the information, so that means that Nemesis, they need to gamble these stacks, and now they are gambling the barracks stack, and with the C4 going to barracks, it is going to be probably a very tough round for Rocky Sport. 3 players are on this side. one player around Cat, and probably it is going to be Silva going through mid.
Yeah, probably the best setup that you can have here if you're Nemesis. Dipsy taking that first contact and doesn't realize that the players have crossed over. Finally, Comics is there. And Alucard chimes in. It's that double sniper setup that is doing wonders here for Nemesis. Silva now, last one alive. Anything now is a consolation, but Tom has been dropped all the way over and long. Another kill found for Silva. Minute left on the clock. Trying to piece this one together. Found another body, but
he dinked him.
Yeah, very odd situation.
God.
Nemesis pulls this 1-1. You can feel like they're starting to believe again here, Penguin.
Yeah. I mean, 2 rounds early on. Definitely it is a believer for them. And now, Rocky Sports, they pulled their tactical timeout. Honestly, I'm not a fan of this timeout because you didn't see anything still from your opponent on their global side. You've seen them, yes, doing the bridge control, which is a very, very traditional basic strategy that you'd seen all the teams doing. They did the bridge control, and then after that, they are doing the let's say, the adaptive control. You take water, you take bridge, I'll go take a long. You take a long, I'll go take bridge. So this is exactly how Nemesis are playing right now. They are playing based on your controls. They leave you to take the control, but they're going to be forcing the other controls. So how Rocky Sports can counter that? They need to play 2-on-2 setup. They need to listen when is Nemesis taking the control. If they take the water control, if they take the bridge control, they can force the fight into the barracks and get the other side in return, and then try to do a retake on the other side. This is exactly what they try to do on a side, but they were kind of having no, let's say, they didn't expect them to be on barracks. So now I believe that Vienna, I believe also Fefi, they know exactly how Nemesis are playing right now. It is all about the execution, how they're going to be countering this.
We're getting into crunch time now for both of these two teams. We speak about the lower bracket situation with Falcons moving down there, fighting to keep the club championship hopes alive. And for Rock, not necessarily wanting to join them in that lower bracket, but they're slowly slipping in terms of their grip on this series. Having a 6-4 lead completely gone now to just 6-5. But fast, long presence here from Rock as they're able to get out as early as possible. But an instant response from Nemesis with Raffin now pushed up ahead as well.
I mean, they did exactly what I mentioned. They kind of faked B-long control. We've seen Silva faking B-long control, and they were waiting on the A side. They were waiting 3 on A long just to force the fight versus Nemesis that they played adaptive, but it was a mind games between both. Nemesis didn't go this time for the control. They went for the mid-ramp peak, they went for the cat peak, and now they have all the mid control with bridge late because of the good call that came out from them. So well played by Nemesis, and now Rock, they are in a very, very tough situation because they'll have to face Dipsy, who is having a scoop ready for this first player, but the swing just whiffs another whip. Just Dipsy falls it and loses his life to VNC, and MG, he didn't spot Raffin down on the T-spawn.
Ooh, they haven't spotted Beck in his corner just yet. Now Raffin's found another. Okay, finally Beck has been cleared, so all safe here for Rock to get themselves a plant, and surely should be favored in this retake as well. Action does take significant damage here over on Bridge, but that's the kill. That should secure it. Raffin goes down, so does Alucard. It's just Comics who's been found out here. And he shouldn't be long for this world either. Maybe a little overzealous there from Fifi, but there's that 7th round from Rock. Growing the lead just a little bit longer, keeping them within arm's reach, or away from arm's reach rather, as Nemesis feel like, you know, maybe this lead that they're looking for is not going to come as easy as they potentially thought.
I mean, yeah, it was a good call from them, and now they're trying to take the A-long control. We've seen Nemesis, they are throwing a lot of flashes. Now the nades, the first kill goes for Raffin, double for Raffin. VNC and Fifi both fall down, and they get stomped on A-long, and now Rock, they're gonna be reshuffling their papers. They're gonna be rotating back onto B-side because it wasn't a successful push at all coming out from them on the A-side. And now Nemesis, they are still here to fight. Yes, the first half was not successful, but Rocky Sports, again, they are showing some weaknesses on their controls. They are showing some weaknesses on the Blacklist side. Action is nowhere to be found on these controls. He needs to be there. He needs to be the guy that's going to take the controls. You can bodyguard him, but you still can't take him out of the picture. Beck just takes him out, continues to spray, and immediately Dipsy with the AK. I guess this is the first kill or double kill with the AK on this stream B right now from Dipsy. And now 7-6 lead to Rocky Sports. It is only 1 round lead. Nemesis, they are pushing Rock to the edge.
Very clear to me that Nemesis do not want to give up without a fight here in this opening matchup. They know that they've caught this sleeping giant of Rock a little off guard. And just 1 round away from equalizing things. And, you know, if they have that last laugh, I don't think they'll be upset about the result regardless if it comes out in their favor. VNC gets in too long, and so does Rock, but you don't really want to use that space at all. And he shows some face, but then they move back out. I don't know how aware Nemesis are that they've abandoned the position.
I mean, they faked a long push to take the bridge control. That's what they did, because last round they had a very good, successful A long push. So they expected Rocky Sports to do exactly what is going to be done right now. So they faked the A long control with 2 players, and they let Dipsy get the information. This is exactly what happened. Now they shift back the rotation because Dipsy have spotted 2 or 3 players trying to push onto B side, and now Rocky Sports are in a very, very good situation. If Dipsy just falls early, it is going to be a disaster for Nemesis.
Ooh, here comes the 3rd rotation as well. This should be Nemesis capitalizing on the situation. They've done so much damage, but Vivi has done so much in his own. 2 kills for him, and it's Vivi with a triple.
He's very low HP.
Yeah, he's 10 health, and he's found 3 Herculean kills. Alucard and Comics will try their hand at trying to stop this bomb from going down, but it will go down regardless. And Rock have completely turned this one around. Alucard and Comics, I don't necessarily fancy their chances here, as Rock can sit on this man advantage for as long as possible. And wow, what a shot there from MG. Alucard being spotted and will be dunked on. VNC there, as Rock now stand 2 rounds away from putting this opening matchup in the rearview mirror.
I mean, you've heard the players themselves. Alucard, he was like low, he's just 1 shot away. Fefe with the triple kill with 14 HP, I believe, just clutched the round for Rocky Sports. And now again, it might be the same round. They're trying to fake a long or trying to go for the slow take, and exactly this is the slow take that we've seen from them. Dipsy this time he's on barracks, and again the immediate reaction coming out from them. Dipsy is full flashed, and Fefe just gets the kill and gets the round. I mean, gets the control of the barracks and puts his team 1 step ahead in this round.
Big 5-on-4 here for Rock. They'll be grinning from ear to ear, knowing that they feign that long presence now. And losing Dipsy is a huge blow for Nemesis. Comic's been spotted, but not capitalized there by MG, who's definitely had a pedestrian game by his standards.
Yep.
Still a chance to turn it around, though, and, you know, a win's a win at the end of the day for Rock. They're playing their B and C game, not necessarily their A level, but that kind of speaks to the quality of this roster if they're still able to potentially get it over the line here. Still a lot of work to do, still 2 rounds away. Still have to put this one over the line in this man advantage situation. That could be a solid nade. There's a little bit of chip damage onto Action and Silva, but here comes that B hit. Oh, nice shot there from Comics. Fifi, the Danger Man, has gone down, and Raffin now taking out the mid lurk as well. So, huge chance for Nemesis to get back involved. Now bomb still hasn't hit dirt, and as soon as those digits start to get punched in, this is where Nemesis can capitalize, but they'll give it over, and they'll play this 4-on-3.
I mean, everybody's now rotating into the bridge control. Raffin is just going from base. He knows that he has time. Beck is trying to check onto the bridge, and he knows that there is 1 player here. Silva just needs some help. Raffin tries to get the kill. VNC immediately just washes nothing away. And Beck is very low HP. It's Alucard and Comics. One guy needs to step up for them because it is 1v1 and 1v1. Alucard just falls again. And the 3v4 retake from Nemesis just is lost to them. Silva played the time and Comics just got baited into it.
Wow, and you got, I think this is where the pressure is starting to mount for Nemesis. When you think about the pressure in that B site retake, taking a little too long to take out one player that is holding bridge on his own. I mean, the fact that he's able to live for as long as he does, the fact that he's able to get a couple of kills as well, that should be a very doable retake there from Nemesis, but slowing down at the finish line. But I want to talk about slowing down. Rocket certainly isn't doing that. Speeding things up here on B, but losing their first body and completely pumping the brakes.
I mean, Alucard got leg shot or probably dinged by one of the players, so he's very low HP as well. He's probably calling himself that he needs to leave this area, and immediately he's holding along from B bridge. And look at Vinci, he's unleashing himself, getting a double while he's jumping. Dipsy and Raffin just falls, and again Comics and Alucard, they are still alive. MG knows that Alucard is so low, but the flick from MG just keeps the dreams alive for Rock Esports.
2-on-2 now, all to play for Nemesis in this upper bracket. You've already got Comics quickly approaching here on B. Same goes for Beck. Are they aware of how advanced these defensive positions are? AKT and MG, a dastardly duo here for Rock Esports, looking to close this series out, put this one to bed. And still so much time being rotted off the clock, and MG nails the shot. It leaves it all to Beck up on in the 1-on-2. And he's had a hell of a series. Did so much work on Ankara, but it's not enough. Action, the star of Rock, to get it over the line, to get this series moving in the right direction, and now will advance through this upper bracket.
I mean, it was very close by Action to lose this round. It was good performance coming out from the Nemesis guys. I loved how they played this map. I loved how they executed the strategies. They had a variety of ones. They did kind of fakes. They did some kind of double fakes. They went through along. They had some good fights through B bridge. They had some good retakes on B bridge. But in the end, the winner is Rock Esports. And this, when it comes to experience, when it comes to aim, usually you would see Rock Esports coming on top. So yes, probably it was an off map on them on Ankara, but when it comes to Black Widow, Rock Esports are on top.
So, Rock Esports do finally find their way through, but what a valiant effort it was from Nemesis in the end. Most entertaining match that we've had so far on the stream, and even the other stream was kind of watching this one saying, hold on a second, what's going on over on the side stream? Are Rock really going to throw this one away against Nemesis? But experience finally does shine through, and I think they'll be delighted that they were able to even manage to get through this one despite not necessarily playing at their very best. But sometimes you do start slow in a tournament, and this is a fantastic opportunity now for them to build off of this one. So Rock will take the victory 2-1 in the end of this best of 3 against Nemesis. But as we look back at that map 3, there was a lot of opportunities for Nemesis, a lot of 1v1s, 1v2s that maybe could have gone their favor that sadly didn't. Do you think they'll walk away from this one happy that they were able to at least come this close, or do you think they'll be disappointed because they did come this close but couldn't quite find the victory?
It is going to be that they are disappointed, because I don't think that these guys are coming here to look to give some good show. They want to be winning, so they want to be trying to do something else. These guys are here on the stage for like 2 or 3 years. Alucard, Beck as well, Kevin as well, so they are trying to make something else. So yes, they did a very good job, but still they didn't end the series, so that's why they're probably going to be a bit disappointed.
Do you think that going through losers bracket though, I mean, there's a good chance they could upset some teams down there?
Yeah, I definitely think they can. I mean, there's a lot of silver linings to write home about. I liked Alucard when he was on. I think that the chemistry is certainly there. What you saw in Ankara, the adaptations and the improvements that they had on their blacklist side was very impressive. And I think they've got the goods. It's all about putting those goods together when the time counts. And Falcons look, you know, so-so. I think that's a team that they could definitely cause an upset upon if the time comes. So I'm not going to write Nemesis off completely. I'm pleasantly surprised with the performance that they put up today. I'm a little worried for Rock, though, because that upper bracket could get a little spicy.
Yeah, it definitely could, and I think that Rock will need to have learned a lesson today, especially with that 10-1 loss in map 2. It was very concerning, very worrying, although maybe now they just don't play that map. They just get rid of it as well. And as other teams may do the same against Nemesis as well, now being able to see that 10-1 say, hey, maybe we don't want to face them over there. But we'll have to see whether other teams are going to go down that route. Now, for us, we of course have players on the stage. We want to chat to them. So, Scriv, who have you got for us?
Yes, thank you, gents. I am in with Fefe here, of course, from Rock Esports. Thank you very much for joining us. Obviously, you take the victory, but the conversation piece of that is kind of Ankara. Everyone in the green room talking about that. Everyone here kind of talking about it. Des touched on it as well. Can you talk us through what happened on that second map, and did it give you guys a bit of a scary moment for the rest of the series?
Fala pouco pra gente o que tava passando na cabeça de vocês ali no segundo mapa, o que aconteceu, conversa que vocês tiveram depois pra vir pra esse terceiro mapa.
Oi, boa tarde. Cara, pra ser bem sincero, eu acho que a Ankara foi muito mal jogada da nossa parte. Eu acho que o plano de jogo não encaixou e a gente acabou se perdendo ali, a gente não conseguiu se adaptar e aí só fomos... os caras só atropelou nós e é isso aí. A única conversa que a gente teve foi pra resetar, que ainda tinha viúva e, mano, a gente não podia perder pra esses caras e é isso.
So Ankara was really, really tough for us. We kind of get a little bit lost during the game there, not gonna lie. And it was a little bit scary, but we went there, we talked a little bit more, and we reset our mindsets to go back to the next map, feeling calm and confident. Okay,
so do you think that you guys had a little bit of help from the new coach coming in this year, a lot of experience there, of course, ex-world champ? Did that help you in between map 2 and 3 to bounce back?
Com o novo coach de vocês, o que vocês acharam que a experiência dele trouxe mais coisas boas pra vocês, ainda mais as conversas que vocês tiveram entre os mapas?
Cara, com certeza agora com o Viana no nosso time, que é nosso coach, traz muita experiência e é muito melhor jogar com ele. Querendo ou não, eu e ele se entende bastante. Então eu dou carta branca pra ele falar qualquer coisa e assim que ele me escuta também, completamente. E, mano, é muito bom ter ele no time e é isso.
So yeah, I'm really happy. It's super nice to have him on the team. He bringing his luggage and his experience with the game. So we are always listening to what he's talking to us and what he's telling us to do. So yeah, his experience is really important for us.
Okay, and last question here. Moving forwards, I think you guys are in a pretty good position being number 1 out of Brazil. How are you feeling against the rest of the international competition? You know, do you see you guys making a deep run here?
Como é que vocês se sentem chegando aqui, né, como a equipe top 1 do Brasil? Sentem um pouco da pressão? Vocês estão confiantes?
Pra ser bem sincero, a gente não sente pressão. A gente não se sente pressionado por ser Seed 1. Já acontece isso já faz bastante tempo, né, que a gente vem como Seed 1. A gente só tá focado em ganhar o campeonato e é isso.
So we are pretty confident. We don't feel the pressure at all. We are just focused on our game and we are focused here to bring the trophy.
All right, well, thank you very much from Fefe. Back to Dan on the desk.
Cheers, Griff. Good to hear from any of the players from Rock, but it's also good to kind of know that mindset after having a disappointing map 2, but the fact they're able to bounce back and they're confident and their eyes are set on that trophy, as it should be for all of these teams competing, because at the end of the day, yes, like you mentioned, you're not coming here just to be second best, you're not coming here just to compete, you want to win, you want to be the best in the world, and that perhaps is the trajectory here for Rock after their victory here against Nemesis. They certainly put one foot forward in this tournament, but we look back at the highlights then from this third map. Was it won or lost anywhere in particular for you guys? Do you think there was maybe a weakness on the side of Nemesis or something that they didn't do as well as Rock?
I think it's the chemistry thing. I mean, it really just comes down to those clutch situations that should be the swing rounds. I mean, you're not going to get these opportunities if you're Nemesis quite so often, but at the same time, it's like, this is what I was talking about in the pre-show, is like, I could put any 2 players from Rock or single players on Rock and I'd say, yeah, I could favor them in those like one on twos, 2-on-2s and things like that. And that's what happened. That's where this game was won or lost for me. And you can't really fault Nemesis for that. It's a lack of experience. It's a lack of being in these situations on a regular basis. And I think for Rock, they always had that in the back of their minds, knowing that if we do get into these situations where it's a 6-6 game, it's a 7-6 game, we know we have the guys to pull us out all the stops and get us to that finish line at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I would also highlight the clutches from Rock Esports. These guys are also very good experienced players in terms of clutching. We've seen how good they played the clutch situations, how they turned rounds into their favor, how we've seen some rounds where Fefe, if you remember, when he was very low HP on B side and then suddenly he gets 3 kills and just flips the rounds to his favor. So that's exactly also a key factor for them to be winning such games. And yes, Nemesis, they might be lacking a bit of experience, but still the synergy from Rock Esports is way better than Nemesis in terms of experience, in terms of years together. Rock Esports should be winning this series, yes.
And like hypothetically, if these two were to compete against each other again later in the tournament, who do you think that would benefit more? Do you think Nemesis would have learned a lot and be able to maybe overturn Rock this time, Paladin? Or do you think that Rock would have been able to say, okay, well, we now know our weakness, we know Nemesis' strength. Would you expect it to be more of that one-sided affair that we thought it was going to be?
I think you could still have a very competitive affair. I'm not going to write off Nemesis and say that they just didn't have a good game plan. Game plan was great on all 3 maps, I'd argue. But the fact of the matter is it just does come down to those nitty-gritty 2-on-2s that just went the other way. And, maybe, it's a 50-50 kind of 2-on-2 and it would change depending on the series, but I still feel very confident in what I saw from Rock today. And I think that you're always going to have these kinds of results for them. It's not going to look flashy, it's not going to look glamorous, but they're winning at the end of the day, and I think in their minds that's kind of what they're putting one foot in front of the other, eyes on the prize.
Now Penguin, statistically, anything that jumps out to you? Was there an MVP on your side from the Rock side of things?
I mean, definitely I would put Action as an MVP. He's 13-8. Yes, probably Fefe has more kill than him, but if you look at the whole series, Action was the guy who's consistent. He was the guy who's making the plays, and whenever you're lost as a Rock player, you just put Action into the action and he immediately just flips the round to you. So well played by him, I would say. And Fefe on this round in particular, he did a very good job, and especially on turning the rounds on Global side and on Blacklist side. Fefe had a lot of pressure on himself going into Black Widow because he's the one who's responsible for the loss on Ankara, because he wasn't successful at all on his side. So he needed to step up, and he did.
He did step up, but that's for sure. And it was a pleasure to watch. I'm sure it was also a pleasure to cast as well for both of you. That is our second series done for the day. We still have one more here on the side stream that I'm sure you're all going to look forward to as well. We've got Liquid versus Execration that's going to come up next on our screens. But before that, we need to allow the players to reset, get ready on the stage, and allow our casters to have a breather. Not me. I'm fine. I'm doing okay. Don't worry about me, guys. I'm okay. But after this break, we will have the next series, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
A gente vai experimentar uma comida francesa aqui, mano. Então vamos ver, velho. O que que é? French foods. Uou, esse tá bonito, hein?
Docezinho. Cara, é muito doce, hein?
Cái này ngon này, cái này ngon, cái này chắc ngon này.
Its name is food.
You tried it, yes.
Okay, I think it's called eclair if I'm not wrong.
Vou ter que te dar na boquinha, Alice, papo reto.
Nossa, muito recheio, cara. Pão de mel.
Ngon quá luôn. Em thấy nhiều sô-cô-la, vỏ bánh cũng ngon nữa. It's good.
طب ما تخش انت. ايوه خش انت وانا بخلص انا بعدين.
Mas esse tem uma amarguinha a mais, né?
Nossa, tá top.
Manda, pai.
Bom,
Muito bom, muito bom, velho. Meu Deus.
Bom, velho.
Eu vim bem aqui na
Cara, as
bundinha.
comidas aqui são muito boas.
Bom. 10. Foi o melhor que vi até agora.
Pra mim, 9.
Muito, muito bom.
I can try again.
Ok.
Mình cứ ăn đi xong rồi tao ăn mày lên miếng to vào.
Vậy cùi vào đúng không?
Miếng to vào.
Xin em miếng nữa. For me, I'm not really a fan of it. Even in Egypt, I don't really like it much, so I wouldn't really buy this one or eat it anywhere.
مش هديها 10 من 10 الصراحة. مش طعمها ده ما جربتوش بس هو طعمها حلو.
جميلة.
اللي بعده.
If I get flashed one more time by these guys, by the way, I'm going back and I'm having a word with them all. Welcome back, everyone, to Crossfire EWC 2026. We've had a change of personnel on our desk. We've got Scriv alongside us. Scriv, an absolute pleasure to be alongside you. How have you found the game so far?
Yeah, really good. I was pretty happy with Nemesis, you know, giving us a bit of a game. That was kind of exciting.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's been good.
It has been good, but now we move into our final series of the day, which should be a closely contested one, in my opinion, but my opinion kind of sucks, and that's why I have these guys instead. We've got Liquid versus Execration on our screens. Now, these are two teams that, during a media piece earlier I saw from the mainstream, they kind of had them both in the same tier, kind of a B tier. Would you agree with that, Script? Do you think they're closely contested? How are we feeling?
Yeah, well, I think the Philippines region's kind of moving up a little. Yep. There's a lot more competition going on there over the past year or so. So I think that, you know, Stallions have been the mainstay for a while, but Execration, there is a chance here in this matchup. I think they could certainly pull off an upset, but some people, depending on who you ask, might see it more of an even matchup.
I mean, Execration, the guys that are going here for the first time, they have Yobe, one of the best players on the Filipino. I mean, it's gonna be quite tough. I said that Nemesis is gonna be close. I knew that Nemesis is going to be close. We expected Falcons to be close. Yes, it didn't turn out to be close. But this game, I cannot expect that it's going to be close because Liquid's experience is tons of experience. So I guess it's going to be quite tough for them to match this experience. Not only the aim, because the aim for the Filipinos is very good. But when it comes to experience, Liquid is unmatched.
Penguin's predictions have been pretty spot on so far. But his call of Na'Vi to start off the day, I was like, all right, this guy knows his stuff. I'm making sure if I have to do any talent predictions, he's who I'm going to copy. But now going into this one, I mean, I think it's expect the unexpected in this region at the moment. In this tournament at the moment from all these different regions. When you get international competition, suddenly everything can change. Suddenly there's a lot of strategy you may have employed against other teams in your region that might not work against other regions as well. But let's focus on Liquid for now, and let's talk about them first because they seem to be the favorites coming into this one. Exactly. Tell me a little bit more about them, a little bit of a deep dive from Liquid.
Well, Liquid didn't have so much success on the last EWC. If you remember the game versus Rocky Sports, which is now Vitality's roster. I mean, they had a very tough season. They didn't make it to top 8. And then suddenly this guy in front of us just appeared. ADRFG just acquired him and everything has changed. We've seen a very good season 1 on the CFPL from them. They beat Rocky Sports finally in a long time. And then, yes, they lost to them on season 2, but it was a very close game. It was 3-2. So ADRF, he just elevated their gameplay. He just moved forward to try to improve his teammates. He's one of the best fraggers for the team, and also he's an attacker, so that's a plus for your team. So that's why I'm saying Liquid, they are now more as a team. They are kind of better than the last year, and I think that the results of this year is going to be completely different.
And there is that Liquid roster, all 5 of them ready to go. How important is it that they come out of the blocks hot here, Scriv? Because you might worry otherwise, seeing what Nemesis was just able to do in that second map.
No, for sure. And I think the thing is as well, Liquid for me, to answer your question, very important, because I think that this is maybe a slightly weaker version of this team coming into this year. As you say, they disappointed last year, but we were maybe expecting things from them. Maybe that same sort of energy and trajectory has been slowly just, cooling off for this squad. And they've been kind of overtaken. There's a few legends in this team as well. And I think that, sure, they've tried to up the firepower, but I think unfortunately it's not quite worked for them in the way that they would have wanted.
Now, on Execration's side, we've not necessarily had a proper upset yet today. We saw a one-map upset from our previous matchup, but not had a series upset. Both of these guys feel that maybe Execration, this might be a task too tall for them. That being said, you always can see anything happen at international competition. Scriv, do you think they have any chance? Is there any hope? Give me some hope. Come on.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely hope. I think that the region and the sort of competition that they have out in the Philippines has been rising for sure, but I think there is a question around whether they are able to take the series. Definitely a map. I think there definitely will be a map in here that they could compete on. But yeah, I'd like to believe this is a plucky little region as well. You really want these guys to impress. Stallions are carrying the mantle, and I'm sure Execration are trying to be right behind them in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. Especially that if you're talking about the maps, the Filipinos, they have a different and unique play style. So definitely they can snap a map from Liquid. Probably not the series, but we can see them trying to upset Liquid in one of their maps because their aggressive play style can just catch them off guard, and probably Liquid will not have some answers. Yes, they definitely have done their preparations, but I think that if we can talk about an upset, I believe it might be a snap of a map from them.
And who typically is the first to back down? If you have an aggressive playstyle versus a defensive playstyle, if it's going wrong for both, who's the quickest to say, okay, now we have to match the pace, or to say, hey, we have to slow it down?
The aggressive is always having that edge because they are the guys that's taking the control, they're setting the tone, they are not slowing down, so they are having some kind of map control that makes them work with them. So I would say that if they're playing so aggressive, it needs to be matched by aggression, another aggression as well, if the defensive style is not working.
Match fire with fire. Well, we've got our picks and bans on the board now. Eagle Eye and New Mexico taken away, but we go into Black Widow and Port. Scriv, any early thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of an interesting kind of pick coming in. I think that the sub base feels a little more normative for Liquid, I would say. So, Black Widow maybe fits in as kind of a third. They also like the Eagle Eye. They get to play that a lot back home. So, I don't know. This veto does feel like it potentially favors the side of Execration here. I don't know how you feel, Penguin.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say that Execration, they have a good Black Widow. But it's going to be very tough on Port, because on Port, they're going to be starting on the Blacklist side. And if they start on the Blacklist side on Port and they don't get as much run as they can, it's going to be very, very tough for them. So Black Widow is where everything starts. They need to show a good, strong Black Widow. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete 2-0 by Team Liquid.
I've noticed all the teams have a nice battle cry before the games get underway as well. Penguin, when you were playing, did your team have a battle cry before you started?
No, we kept this energy in game. So we probably had this in between rounds, but not before the game.
Scriv's a battle cry kind of guy, though. I can imagine.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
You'd be roaring on that main stage, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. All right, it looks like these players are just about ready to get underway then. Predictions, gents. I guess I'll throw you under the bus a little bit. Scriv, who are you going for?
I think I'm going to go with my heart a little bit. I will go the way of Execration, because I think I know which way Penguin's going, so I also want a little bit of conflict
Okay,
here.
that's good. I'm going for Liquid, so... At least you're going to be having a winner today.
I don't like to go against Penguin, but as it's Scriv's first time on the desk today, I'm gonna go with him. I think the Execration are gonna pull off an upset here. We're gonna see a surprise, maybe our first surprise in a map 1 rather it being a map 2. But as much as I say that I would love to see an upset, we know what Liquid are capable of, and I'm sure they are going to be ready for this one. Speaking of being ready, our casters are ready. We have Scriv, we've got Penguin. Take it away, guys.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Dan. Excited to get into this one. First cast for me today, and I have been waiting in the wings for this one. I'll tell you what, Penguin. Now, first cast together. So that
first. I was watching your interviews, so I was getting entertained. Now we get entertained in casting together. And talking about this, Yothib just finds his first kill on 77, the guy that tried to single-handedly take Barracks control.
Yeah, I mean, a keen start. It always feels good, I think, in a game of Crossfire to come in super aggressive, get that first blood, you know, and just lay down the law from the word go. So, yeah, very, very nice for Yotib to find that opener. And it just allows them to take a step back, slow things down, reassess the situation, decide where they want to end this round.
I mean, they have the numbers advantage and also the barrage control right now. Look at Liquid's positions. Nobody on his side. Only Gukin. The guy's just trying to defend on Cat with his experience. He's seen a triple smokes coming out into his side. He's trying to smoke Cat just to block the vision behind him. But the push is gonna be right now onto his side. Look at this. Excretion guys, they're trying to bait the flashes from Team Liquid. But Team Liquid, they haven't had any answer because nobody was on site.
That is a great find. Really, really great find coming in from Justin. I feel like the pace now picking up in towards this A bomb site, and they are overwhelming. It felt like there was a decent defense going on, but it's not quite the case. Still will be an attempt here from that defensive side as they'll try their best to work their way back in for this retake, but it feels somewhat of a futile task as the blacklist set up very, very nicely indeed. Some nice shots here. Wait a minute, WY. Keen finds from him. He's lost his teammate, so it's a full-on clutch going to be required to open up proceedings here for Team Liquid. He's got no information on one of these players. He knows maybe towards Cat, towards Window, but he does not prepare himself for CBN, and a clean find in the end for Execration.
Well, good execution by these guys. We've seen how good, and we've seen the strategy from them. They stood the smoke and they waited a little bit because they expected Team Liquid to be throwing some counter flashes, but nobody was on side. It was only Gukin on the side. That's why he didn't answer. And then the execution came. Justin just found his kills, and then WY, he tried to get a couple of kills to pull back the round, but not enough from his side. Liquid just falls on the first round, and yet to mention the Black Widow is kind of blacklist-sided map, and this is what we exactly seeing from Excretion. They're taking barrage control, and then they go to the waters control, they try to take the bridge control, try to get and find some information for the team, and then they go into a good execution from them.
Yeah. Double snipers out for TL here. So quite early on that, nice to be able to flex it and just show that you have it, but they are obviously looking, I think, to get back into the game immediately. No respite, no downtime. And Execration expecting something from this round. You know, maybe expecting some aggression from that Global Risk side, but it's just not the case yet.
It's the same round that they did last round. They threw 3 smokes on his side, but now they are backing off. So all Liquid players, they need to recheck for information. A counter smoke from Danimals is good as an answer for them, but Excretion, they haven't committed into any of the sides. ADRF probably now have some vision that it might be an A side, and now the fake again from Yotib. He throws the flash and the push onto B side. ADRF, he has some angle and he might find some kills because nobody checked him, but Folix just gets the kill over him, and Gukin tries to trade. Yotib gets the kill on 77, and it is a trade after trade. Yotib in the end gives the advantage for Excretion.
Yeah, just about. WY is looking pretty sharp for me though. They've got to get through him, and it's an easier said than done task. Clean for that first in this little proceedings. A lot of damage done though. Can they hold off in this 2 versus 2? A key kill picked up, an MVA to close it out. Speedy as you like. Really quite sharp from MVA there. Execration up to a second round, looking good while doing so. But there's, I think, some competition here. We're certainly going to be in for a close game as these rounds are indeed being squeezed. It looked very good, didn't it? They move into B. Yeah. That surprise factor, but TL still able to somewhat hold off. Just not quite in the end.
Yeah, and we see in WL trying to take mid control very aggressive. I don't think he's seen Justin because Justin was trying to hide behind this angle. And now it is the fact that who's going to be losing his patient first because Liquid are not on board yet. And Gukin trying to find and back WY up because he's so pushed forward. And yes, and he falls back, and look at Excretion. They are kind of all in base except for Yotib, the guy on A-Long. He did some damage. He did some fakes on the last round, and he did also some damage onto Team Liquid. But now They're all playing very, very slow-paced gameplay. The smokes are ready. I believe that Excretion is one of the best teams in terms of smokes and, let's say, team sync so far in the tournament because they have a very, very good team composition.
Now towards long here once again, as Execration are slowly contacting up. Big fan of this one. And it could be a great idea if you get good timing. WY has spotted them coming, keeps his head. 7-7 now at the back end of the site. That's a tag on. Ooh, to the second, nearly the third for him as well, but not quite. Will be traded out. It's cost them a lot to get into this position though, Penguin. It's not looking good for Execration. And Team Liquid, a lovely dynamic duo hold in on that A-bomb site, and I think they might just have bagged themselves their first round.
I mean, someone has to kill WY when you are pushing into a side because this guy's always finding heads. He was in a very awkward spot, a dead spot, I would say, and yet he finds a kill, and he's still alive with a sliver of health right now, and C4 is now picked by OTIP. They're trying to find the plant. MVA, he needs to go on a crazy mode in order for him to find, but instantly got leg shotted by Cookin, who knows that this guy might be trying to find some crazy angle for his teammates.
See what they can do on the bomb. Yotib is the one that you watch. MVA is, in with an idea here, getting advanced. Nice find from him. I will lose his teammate though, unfortunately, and MVA with no HP. Not much that he can do about this one. And there you go. They get loud behind us as they will be on the board. And Team Liquid, they do it quite early. I think they stop that momentum. And as you say, any global risk round is going to be worth its weight in gold.
Exactly. And this was I wanted to mention because on Blacklist side, on Black Widow, you usually have the advantage. You usually have the controls. You make the plays, you set the tone. And now Liquid just on board after 3 rounds. And Excretion, they're trying to change the pace. A fast push into B side. Folix is just immediately on the side. ADRF just folds, just gets him off guard with no trade because the guy was just insanely moving faster than his teammates. And Gookin is still in the window trying to find some pre-fires in the smokes, but he's unsuccessful. ADRF was the 5 HP, but yet was a successful kill for his teammates. 5v4, but look at the HPs from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, it really could swing fast is kind of the key thing here to consider. They are stacked up and ready for a B hit as well, so I think that really stops the plans of Execration here. What now is the big question of this moment. Minute and 35 left on that clock. They will slow things down in a pretty big way, and I think trying to sell some kind of a fake, hoping that Liquid move players away from B, which to be fair, they've gone into more of a default here. So maybe it'll work. And we still do have, as you look, these low HP players. ADRF knows he's low and he's trying to play a really aggro angle, find some information, maybe find a cheeky kill. Not going to happen. WY got to come in and maybe distract them away here. That's exactly what he is doing. He's also very, very low though. So again, if he can find 1 kill, could be a big deal. Staying alive for a little while. It's all Danimal, so we've got to keep our eyes on. He's the one that they have baited in for, that they've tried to play around, but he's only able to get 1. Goku missing a lot of shots here as well as he's just trying to take all the pot shots. He will lose his head. Again, it's MVA with a great shot. Absolutely huge. Bomb should go down. And another round for Execration in the bag.
I mean, Danimals did a wrong switch on his sneaky box because they knew that he's there. So that's why they pushed him with 3 players. He did a switch, so they heard his gun, and they tried to eliminate him, and yes, they were successful. Gokin whiffed a lot of shots on killing MVA, but in the end, it is Excretion that is very close in getting this round. WI just gets CBN for falling down, and finally MVA just trades him, and it is all down to 77, who tries to find the first, and no, he's not gonna find the second. 3-1 is it the score, and Excretion so far, they're doing a very, very good job on the Blacklist side.
Yeah. Yeah, going to be a little scary. Like I said, I mean, as a pick from TL, everybody's going to have a pretty solid Black Widow in their back pocket, but it's not necessarily a favorite of theirs, I would say. So it did feel like they're maybe trying to play some kind of a trick here. I expected sub-base, I expected maybe even an Ankara over this. I don't know about you in terms of the veto for Liquid, but it feels like picking into this is going to give a chance for Execration to feel comfortable to kick things off. Little 1-for-1 over at Cat here, as they will start to move in towards the A-bomb site. Again, more pace in this round. Execration seem to have changed that up.
I mean, Liquid is a very good team that's usually they show us a very good Black Widow, especially because of Gookin on his side. We've seen this through the CFBL, but now versus Execration, which you are playing internationally, you're not showing the best performance. WI tried to take Barracks control alone, just falls to Yotib, who has the full control of along, which gives Execration again a big chance of winning this round and making it into 4-1. No tactical timeout so far from them, and 77 just gets MVA with the snipers. It is 3v3. It is now 3v2, but Yotib is still alive. The sniper is still alive, and the C4 is just no way to be found for him. ADRF trying to get one kill, and it is already over. And now Execration with the 4th round, and they are getting as loud as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, starting to feel pretty good, right? It seems like there is a degree of momentum being picked up here, which I think is really quite the worrying thing, as Liquid were maybe looking to remain more competitive than this, I think, in the early stages, you know, really make them work for it, but it's not necessarily been the case. But curious to see, with some time being taken here, potentially, as I see coaches on their feet, that we might just get a little change up from the Brazilians. Certainly the one to watch, legend of the game in Gokun. But nothing to be said at the moment, just listening, as is sometimes a harder task for pro players, I'm sure. But we will see here. Hopefully back into the action soon for you guys, as I think we are all chomping at the bit in this one to see what they're capable of, what they are going to be able to provide after a moment's respite.
Yeah. I mean, an early timeout from Team Liquid's just is not going to hurt, you know, but they need to get back on their foot, because 4-1, that means that the map might be slipping out of hands. And we've watched how Rock Esports lost on Ankara. It was 8-1 half. And this is the Brazilian region. So only if Liquid just don't get the next, let's say, 2-3 rounds, I believe that it might be the same case, because Liquid are not showing the best performance yet from them. However, the good aggressive gameplay from Execration is just paying off, and the guys are always just there and ready to execute on the side. I've seen a very good execution from these guys. They also have some kind of fakes. They throw some fakes, they throw some smokes. They let you just kind of guess where are they going, and this is what is making these guys are very good on the Blacklist side on Black Widow, which is not an easy task for you to make versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, favorable map for Team Liquid. You would always presume, as you say. Gone a bit cold here, hasn't it? Gone a bit quiet after the moments taken, just to see if there is some kind of response, and again, shutting down some of this aggression, which I would say we have a degree of coming in from the side of 7-7, as he is just taking his time. I think it might be WY, actually. All the same. Yeah, it is. Yeah. All the same. Looking good. Trying to find some information. Nothing going to come off from it, though, as the Blacklist side again looking to hit in towards A, but meeting a lot of resistance quite early on into this. Danimal's lucky to be alive as he gets spammed pretty heavily, trying not to give himself away. However, it is Yotib in from long, who is that hidden element that finds that first. They will eventually start moving forwards. Big kills in the mid-round here, but it's WY that activates. Could be a very, very big deal for Team Liquid if he's able to get in behind, if he's able to stop the bomb going down, be a nuisance. We've got half an eye on him, smoke down as well. He's going to go bravely through it and nearly finds two. It's not quite. 7-7 now left in the clutch. Lacking information on this sniper player of Yotib. Where does he go? How does he play this? They've spotted him now, and that's not good. They will know all about him. Trying to spam down. The sniper takes a little peek as well. Oh man, they've missed the timings here, and 7-7 creeps in, finds both. How has he gone away with that? I mean, really catching them both sleeping at the wheel there.
Yeah, they needed to do a double pick instead of just 1-by-1 because the time was for him. They thought that they can play it just some time, they can just run the clock. But now this guy just pushes himself. He knows that he's spotted. He knows that they know where he is. So he needed to do something very aggressive. And he pushes into stairs. And this where it comes the experience from this guy and gets the clutch. A very important one because it's going to be the one after the tactical timeout. Otherwise, it was going to be 5-1 in favor of Excretion, which secures for them the win in the first half. But now, still, Team Liquid with high hopes that they can close on a win on this half and probably come back stronger in the next rounds and make a better performance. So now Liquid with the barracks control, they have everything for them to rotate into the other sides. Maybe they're going to be leaving Cat alone for ADRF, as we can see with the EBR. And yes, Gukin is here to help. Definitely one of the best players to play aside.
WY, though, going to be the first port of call. Instantly traded. Big deal that he is. And again, they bail on the idea of long. So they quite like doing that. I think Execration's something to fall back on. Go long, get a pick, and move away. It is relatively smart. A lot of round left to play yet. Minute and a half. So they've got plenty of options available should they choose to use them. And indeed, they will try and rotate. But we've got Team Liquid responding with a B push. Getting aggressive themselves. Feels like a pretty key round here. As we start to close out this first half. Really could set the tone for the rest of what's to come. And if Execration can respond immediately, TL kept in the dirt, you know, just one sporadic round here or there, it's going to be a big deal.
Exactly. And now these guys are slowly but surely going into Cat. They are trying to do the A split. And look at this smoke. It's very smart by Utip. Trying to stop any sniper from getting him while he's crossing. And now he's kind of crossed with the leg shot from 77. Just makes him very low HP. And they know that this guy loves to hold it long. They know that he loves to stay on barracks just to control this area on the post plant. So let's see how Liquid is going to be going through this and how they're going to be adapting. I believe that they're going to be ignoring him completely and trying to go through catwalk.
Ooh, a lot of early damage done here in proceedings on this retake. It's 4 legs you got to look to. He needs to find one from here, surely. He's trying to just now stay alive. It's very awkward for him. Will go down. He's maybe bought enough time, though. It's CBN that comes around with 3. Out of nowhere, make it 4. Absolutely huge from CBN. We were focused in on 4lex, and, well, he was the distraction party for that play. Absolutely brilliant hold.
DiGL himself just makes it happen and just does the first quadra kill on this stream. Being gets the round for Excretion. What a way to close this round. And let me tell you that 77 clutch just kept all Liquid's dreams alive because it was going to be 6-1 in favor of Excretion right now. But look at the fight, look at the games, and 77 again. Talking about this guy, he just doubles. Just in an NBA, just falls and makes it 4v2, and Excretion just immediately looted 3 players while they are crossing into mid. And finally, we are seeing Liquid alive.
Yeah, maybe for a moment. Got to get that C4. I quietly hold out hope that Execration might be able to make this a little sticky. Slowly working their way in. They've got plenty of time to play with, so no real rush to get this round going again. Oh, and they're slowly kind of backing away from the C4, you know, not afraid to give it away potentially. Instead, focusing on surviving, not giving the kills back. And the B bomb site remains very vulnerable. So got to play this correctly here on the Team Liquid side of things. There is a world in which it pans out. Small smoke down. Playing around it there is ADRF. He's trying to be cheeky. Trying not to be spotted at this point, and it will indeed work out. They think that angle's safer than it was. Still all down to the sniper here. C4 retrieved in a moment. You would think. He's not quite stepped on it. There you go. Finds the kill, though, onto the player that he knew about. And now looking towards B. But again, still got plenty of time to play with here, Penguin.
I mean, he's doing very good. Look at his score. It's 11-4. This guy, if there is anybody who clutch this round, it's going to be this guy. But the double man swing from Liquid just gets it done. 5-3. And I still think that is a good half by both teams. Even if it went 6-3 for Excretion, still it is a good half for them. And if it went 5-4, I mean, Liquid just did a miraculous comeback.
No, this is true. This is true. After a really, really shaky start, I think they can be pretty happy. 7-7. Nice pickup from him. Again, coming out of their shell, aren't they, Team Liquid? It feels like it might have taken a while, but they are indeed managing to impress quietly. Maybe a bit louder as we move into that second half. We'll see. A great first pickup and a few options available now. Some decisions to be made in terms of how they want to play it, but they've not necessarily let up on their B aggression as WY is over there once again.
I mean, Justin is very low HP. He took the sniper, trying to find any mistake from Liquid, but look at the guys. They're not giving any mistakes. WY, again, he's just taking the whole B control, spamming crouch, giving the full information. That's why we're seeing Liquid stacking onto his side, and this is the experience we are talking about. If Excretion just had more experience, they knew that they need to take B long at a certain point. Otherwise, it's going to be a full stacks onto his side every time they go versus Team Liquid. But now, seeing MVA is trying to approach this information in Yotib, trying to find the kill, and this kill can shape the round because 77 just gets one. CBN almost lost his life. He goes up off the edge and just eliminates 77 out of the picture. And now again, it is 3-on-3 because MVA just got red out of WY on this box and makes the dreams alive for Excretion to win this round.
Yeah, feels like a big kill. Feels like a big kill for MVA. He can do a lot with that. He can be annoying. He can get out there as the Vanguard and maybe grab another kill, maybe grab some information towards B. Not quite sure what they are deciding on here, whether they want to follow up with him. It looks like they do. So there was a moment that I thought potentially could have been a fake, but not the case at the moment. MVA will be on for the trade here, but Danimals does well. Finds one, gets away. Uh-oh. Dangerous now. 20 seconds left on that clock, and they are being squeezed on the site as well. They've got to move forwards. They've got to find quick kills in order to get this done. Danimals goes down 10 seconds, but it's ADRF in from behind that's got us worried. Goken with the touchdown nade as well to clean things up. And it is that good finish you were looking for. TL with a mini comeback, but a comeback nonetheless.
Yeah, from 4-1 to 5-4. I mean, it's very good because one of the rounds as well is a clutch by 77. It was about to be 5-1, 6-1 in favor of Excretion, but then you're seeing right now a 5-4 in favor of Excretion. That's a very good half by Liquid. Especially talking about that they start on the Grover side. Look at Gukin is trying to find the kill. Yotib is fully blind on this round, and Gokin is trying to find some crazy plays in mid, just pushing in the smoke, crossing everywhere. Probably waiting for one mistake, one guy that can come and peek from mid ledge, or probably just try to cover WI for checking Cat, and Gukin is still patiently waiting, and I see that Team Liquid are all rotating around mid and A side.
Just sending the feelers out for this first round, I think. Playing with some patience. They will look to split the A-bomb site down the middle. So going to have to do well, going to have to trade well is the key thing here. They've got Yotib waiting, watching the long corner. So looking to get that correct. Oh, moving in fast. Danimals with a key trade, but he's dealt with as well. They've lined up all this execute, and it's not really panned out for them. His execration very, very, very ready. And potentially forcing them to move away. Full reassess of the situation here as it fell apart quite fast there for Team Liquid.
I mean, they had a very good line of flash on Cat, but Danimals just made sound while he's flashing, so he forced the team probably to dodge the flash and immediately just swing to get 2 kills. 77 left again once more on a clutch 1v3. This is going to be quite difficult this time for him because the C4 is dropped and he needs to reclaim it from Cat, where 3 players are wrapping around on a long. I believe that he has no idea that the 3 of them are just stacking together. He will check every single corner on Cat, but the 3 players are trying to wait for him to come back from this Cat and to get the kill over him. But he kind of reads the way. He was going through mid, and all the players again going through Cat. He's spotted, he has a smoke, goes to plan, 10 seconds, and then he needs some good shots and never to miss.
Yeah, gonna have to go. Never mind. I was gonna say, gonna have to go great, try and build it up, and he is just flat there.
Died.
Yeah. So the inevitable happens. Execration, I think they will take that, as it starts as a really, really nice way to kick off this second half, feeling good, and grow their lead. So long as they can stop things from evening up, stop, of course, Team Liquid from taking the lead, they're going to feel comfortable. They don't have to get too nervous just yet. But can they keep it going here on the global risk side? Slow going once again into this round, but what has happened here? Justin's all the way out through middle. He has thread that needle. They had a lot of players down in the lower of B, and they didn't see him, so he really snuck through there. A key opener. CBN will be taken down. Just got to be careful now of what they do in future, but it has completely disrupted Team Liquid.
I mean, this is exactly the play style that we've talked about. Usually you've seen the Filipinos doing such plays. They try to take the controls, they try to play the aggressive gameplay, they go for the risks, they go for the solo plays. Usually you wouldn't expect such things on the international tournament or the international stage, but these guys, they are very, very young, so they have no pressure. They have the variety of doing this. They just try to push, get the kills, and exactly what CBN did. Yes, he got only 1 kill, but still he gave a statement that we can be pushing you everywhere instantly at any time.
Been a really big slowdown as well as the round has unfolded. Not much unfolding happening though, as they will now look towards B, pick up that pace. Great little counter flashes coming in from the global risk side as well to just slow them down. MVA at the back end of the site dealt with quickly. Not what they wanted. They will lose control. It's going to be tough to get back in here. Just at the window. Ooh, tapping away. Close, but not quite. Now the C4 gets planted. I don't really fancy the chances here of execration. I'm going to be honest that, yeah, they really don't look comfortable. And they're looking for a different avenue of attack here if they can. Is there a way back round? Is there an early kill to happen here? But what you got to do, I think, is just play this one nice and safe. And the kills will come your way. That's exactly what's happening for the Brazilians. A big take from them. They stay hot on the heels of execration here.
I mean, that was a very good round, a good flick by ATRF. This guy, if he died on this side, I believe that it was just a done round for them, because he had the angle, he had the C4, and the C4 is going to be dropped in a very awkward position. You need to cross through doors, through stack boxes, through window, and other than that, it was going to be a quite difficult round for you. But look at the aggression play from his creation. The guy was fully blind. CBN just followed by another aggression by Team Liquid, and ADRF just gets the first kill on this round. First blood for him, and gives his teammates a numbers advantage on this round. A very much needed round we can see from them. ADRF trying to fight, but MVA with the HK just gets the kill and brings back the numbers advantage. He lost 70 HP, but his still kill is a kill for his teammates, and it is now a 4v4 between both.
Just wait and see if there's going to be a Yotib peak here or not. Smoke goes down, playing it safe. 7-7 trying to work around it. Can he spot anything? But the answer is no. Minute and a half on that clock. TL once again going to lean B here. Very effective for them in the previous round. Really managed to find that lockout. They're looking to do it again. 4lex finding that kill, though, is going to have other ideas, of course. That'll really make life difficult for them. 4-on-3 now. MVA is very low. He's kind of the only one here as well. There's a slow move coming in and missed, maybe? Not sure if 7-7 spotted him at all. Might have done, because the C4's actually high-turning it out of there, looking for the A-bomb site instead. It feels very indecisive here, Penguin. I'm not a big fan of what we're seeing from Team Liquid.
I mean, yeah. we have seen a very shaky rounds from them. This round should be theirs, but always Excretion, they are pushing an information. But look at Daniels, the swing with the EBR just gets Folex, and also MVA just falls to Gukin, and it is only Yotib and Justin to bring back this round for Excretion. But 7-7 spotted this guy, and Justin just falls, and it is all of a sudden 1v3, and the C4 is about to get planted. No, 77 just gets the kill and pushes Liquid into a draw.
Yeah, I mean, what a round he had, what a game he's having, of course, but really, really big. And I think a lot of that might have been off the back of him finding angles, finding info, and of course finding those kills. But I think he's maybe calling some of those ideas, getting everyone on board, as it was in need of a lot of direction. You know, you're faking out B, you're going towards A, and then you're going back towards B, and yeah, very, very difficult to stay on top of, especially when they had such little time. Folex does give his position away, manages to get one, but instantly dealt with. Does a lot of damage. Yotib not far away from the action, but they have managed to overtake that A bomb site. A weaker defense over here this time around. Justin with a quick find. Looks to take matters into his own hands, and there is this player in Goken that's so far from the action. Technically speaking, we're 4-on-2 onto the site. If they can move fast enough, CBN flicks across to find him. He tried to pull off the flank. It doesn't happen. Danimal's here in a good spot, but can't get it done. It's 7-7, but not enough HP this time around. And Execration will answer back instantly, 7-6.
I mean, 2 flicks from Justin and CBN just chaps the round for Execration. I mean, we've talked about how good the Filipinos are on aims, how good they are on their aim, and when it comes to clutch, when it comes to 1v1 battles, they are always the favorite. When you shoot and try to give him a chance before you're killing him, immediately will get your head, and this is exactly what happened. And Yorib again just gets WI, and ADRF is fully flashed. MVA just doubles it down, and Gokin is the only one to find a kill, and Yotib just gets dinked immediately by Danimals, and he's down to 22 HP. Look at the HPs from Excretion, and also look at where is 77. He can get a lot of players rotating from B side. If he swings right now, he gets the first, and yet there are 2 more players that is very low HP. 77 just single-handedly has along. Gokin gets the other, and the other 2 players are very low HP. He knew that they were on the fight on B side.
He looks sharp there, nice and quick, always looks good on the spec. CBN can't get away from the nade, and it will indeed be as expected. I think this is maybe what we wanted as well from this game. You know, we've got Team Liquid. They kind of come in as the typical overdog. Execration trying to deny everyone that storyline, and we have the meeting, the clashing of these 2 teams, and they're giving us exactly that. So a really close first map here. Feels like it does have the OT written all over it, but we'll find out. We will find out.
Yeah, and especially that you're talking about a map on their own pick, so Excretion, they're trying to find success, and now they're playing so passive. Look at where the guys at. Nobody is close. Folex just takes some damage, drops off the Undercat, gets the information needed, but look at the C4. The C4 is in base. That means that Liquid is only doing some presence on the side in order for them to make the mistakes, and exactly the mistakes happen. Yotib just falls to 77, and by the way, 77 is just here for a while trying to get this kill, and now he gets it and he earns it, and Danimals are trying to get the kill over CBN, but WY from base just snaps him out and gets the kill and gives his teammates another advantage. After the kill from Justin, it is a 4v3. Danimals now have information that there is 1 guy on B side and another 2 guys above each other in mid. 1 in cat and 1 in mid ram.
Do they know? Have they heard? We'll have to find out. Folex definitely spotted now, though, as he tries to make it out of there. Ooh, okay. I thought he got away, but yeah, as you say, Goken had him dead to rights. The creep up. He'd been waiting for that for quite some time, and it does pay off for him. Really big moment here for Team Liquid. As the remaining 2 Execration players in completely the wrong area, right? That bomb is headed towards B. You would say it's still not quite convinced. Doesn't quite matter. The kills are still rolling in nicely here for the Brazilians. It will be TL to take that lead. Oh, very close to the tail end here. So Execration, for me, they've got to answer back immediately. They've got to stay on them. They cannot let this take all the momentum away.
I mean, they still have their tactical timeout because I've seen how Liquid is playing. They're just relying on 77. This guy have 21 kills.
I know, he's going crazy.
Yeah, he's just killing everybody who's rotating. He's killing everybody who's trying to overstep. So Execration needs to chill a bit. They need to stop playing very aggressive and to try to play together as a unit, because the executions from them on the Black side was perfect. That means that when they go to the global side, if they play together aggressively, it can be having a better chances on winning the round, just rather than one guy just swinging mid and dying to 77, or just dodging 77 and finding Gookin immediately waiting for him. And Folix immediately changed now to the sniper, and he knows that the ADRF is there. It is not a push, it is just an information gathering between both teams, but this nade is going to be doing a lot of damage on WI.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was starting to get a feel, maybe, for what they like to do. They send another one over there.
Yeah.
WI is very low, as is Folix. So, hard to tell which way the wind is going to blow on this one. Very, very tense here as we get towards the tail end of regular proceedings and decide whether we need a little more, or if it will be TL who at the moment have the hot hands to take things into the map 1 victory. Lining up outside of B here, ready and raring to go, I am sure. Just waiting to see, as this smoke goes down, if there is anything awaiting them on the other side. CBN thinking about it, but he will drop back. Does he have any support to come his way? Team Liquid prepping some light nades here, as they will start moving in. There's 2 to defend, though. Pretty well set up, I would say. It is MVA trying to distract away, and he gets 2 gifted to him. Now CBN's position becomes absolutely everything. Will he be checked? Yes, he will. Danimals can't quite find him. Waiting for another fight to come in. WY, though, is appearing out of nowhere on the kill feed as he just drops one at the back end. Really well done from him. A great find. Brings it down to 2, but the C4 in the hands of Execration here.
I mean, what a kill by WY. He covered Danimal from the guy from window. He was just dropping to kill him, immediately just chopped off with the sniper. And yes, as you mentioned, the C4 is dropped in hell, and now they're going to be trying to reclaim it on a 20 seconds. CBN behind the stack boxes and Yotip also on the window is going to make this quite difficult. And look at Team Liquid. They are trying to unleash themselves. 10 seconds only on the clock, and Yotip just finds another, and he's suddenly around to be taken by Execration. No time to plant the C4, and Gookin will try to hunt for the kill that is nowhere to be found, and Execration gets the round. Yes, they took the tactical timeout, but yet they won the round.
Yeah, I mean, wild. Absolutely wild. Maybe if he chased him down instantly, he could have got the drop on him, but he was kind of in 2 minds. He went back for the bomb, and then no time for that. You know, it's all over the place. Just shows the high octane, the carnage that's going on here. The breakdown in comms, maybe. An Execration, the right place at the right time. MVA looks brilliant, but they were set up for this B hit. It pays off in a big way. I thought with WY finding that kill at the back, you know, I thought maybe Team Liquid, they just weren't quite fast enough on the uptick after that kill, actually. So, yeah, we take a timeout. We talk things over. We go back to even. And so very difficult to split these 2 teams here.
I mean, Liquid now, they got a chance to talk to each other, because also they had some mistakes on the last rounds. They had the advantage, they had everything right for them to win this round, but still Execration, they are very good when it comes to clutch. They are very good when it comes to the aggressive gameplay. The repeak, the retake is usually going in favor of Execration, and it is very, very close on the first map. Maybe more close as we expected. I expected 10-7, 10-6 map in favor of probably Liquid, I would say, honestly. But it is 8-8, and it is anybody's to take. Execration can just get this win. We can go to overtime, and it's going to be the first overtime. Or someone just going to clutch 2 rounds in a row and just puts the other into a mental breakdown.
Right, it can happen very, very quickly here, and that's maybe what TL are trying to tap into. I think they wanted to send a hunting party in towards B there, but some early smokes here going to slow them down. By far the most impressive player on the server. MVA, it's a bit odd, you know, he's up there with 18. He has just had a big round. Feels like he's been more consistent rather than these big flashy moments. But 7-7, every time we see him on the kill feed, it's quite a few times, you know, he's really taking over rounds. He's having a lot of impact.
Yeah. Slow play coming out from Liquid right now. The guys are trying to find any mistake from Execration, but look at the guys. They're just being so passive. Only Yotib has the barracks control. So it gives them the edge and the ability to stack onto B side, where Team Liquid were kind of fishing for a kill. They weren't successful. The C4 is dropped though on B long. And still Liquid is yet to make any move. Someone is going to be grabbing the C4 right now. It's going to be Gookin. And 77 is just looking mid for any kill. CBN is playing very passive on the cat, and they are having the stacks onto a side where it is going to be a probably fake mid push onto B side.
Yeah, this feels dangerous. This feels very, very dangerous indeed. Team Liquid winding that clock down a little. They get ahead of that smoke there. They're going to try and move through it. They've got to deal with MVA at the back end of the site. There's also a fight going in towards middle. So they've left this strat for a key moment. And indeed, they've talked it over. Just about able to stay in proceedings. I felt the position from MVA was going to be everything, but he's not quite able to deliver. Down to the 2-on-2. C4 spilled in an awkward spot. And they have to be wary of Window. But where is the last man? Where is he at?
They're looking for him.
Yeah, Yotib is kind of nowhere to be seen at this point. There's not a lot of time. Just play it safe here. The GR boys don't need to do too much, don't need to over-peak, and this flank is now starting to get activated. They've got no idea behind it. Plant coming in. He secures the kill. He denies the plant of the C4. Oh, man. How has he gotten away with that? What a flank coming in from Yotib. Justin plays it cool, and Execration with a huge round as they move up to 9.
He should have planted behind the side, not...
They had no idea about that flank.
But still, if you're planting behind the side, nobody can kill you unless he swings out from window, which is kind of deadly. And also, you're going to be slowed because you need to get charged and to push. But still, Execration just moves away with this round and gets it into their favor. Folix right now, he gets an information on a cat control coming out from Liquid. Liquid, they are still leaving the C4 behind, trying to get some information, trying to get some intel so they can play with the C4 if they want, rather than just losing it on the first early rounds. And Gookin just gets the man who was grabbing the information. Team Liquid, they choked a bit, but still, till the end, they are trying to fight back their spot into winning and going to the overtime. 77 was another kill, and now it is settled for them. 5v3 with the 2-man's numbers advantage. It should be an overtime.
Yeah, you would assume so here. 2 players set up. Oh my goodness. 7-7 so quick with it though. 25th kill of the game so far. Surely that's got to be enough, but MVA, he's not done just yet. 2 quick kills from him. He's traded out. He wasn't ready for the next man coming in from Cat. It's unfortunate. It really is, because he looked like he was hot enough to get that done. CBN going to be the only one left. 1 versus 3, and the round's fully reset. You know, he's far away. Not much that he can do to get back into this. Potentially unexpected at long. Might be able to drop 1, and they're holding off on the plant. I'm definitely curious about that. Oh, they get on top of each other. He can't find either of them, though. We'll take 7-7. Danimals is trying to get the hell out of here, looking towards B. It's not over. It's really not over. 50 seconds left on that clock. Goken expecting him to jump out of long, but he's opting to go mid instead. Could split the difference. I think Team Liquid looked pretty nervous with the way they've played this round out.
I mean, they look so shaky, but look at Goken. He's trying to play for time. Only Danimals, he's the guy on backside that's going to be taking the fight because he needs to somehow get the information for Goken, and he's very low HP, and it's a good decision by them. So Danimal is still trying to check on the angles. I believe that he saw him pushing into Goken's position, but Goken is in a very awkward spot and he falls down, and now Danimal has to clutch this round and play for the time, and exactly that is what's needed from him, and he gets the round and gets the kill, and also makes us go to the first overtime on this stream B, and now it is 9-9 in a game that I expected to be going way easier for both of the teams. On the beginning of the game, I saw it's Liquid. I've seen Excretion. Maybe I said, okay, Excretion, they are better. And now it is 9-9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it just really goes into our narrative of these two teams being relatively evenly matched in theory. Like, we don't really know when they meet each other, of course. This is the excitement around Crossfire, is the fact that the internationals aren't every week. You know, it's hard to tell what region is going to be able to perform against what region. So it's nice to see these guys pulling all the stops out here on a classic map as well. Oh, Black Widow. But we'll find out starting out on the BL side. Execration with the double sniper for a moment. I think MVA's moved off of it. Back onto the M4.
Again, we are seeing Execration on the A-Long, trying to be kind of active on the map, just denying the information on A-Long, but Gokin, he should be having an idea that the guys are already crossing cap, because 77, I don't think he has any idea, but yet he finds double kill. Just Justin and Folix just fall down. And finally the nade just takes him down, and it is a 4v3 with a Gookin alive and a WI alive. That makes it a very, very hard task for them to take. Execration just falls immediately to the guys of Team Liquid on side, but yet they are still fighting. MVA was at 24 kills, and the C4 is still not gonna be planted right now. YouTube is the guy that loves barracks. We've seen him a couple of times there, and he's usually there to get the kills and to deny that he take on a long, but now it is a cat thing that Slick was gonna be done.
Two coming in from Cat. They're able to spot out MVA. He doesn't take anyone with him. Yeah, the nade as well. Going to find him there as they know they've done damage to him. It's Yotib, whose position is lightly given away. ADRF holding on to that bomb. It's a nice flash though. Danimals comes round. And it will be TL to find that first round here. Getting interesting now, isn't it? You know, we've seen a very slow, hard-fought battle from them to really take the reins of this map. It's a lot of work. I think they have finally started to do it as they drag us in. They give us the OT. And Execration losing a lot of that early spark that they had, especially from that first half.
Yeah. And now, again, Elon control is just a thing for Execration right now, and they are trying always to be the team that's active on Elon. While Liquid is just respecting the fact that if they lose the fight on Elon, they might have lost the whole round. And now this step can make things very, very worrying. The shotgun from ADRF in the close corners can just line 2 or 3 players from Execration and gets the kill. This nade is gonna be doing some damage to Justin. However, still no executions. A good read from Liquid if they can make the fast rotation, if they get the kills, but ADRF is good only for 1. WI is still alive. Good flash. Yotib is trying to get Gookin, but Gookin just snucks his head in, and WI just gets CBN alive. And now it is a 4v3, and Liquid, they are going to step forward into 11th round.
Yeah, looking that way, isn't it? Very much looking that way. Oh, although they have given up some control of the B-bomb site briefly. Goken with a repause. We'll see the flank coming in from behind.
Yotib.
Really looking dangerous, isn't he? Really looking dangerous. Danimals is thinking about when to go. Do not want to get this wrong. Feels like quite a key round, again, to really split the difference, and they are checking it. Only briefly. He's pretty much timed this to perfection, but is he also maybe giving up too much of that timing control? As they're slowly going to start moving in. Oh, Goken, it's so fast. Too fast, even. Falix will take him down. C4 in his hands. Oh, and he's kind of out of there. They've sniffed this flank ever so slightly. Maybe a step heard as Goken was going for the fight. 7-7 watching it. Was there a shot that came off there? Didn't quite hear. It doesn't seem like he was too surprised. All the same. Yeah, I don't think they spotted him. I don't think they spotted him because there wasn't a reaction until the C4 went down. So Falix in a powerful spot. Very, very powerful spot in this 1 versus 2. They're going to have no information rolling into the site itself. He backs off. He looks for a bit more Map control, a bit more information. Peeks round, spots the second, but 7-7 is too quick. And he will keep racking them up, looking for that 30th kill if he can get it by the end of this one. All the same, clutches up here, finds the 11th for TL.
I mean, it was almost close of losing this clutch, but still, I'm saying that X-Creation is just playing out of their minds right now. We haven't expected these guys performing to the best and just pushing every round to the edge and making this game very, very tough for Team Liquid. And now they're looking for the last round before the switch. Team Liquid, if they can make it into 12s, probably it's going to be an easier shot for them to go through. And now the switch from the Elon control again from X-Creation onto B side, where Gokin is ready and immediately just eliminates one of the best players on X-Creation.
Yeah, big find. Really, really big find. It's going to be the rest of the squad to pick up the weight. Are they strong enough, I guess, is now what we have to ask. Team Liquid looked very, very worrying early on in this Black Widow, if you can cast your mind back, but as it's gone on, they have slowly but surely found their sea legs. And they've looked very, very good in the past few rounds, looking to close things out unceremoniously here against this Blacklist side. We'll see as things get kicked off into Cat hit, spamming away. Justin left low, very low indeed, and he went back in for a bit more. That was his own doing. Falex will trade it though.
Yes, exactly, and we're talking about the overpeak that CBN done, and WI just eliminates Gokin. Just gets the kill on Newtip, and now it is a 2v3, but 7-7 is very low HP. He's trying to play behind the chain, and he got both! Somehow, somewhere, this guy is gonna be always clutching.
Let that sit for a moment. Beautiful find from him. And some long faces on the Execration side. As reality maybe starts to set in. Team Liquid, one more round for them. And they will have done it flawlessly. A really sharp comeback, but a fantastic OT so far. Yotib, unthwarted. Still gets aggressive, still looks for his first kill. And he will get it.
I mean, what a shot by him. It was insane to get this kill just to keep the dreams and hopes alive for them, and now it is a 4v5, and yet 77, the best player on Team Liquid, is just falling short and is not getting anything in return before falling down. Now look at MVA as well. We're only talking about 77, but MVA, this guy have 24 kills and they're still doing a very good job in my opinion. So let's see if they have some answers to these rounds.
And towards B, I mean, there's going to be a meeting of players here at the entrance. Caught ever so slightly off guard. I think that is safe to say. MVA gets away. It's going to shore up their position massively. Really well held. Only the one trade 4-3. It's not what they would have wanted there. Team Liquid, but they caught them at the perfect time while they were setting up, you know, players lining things up. Danimals traded out. So no miracle clutch from him to close things out. Still a couple more to go before that golden round.
Yep, still long way, but they need to be gone through. And I mean, X-Creation, when they rely on MVA just going forward, they kind of lose their firepower because this guy needs to be alive. They shouldn't lose him early on, and they should just unleash Yotip, this guy, and he picks the kills. It is going to be an easier task for them to get around X-Creation right now. And 30 bombs coming out from 77 on this Black Widow. I believe that the world record for the international stages are 32 for N9. I think that 77 have a chance of just breaking this record, probably going for 35 if they continue to play 2 more rounds or 3 more rounds. Well, because this guy is just hitting 2 shots and 2 kills at least per round.
Yeah. But is that what they want? Because that brings things into contention, you know. So, yeah, we'll see here. Looking towards B once again. Not expecting the aggression a second time around. They will line up their nades. They'll keep it simple. It is just ADRF to start, and they will slowly start backing him up, but there's no early player to be met, no early kill on the card. CPN, no idea where he is. ADRF does well to work around the smoke, finding two. Justin with a really unlikely find, though. Drops that C4 as well, which I think is a pretty important part of this round. Animals spamming away, picks up Justin. As the dust settles, left into a 3 versus 2 hit. C4 still on the floor. A lot of damage done with the spam, but no kill coming back. Goken left incredibly low. Can they finish him off before he manages to get into the site himself? And 7-7, he's got other ideas. He's looking to take matters into his own hands here with a quick reposition. Yotib seems ready for something from this angle, but 7-7 flicks across. Takes down the low HP player, leaves it all on Forlex, who will bring it down to the one-on-one against the sniper.
Oh, he legged him.
He did. He hit him through the door. 30 seconds just shy to get this round done. That's the one advantage it feels like that Forlex has got here. The fact that the C4's on the floor, there's not a lot of time. He's trying to keep him distracted. Look at me. Ignore the C4. You know, come and chase me. And well, 7-7 going for it. Will take him down. Picks up the win. And Team Liquid, they managed to complete that. They managed to complete the comeback on that one.
32 kills. This guy is just insane. I believe that this is his 4th clutch in this game. Man, nothing to talk about this guy. He just carried his whole team away on this map. It was a very, very tough map by Team Liquid. A tough win, I would say, but Execration did just give us a good and fair fight.
Well, our first overtime. It seems you're the lucky charm here, Scriv. I've been begging for us to get a closely contested game, and we get everything that. I mean, that was unbelievable. 7-7, though, was really the standout player, the star player, as it were. Though I did think we might have got that golden round that you were talking about. It seemed like it was difficult to separate these two squads, but in the end, it is Liquid who come out on top. How much is that going to hurt Execration is the real question. They put so much into map 1, but they still fall short here, Scriv.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point. You know, it's very tough to be on the end of as well, because without 7-7, you potentially win it. You potentially win it. So I think they're going to be pretty annoyed. They started very strong. The timeouts didn't quite work for them. That was a big thing. I think that Team Liquid, every time they took a timeout, they were able to bounce back. Execration, not quite the same look in that sense. So yeah, there's some definite things to be frustrated at in there.
And Execration obviously played very well with the time, and they used that to their advantage in several rounds, almost again in the last round, but just not quite getting over the finish line in that one. Do you think Team Liquid will be relieved that they'll be able to just
definitely, because after this map, as Scriv mentioned, that without 7-7, it's a sure thing that these guys would have lost this game, because himself, I believe that he got like 3 to 4 rounds single-handedly to his teammates, so definitely they wouldn't be even going to the overtime, so they should be relieved now and they should be relaxed. They're gonna be going on port on the global side, which is heavily sided through global side. It's 70% to 30% global to blacklist, so I believe this is gonna be an easier task for them. However, what I've seen from Execration on the blacklist side, that means that they will not give them an easy shot on port.
Certainly what we've seen so far, Scriv, is that the underdogs are finding ways to make these games closely contested, and perhaps some of these more one-sided affairs we thought may have been featuring, instead we're getting far closer ones, and I think that's probably good for the competition as a whole and for us as commentators, analysts and hosts alike. But that being said, it can be very demoralizing putting that much into game 1 and then going into the second map. Are you going to be able to keep up that same kind of pace? And I guess my question for you, Scriv, is do you think that Execration now can find anything going into this map too, or do you think morale will drop a little bit?
I think it's likely that the morale drops. They're quite a young team. So are they going to be used to this? You know, they've not got a lot of international experience. So I think it is something that, yeah, probably will take away going into that next map. And, you know, you start off in a position that feels like, okay, we're dominating them a little bit here. We should be really, really strong. We should have a good chance. And that drops away and you just never quite pick it back up. But there was little taste towards the end that it's like, oh, maybe we can, just pip them to the post with those early rounds that we had. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And it feels like you've maybe left a piece of yourself on the promise over there, and it just didn't happen for them.
Yeah, I still think that the morale is going to kind of fall for Excretion because they were very close but yet very far of winning this game. But still, they're going to be also going on port, which needs a good sync because you're going to be going versus the defenses of Team Liquid, where they have two snipers, they have Goken on the top, they have 77 locking down beside, and port is all about the barn control and BC control, where 77 is going to be there. So you need to get rid of this guy in order for you to take this control, and I don't think it's going to be an easy task. Just talking about how good he played the first map, he should be taking this into the next one.
Is it a case that in the kill feed, when you see 7-7 go down, you're like, all right,
it was 2 rounds.
Round over, we can be able to push this one through? Because, I mean, you have to try and shut him down, right? You can't allow him to be able to free farm like he was, but also in a 5v5 game, it's difficult sometimes to isolate a single player. You don't know where they're going to be on a map as well. So it's difficult to try and focus that one in their way. But certainly 7-7 was the standout player, was probably the MVP from you guys, from me as well, just from what I was watching. Who was the standout player on the other side for you, for Execration? Anyone who really stood up and showed what they were made of?
Yeah, I think MVA.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yes.
It's difficult to quantify. He had a lot of kills.
Yeah, he had 25 kills.
It felt like the impact wasn't quite there. You know, 7-7 was getting a lot of his kills out of clutches and things. So MVA's maybe getting in there, trading, maybe even 2-for-1 at times, but it just wasn't quite enough, whether that's because there's not enough of a team behind him to, you know, keep those trades coming, or maybe sometimes he was just in there 1-for-1 trading. That's not quite going to do it. Sure, you might be first on the kill feed, but yeah, it's just not enough from MVA, so the impact didn't feel as high.
Yeah, he had a very good gameplay. He had some kills, but exactly as you mentioned, it's not as impactful as 77 because this guy got the kills from the clutches.
Yeah.
And the other guy's just maybe trading, maybe he's 1v4, get 2-3 players, and yet the round still went for Liquid. So I believe that he did very good job, but I think that he can also, if Justin just plays a bit around him, because that's the entry for his team. And also Yotip, he started very strong, then he's kind of weak, then he started very strong again. So he's kind of inconsistent when it comes to the fragging. So if he's consistent, if MVA is just fragging again, I believe that we might be going to map 3.
Well, map 3 could be exciting. I hope we do get to go to map 3, to be honest. I want to see as many close contests as we can. As we move into port, though, you've already mentioned, like, we have attack-sided, we've got defense-sided. You said it was favored slightly one way rather than the other. Talk to me and the viewers about port, right? What should we expect from this one? Is it more fast-paced? Does it slow down a little bit? What's your thoughts?
It is going to be very slow because port, as I mentioned, is a very, very globally sided map, and they're going to be stacking around BC control, stacking around Barn. So if Excretion don't have a good executions, good retakes on B side, especially on Barn and BC, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them.
All right, well, we'll have to see how port goes, but for now, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we will get into that map 2. Can we see an answer back, or will we see a straight 2-0 after an overtime? We'll have to wait and see. After this one, we'll be right there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, folks, to Crossfire Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris. And we are looking forward to our second map here between two giants, Liquid versus Execration. Execration able to put Liquid all the way, really, into overtime. And now we jump into map 2, which is going to be Port. Excited for this one. We have our casters. We've got Scriv. We've got Penguin. Guys, enjoy it. Let's get another overtime.
Yeah, looking forward to this one as we look to close things out, but you never know. We might get that overtime. We might get that third map. We might be here until the midnight hours. Justin picking things up onto ADRF to kick us off. Touched on a little bit into the last map. It's pretty good to get that first blood. Feels nice. Execration did it there. They do it here once again.
Yeah, as mentioned, ADRF just falls early to Justin on Candy before having any fight back. Yes, Justin is kind of low HP, but still, it is a numbers advantage for the Blacklist side. Still doesn't mean anything. We know how good the Global side defense are on this map, and look at WI. He was just moving forward, trying to get some intel, trying to get some information, but still, in my opinion, that's a slow play coming out from Liquid is just the thing that can actually work on the Global side. Mid control coming out from Execration, but yet without any success. 3 players are going onto a scene right now, and now the C4 is kind of moving around the side. Nobody from Liquid are on a top, but yet Gukin is playing from a very, very sneaky angle.
A lot of noise being made here. A lot of nades coming in as well, but it is those snipers taking control. 2 quick kills out. 7-7 gets traded. Gokin still alive. He gets a little lost there, I would say. He felt like he was in a good position, but he does get caught off. And now things swing back in favor of Execration. Trying to get that plant in. Nice find from WI. Gets a second as well, despite the low HP. Somehow not traded there. And the C4 denied with that kill. So it's all going to be on Yotib. And he is really out in no man's land. WY, though, so very low. Needed to find that trade quickly. Can't quite get it done. Down the stairs, gets caught. And it's a clutch from Yotib. Oh, I think Team Liquid will be kicking themselves not to secure that one.
I mean, the swing was unnecessary from Team Liquid on this round because it was a 2v1. You just could have done the crossfire when he crosses the other peaks. And then you get the round, but the over peak from Team Liquid just costing the round, so they should be kicking themselves because it's a good round from Execration and it's a first round on the Blacklist side. And if you are playing the Global side, you shouldn't be giving so much of the Blacklist side rounds, and I think that Liquid should be kind of changing the pace. We're seeing ADRF right now. He's changing his position because last time he got pre-fired and died, and now he's playing around B-wall rather than playing on Candy, just getting the information needed on mid. 77, it's the guy that we're looking for right now, and now he's trying to fall back and leave the full control into Execration, which is doing very good job so far.
Bursting in here, trying to find that first, doesn't quite happen. There will be some control towards B, which Execration they seem to immediately give away. Fancying the A side of things instead. Quick pivot through Con and looking to change things up. WY, he's in quite a good spot here. I think this could be really, really dangerous if he plays his cards right. If they get their upswing a little wrong, he really could be in a great position. Finds that first. Looking for a bit more here, but not able to get it done. They do really well to deal with him.
He should have waited a bit because the trigger discipline from him could have just got him the round, but he got 1 kill, immediately traded, and now they got the information. By the way, they were just leaving him alone on the side. They all rotated onto B side, and Gukin just went to mid, tried to get some kills, but now he's back onto his side. And the push around the side is now to start. Gukin is still alive. By the way, Yotib is just trying to get Gukin from far behind, but still both of them whiffs, and Gukin finally finds the kill, and MBS just single-handedly needs to get the 3 kills. Yes, Gukin is very low HP, but 77 and Danimals are still alive, and he's trying to unleash himself on a top. He knows that there are 2 players. He can line both, by the way, and 77. I don't think he has any idea where he is, but now he gets the kill. And Liquid are back on the board faster than ever.
Yeah, really well done. Great response. Again, a much needed round, I think, because of how that first map goes down, you don't want to test fate again. You don't want to let Execration really pick up steam and have to come back into things. You want to be on them. You want to be recovering well, and especially after that first round that it felt like they should have had at a certain point. They've done very, very well to keep it together and make sure to find the response round here. It's going to be a speedy one as they charge up in towards the A-bomb site, not wasting any time at all. Execration, it might have backfired for them. Gokin again, he opens up, he looks good on that sniper. C4 spilled, WY looking clean. They've lost track of a player. Oh no, FBA's had a mare as he doesn't take a single player, and they will clean it up. 3 players left alive, making it look easy, Team Liquid.
MVA just wanted to kill one guy. He found 2, so he just whiffed on both and dies. It was a very good timing for him to get on this spot and immediately get the 2 players, but no, WY just swings to kill 2 players and flicks to get him out of the picture. And now it is a 2-1 in favor of Team Liquid, and things might coming for now. Yotib just gets the better of Gokin. By the way, Gokin, this is his first time coming on to B side. 77 knows how these guys are playing. He should have won Gokin not to swing before the smoke is fully ready. Otherwise, he's gonna lose his life, and now it costed him his life. Gokin is out. WY is still on the same spot behind the tower. And this time, probably he's gonna be waiting way more players to go. And nothing just lets Liquid to play 2 or 3 on a side. They have WY, who's far pushed forward, has the full information by this swing, so they know that 100% is gonna be a B-side push.
Yeah. Yeah, really looking good in that sense. The one thing they have in their favor, Execration here, of course, is the stronger manpower. But getting out of the house here, it can be pretty tough. And they are set up, they are ready. Some great positions. Animals, you can see him lining up nades, waiting for the information. And he's got that flash ready to go. Will immediately get it out as well. So that's going to slow them down. That's going to buy space for his teammates to come round. It's Animals who finds 2. ADRF doesn't get anything done. Needed something from him. And they'd also slowly started pulling a player away, right? 7-7 at one time was more committed in towards B. Not the case. We do have the flank from WY. But what good is that going to do in the 3 versus 2? Time will indeed tell. The C4 gets planted. The Brazilians fancy themselves. Oh, a missed shot. A missed shot could be a very big deal indeed. Yotib changes up weapon, not feeling too confident on the sniper anymore. Oh, 7-7, here we go. Here we go, Penguin. It might just be on. 7-7 moving forwards. Got the angle to work with as well. WY backs him up, and they are getting this done. Yotib, the only one left. There's not loads of time, but he goes down all the same. And Team Liquid with a big find in on B.
I mean, I was about to blame WY for not pushing into long. He just stayed behind the box, just getting no information rather than risking to push behind them and just get the kills before the execution is done. But look at this fantasy retake from WY, just tapping everybody's head and getting Liquid back on board. 3-1, and this is exactly what we're going to be expecting. If you're playing 4, if you're on the global side, you'll be expecting 3-1, 4-2, 5-2, probably 6-3, 7-2 if it is a very good half, or at least 5-4.
Early spam with the sniper. Starting to really get worrying for Execration. First map. They feel like they should have won it. Now into this one. Sure, it is, you know, the sidedness of the map, but still there's a lot of moments that seem to just be going against them. You start to think maybe it's not our day. Maybe we can't actually beat them. Team Liquid leaning into that. Lots of noise every time they win a round, every time they have a big moment. Gokin to open again with 2 as he is absolutely taking over a third. He will be traded, gets greedy for more, but why not? Spilling blood all over here, and it will be down to just Yotib. Alone in a matter of mere moments. Team Liquid flying away into their 4th.
I mean, it was a good round from them. They smoked off mid and they blocked the vision completely on ADRF and just pushing onto his side, but Gokin, he had some idea what's going on and he got the triple kill just to save the round, and Yotib is now left alone with 5 HP to face 4 players, and WI just gets the kill. We can see the smiles on Liquid's faces, and this is exactly the butterfly effect of the global side on board. It starts very slow, and then suddenly it's all gone. It starts with 1 round on the Blacklist side, and now it is a 4-1 lead, probably 5-1 lead after this round, and there is a timeout for X-Creation after this round. The fast B push, that's not going to be completely successful for them.
Yeah, getting frustrated now, aren't they? Really just trying to pick up the pace and brute force things. Tough to say whether it's working. They come out a man down, but only briefly, as ADRF perhaps getting a little excited there. A lot of damage done. So yes, 2 versus 2, but it feels like the Global Risk side still have the upper hand until that kill. WY finds himself alone. Team Liquid feeling invulnerable coming into this one, right? And I think there's a couple players that have perhaps overfaced numerous times. WY changes up after being seen. But they know about that. They've got him smoked off. Yeah, this is not a good look. He'll be really well known about. Can he get this done? They are very, very nicely set up. MVA in for 1, but the trade is there. It's a big deal, that. It felt like Team Liquid were once again in the ascendancy, but not able to capitalize.
I mean, nothing just pushed Gukin to go there. I mean, Gukin should have waited for WI because he had a very good position, he had a very good damage as well. He was following a very low HP player. If he got a kill on him, he could have made it way easier for himself to clutch this round, but yet Gukin tried to go for the side, just immediately got chopped off by MVA with the EBR and made it very, very tough for WI to get the double kill and to do the swings on his kills. And now it is a 4v2, a 4-on-2 when it comes to rounds. And I still think that X-Creation are doing very good because when you're talking about the global side, you're having 2 on the Blacklist side. If you can get another 2, that's a very good half. If you can get another one, it's still a fair, good one to come back from. So X-Creation, all they need to do is just to continue to play on the mistakes from Team Liquid, because I believe that the 2 rounds that they won, it was mistakes from Liquid. It was an overpeak from some players. We've seen ADRF on the first round just falls shortly, and then they capitalize on this kill and just go to the side and get the kills, get the round. And also this round as well, where Gukin just overpeaked on B-side, just not waiting. His teammate also forced them into a round. So if they continue playing on the mistakes, they still can make 1 or 2 at least more rounds.
Yeah, we are going to find out. A lot of time to talk things over here and really work through their positions. However, just chilling over here. Team Liquid not taking too much. They will get loud, as they love doing. It seems like we will be back into the action shortly, where Team Liquid aim to pick up where they left off, not allowing Execration to string them together and gain momentum themselves. Team Liquid hoping to immediately respond. We've got that double sniper out once again for the Global Risk side here. We'll see whether they are able to answer back. Execration, again, fancying themselves with some aggression, making themselves known, but there's nobody here. In towards middle, ADRF does have some long control to work with.
Indeed. Now, they just leave this area completely, and it's a good decision, in my opinion, because they are about to collapse on him. As you can see, 3 or 4 players around the A connector and 1 player from A long. He's waiting for the smoke to be gone, and Justin just eliminates the animals and gives his teammates the numbers advantage needed. And MVA already a mid without anybody seeing him, and ADRF still getting kills, and now he falls down. And Gukin is still alive, and he knows that he's getting crushed by 2 sides. He needs to get as much kills as possible, and Justin just says no. He's a very low HP, but WI and 77 are still alive. Hold on, my bad. These guys are still alive. Liquid chances are very, very high.
Yeah, I mean, WY looking good there. He comes in with all the Gokin carnage, who was distracting away left, right, and center. WY drops that C4, really discombobulates the side of Execration. Still seems to be the case. C4 retrieved. They're happy to give it. They're confident for their A retake, so they shore up B. C4 will go down now. Indeed, Team Liquid start to get a move on. Oh, I do worry a little bit. Yotib, he's in a good spot, and I think he expects them to be coming through from the B side of things. That was the play. That was the move. So he could do very well from up here. We know how effective it can be for the snipers. Finds the first. WY trades him out, though. Just the tip of the head spotted. That's all he needs. He's up to 13. He's going to give 7-7 a run for his money with the kill count here. But Team Liquid hitting 5.
I think that this game will not go into overtime, so he'll not get.
Not going to be enough rounds.
Yeah, it'll not be enough rounds. He'll not get the kills needed. But still, 13 kills on 7 rounds. You're having 1.9 KD on the first 7 rounds only, and you're still on the global side. Still, let me tell you that the executions from Excretion is very good. They know how to get on side, but then suddenly, out of nowhere, everybody just falls apart from them into the clutch. It's a 5v2, a 5-4-2 now. It was going to be 6-1 if Gukin just waited his teammate. It is still a 5-2 in favor of Team Liquid, which is a good and fair for them on the global side. If Excretion just somehow gets both rounds, it's going to be very good for them. And if not, I think that the task for them will be done for today.
Justin spamming. There is presence on the other side, but the bullets are not quite close enough. They'd look like it would be good, but doesn't do anything. So just sitting back on this one. They've tried some really brute force aggression, but not quite been as consistent as they would like. So this time contacting through, spotting the edge of WY. Who will actually stick around. He's brave for this. He wants to fight. He's feeling confident. He really is playing well. Looking, try and back it up, but we start to edge towards that final minute of the round. Not taking any chances here, Penguin.
Exactly, and now he falls back, and it's the good decision this made. Because look at Danimals, he's just on A connector, just seeing nobody on 50 seconds on A connector. That means that it is going to be a B hit. Probably from mid, probably from B long, but it is going to be a B hit. That's why you are seeing most of the Liquid players are around B side. It's only defended by WY, but there are 3 fast rotations. WY just immediately throw the flash. Just backed up by 2 other players. Another flash just came from ADRF, but MVA just unleashes himself immediately into hell, just dying. And now 77 is getting doubles. I'm trying to defend the side, and Gukin just backs it up, and all the nades are raining down, where Folix just gets the kill over ADRF.
All onto Folix here to try and get it done. Gukin caught a little reloading, but it's all good. He's got them distracted away, and they're able to get it done. Team Liquid, this is one of the key things. I think they've squeezed out a couple of rounds that they shouldn't be getting. What's changed into this map is the rounds that feel solid, that feel like they have small advantages, they are able to take. They are able to find those easier moments, as it were, rather than, you know, making a few mistakes or allowing rounds to slip through their fingers. So yeah, they're trying to work themselves into small advantages, and eventually those stack up. You can see 6-2 here starting to look really quite scary. We'll see as things switch over. Execration, they've got quite the hill to climb, but certainly a side on port here, you know, that Global Wish side, that they can do it.
Exactly, and now all the game is on the line for this round, because if Creations just loses this round, I believe it's going to be a very tough situation for them. 7-2, yes, it is a global side by Team Liquid, but 1 round on the Blacklist side just can eliminate your hopes, and now they need to be back into an action. Danimals is doing a very good job of just staying above this box while doing no sound and still checking on A connector eventually, and trying to also defend from a side, because Gukin is also in the top. He's just watching along for him, and I haven't seen Excretion just doing the setup where they just go and peek it up, because if they do so, that counters the setup that Liquid has right now. I don't think they still understand how Liquid plays. They're gonna be probably learning that after watching the game, because Danimals is doing a very good effort. And now beside, if you are through 77 on beside, you're going to be facing WY, and if you are facing WY, you're going to be thrown 77, and now he took a dink behind the box, and he's 4 HP only, sitting on barn, trying to get 1 kill before falling off. And now Danimal again, he has the full A-long control, and Gukin is dropping to mid because it's probably going to be a split into a side if Justin falls. And yes, Danimals gets the kill. Yes, Gukin gets another, and he makes it 2 kills. He's trying to get the 3rd, but MBA is just so scared to peek while the timing is here. And yes, Gukin gets 1 more kill. and he just shaves the round. 7-2 is the score for the first round, and Execration are just kinda completely lost on this map.
For sure. Not a good look. And they have had one or two, certainly one big post plant that they just could not nail when they should have. Yotib dragging it out a little bit here. He has been spotted. Spam coming in. 7-7 just drawing his attention. It's a leg, and that's not going to be enough, of course. So we'll get it done. Feeling comfortable. Swapping sides. As Team Liquid looking to put the hopes of the upset to bed. Close first map, but it seems like Execration expended themselves a little too much over on Black Widow.
I mean, if you look how they played on Black Widow, and if you compare it now to their gameplay, it's going to be completely two different teams. But we mentioned that Port is very, very tough map. It requires a lot of experience, teamwork, flashes, executions. And this is not the case for them. Now look at Team Liquid. This is the strategy I was talking about. The full push from A long is to counter the guys who are pushing into AC, and Yotib is now very, very in tough situation. 77 just gets the first kill. CBN just to fall down, and two players are still alive on the top. One of them is here. Yotib just gets one before falling down, and Justin falls again. And the A side is fully exposed. And if there was a hope for Execration, it was this round, and it falls down. It is going to be 8-2 in a fashion, and this is Liquid. They move forward, playing better when it comes to more and more rounds being played by them.
Yeah, looking far, far sharper. I think it really is as simple as that. The individuals taking over where we maybe only had 7-7, who was doing so much work to get them through. He's now not quite sitting back, but able to look up and see Goku and CWY, who are really, really playing well here. And on the other side of things, you know, it's tough. CBN, 1 kill. Falex, 2. It's not quite enough, is it? You know, and I think that they are paying the price for just a lack of some individual prowess here on Port.
Exactly, and now again, the same kind of setup. The full flashes, the full nades. ADRF just unleashing himself onto the side. Gokin just gets the first kill. MBA just falls. Gokin doubles down. Folex, but CBN is still alive, but immediately traded by WI. And somehow, somewhere, the round is over. And Gokin with the triple in this round. Quadra, as we can see, just finishes the round and gets the kills for his teammates. 9-2 is it the score, and we can see the frustrations on the faces of Execration.
Yeah, I mean, really, really difficult here to kind of witness. There's a question that Dan asked, is there going to be a loss of morale? Is there going to be a bounce back, as we like to say, from Execration? Well, we've had our answer and then some. Team Liquid, it's kind of what they can do, you know. Brazilian teams, they're loud, they make a lot of noise, and I think that they can get in your head with that. When they're on that comeback, you see the map slipping away from you, and yeah, you just really struggle to get back into things. Execration have not given us enough. Will this be their last round here on Port in this series as well? Or are they going to buy us a little bit more time? Try and stay alive as best they possibly can and just build some up for that ever-looming lower bracket that seems likely now.
Exactly, and again, we are seeing the same strategy coming out from Team Liquid. They just don't want to burn any stretches, but this time Yotib just gets the first kill, and Danimals immediately trade to CBN, and WI gets the better out of MVA. And now all Team Liquid are unleashing themselves again on A side, but not on top. And now they had a flank on B side. Folex just gets a kill. Yotib is still, he's trapped in there. He's trying to find some kills, and Team Liquid are giving him a chance to stay a bit on A top without getting any contests. Now the contest is here. Everybody's done. It's Folex, the last one to fall.
Well, indeed. Yeah, he would live up to his namesake, unless he is able to give us a bit of something here. 3 kills to his name. Looking to repeat that here in this round.
To double his kills then.
Yeah, he's not feeling too confident for it, is he? He's dropping back a fair bit, looking to try and find a first kill just to be gifted to him. He's spotted out now. Danimals round this corner is going to be his first challenge, who is, yeah, just playing on that peak, and they're drawing him in. Really playing well. It's Goken there for the trade. Very well done from Danimals, but so well done from Team Liquid to find that 2-0. They look very, very comfortable, and yeah, so happy, I think, with the way that Port has gone down in the end.
I mean, we expected Port to be such one-sided game because they are starting on the global side, and this is X-Creation's pick, by the way. So if you know that you're going to be picking Port, you definitely know your opponent is going to be starting on the global side. That means that you should have some strategies on the Blackler side, because if you give away the global side and you switch to the Blackler side with 7 rounds down, it's going to be very tough for you to come back.
Yeah, certainly. I think, it's going to be a little tough here for sure, but in the end, as we sort of touched on, as was evident, there just wasn't enough energy to them in the end, and it really did fall apart. From the word go, though, I think they also had some touching moments at the beginning, and they had a few post plants that it looked good for them, and then they would lose them, and we were kind of head in hands a little bit like, how is this happening? And they just could not get back into it. Timeout taken, doesn't have an effect. So yeah, X-Creation really struggling, but TL looking absolutely fantastic throughout.
Well, there we go. Team Liquid will win the series 2-0. Scriv, was it too much to ask for 2 overtimes? Could you not give me a second one?
I'm
you could
afraid
only
not.
provide me the one. That was a blowout in the end. A very one-sided affair. Well, Team Liquid, they did look the dominant force, and I like what you touched upon there, Penguin, as well. Even with their map pick, they were still unable to convert anything onto Port, but sometimes that be how the cookie crumbles when it is a favorite team going up against a little bit of an underdog. But sadly, we couldn't see our underdog rise through the ranks here. But Team Liquid, they look far stronger, and I think that confidence-wise, they kind of needed that, really, going into the rest of the bracket, didn't they?
And we saw Team Liquid just kind of shaking on the first map and then struggling to get some rounds, and also they were about to fall except for 77. This guy just carried the team a lot. And now when you switch to Port, it's a completely different team because they gained their confidence. They have no pressure right now. Yes, we have one map. It's not going to be a reverse sweep, so they are just performing way better. And we expected a closer Black Widow. I said that if X-Creation needs to win, it is going to be Black Widow, because on Port they're going to get stomped by Liquid if they want to be going onto the last map, which was Ankara. But it didn't happen because 77 just didn't allow them to.
Is it the 77 show, Scriv? Without 77, suddenly do they struggle? What do you reckon?
I mean, I think they do have like depth in the individuals. They do have a lot of experience. Yep. We saw it a little bit. 77 was still there, but it was more Goku, more WY on Port. And I think that, what happens is they're just able to sort of look around and be like, okay, this is my map and I'm feeling good. Let's give me more of the resources. And that's maybe the main clash between these two teams. You've got like young, talented individuals, but not quite as much mental there. And ultimately, I think Liquid just have that experience.
Well, Liquid have the experience, and Scriv gave me overtime. So that's all that matters to me. Now, something else that matters is on the stage, we have an interview. Paladin, who have you got?
We've got Gokin here, winner of Team Liquid, sniper of Team Liquid, of course. And, Gokin, congratulations, first of all. I want to talk about the sluggish start for this series and how you guys look to bounce back. What kind of went through you guys' head to get back into this series?
Fala um pouco pra gente do primeiro mapa, né, que foi bem apertado. Quais estratégias vocês tiveram ali no final? O que aconteceu?
O primeiro mapa tivemos um pouco de dificuldade, mas conseguimos finalizar mantendo a calma no final do round, do final do jogo.
So the first map was really tough, but we managed to stay calm, stay confident, and we managed to get a win.
Of course. Well, we got to talk about Team Liquid's expectations coming into this tournament. Just missed out on playoffs last year in EWC. How are you guys managing expectations this time around?
Como é que vocês estão vindo para esse campeonato? As expectativas de você para esse torneio depois do que você teve no ano passado?
Agora nós estamos muito mais preparados para esse torneio do ano passado, então a expectativa é muito maior do que a do ano anterior, obviamente.
So we feel way more prepared this year compared to last year. So we've been training a lot and feeling very confident compared to 2025.
So your next matchup is against Stallions. Tough matchup. Initial thoughts about that team? How you guys are feeling moving into that upper bracket?
Então, o próximo jogo de vocês é contra Stallions. Como é que você está se sentindo para esse jogo? Vai ser um jogo difícil. E o que você tem a dizer sobre o time?
Estou muito confiante para jogar contra eles. É uma equipe muito forte, mas estamos muito preparados para jogar contra o estilo de jogo deles.
So we are feeling very confident to play against them, and we are feeling comfortable against their play style.
Well, awesome. Congratulations again, Gokin, and good luck in the next round. Back to you in the desk.
Thank you very much, Paladin. Yeah, great to hear from really anyone on the side of Team Liquid, and I'm sure that confidence is what they needed after that first map, because I'm sure they were a little bit shaky, but they are able to move in and dominate map 2. And we'll look back at the highlights now of that map 2 as well, because I mean, it kind of flew by in the end. I thought that maybe it was going to be a little bit longer, maybe we were going to see some sort of fight back in the end, but it just didn't happen. Were you expecting a little bit more on the side, especially considering they picked the map? Were you disappointed with their performance in the end from Execration?
Actually, I expected 7-2, 6-3 half from Team Liquid, because they have two snipers, two of the best snipers in Brazil. They have 77 and they have Gukin. So how are you going to be going through this? If you're going to be side, you're going to be facing 7-7. If you're going to go to side, you're going to be facing Gukin, the guy that stayed on it for like 8 years or 7 years. So he knows every single spot. He knows how to hold every single spot. He's just tried few multiple spots as well on this game, and yet all were successful. You've seen triple kills from him, quadra kills from him. So this guy's just insane. That's why I expected Team Liquid to be coming through on this matchup on an ease, especially when they started on Globers.
Do you think that Execration just ran out of ideas a little bit, Scrib, in this one?
Yeah, for sure. I think that there was just kind of a lot of leaving their mind on the previous map, and we did also see it took them a while before they figured, right, let's throw some pace changes in there. Let's try and focus the plant rather than the man advantage maybe, and by that time it felt like TL had already built up enough momentum that it was too hard to stop them, too hard to slow them down. So yeah, considering it was their pick and they should have those ideas, it felt maybe it took them a while to be like, yo, we gotta wake up, we gotta focus onto this map, forget about what happened. But again, that's where I think that lack of experience comes in.
It was a difficult watch, that's for sure, especially if you were an Execration fan, and especially after that first map as well, with how good they did look. But in terms of the tournament as a whole here, Penguin, where would you put Execration compared to other teams we've seen compete today, and other teams we've seen drop into the lower bracket of their groups as well?
I mean, I would love to see Execration playing again, because these guys are not, as you guys expect, that maybe they are low on experience. Yes, they are, but they still have their aim, they have some strategies, so I would put them actually on a B tier. Still, these guys are not a C or a D tier at all. They have some good executions, they have some good ideas. We've seen a very good Black Widow from them. Probably Port, it was a tough ask from them to go through Liquid's global side, but if it was Ankara, if it was Subbase, if it was any other map, they would kind of have put a fight versus Liquid.
2-12, 282 damage. It's like you didn't even compete in the game. That one's a tough one to look at for CBN. Almost as tough as my voice cracking at this stage of the day. But that's Port. It's 10-2 in favor of Team Liquid. And I'm sure they're going to be sleeping a lot better going into tomorrow's action after that one-sided game in the end. All right, well, it's time for our story of the day. That's the jingle I've come up with, but I don't know if it's going to stick, to be honest, guys. It's close but not cigar. But no cigar today for these teams who were the underdogs. They were able to take a map, they were able to go to overtime, but none of them were able to really cross that finish line. Do you think that tomorrow maybe we'll get an upset? Do you think there's upsets on the cards from what we've seen so far in this tournament?
I hope so. I'm really, really after it. You know, I think that's what we want. That's kind of how we like to lean, is those upsets. You know, it makes things a little more exciting. But Crossfire is one of those games where you very rarely get a fully fledged upset. Might be a little bit of readjusting to the international stage for some of the overdog teams, but they often come back, as we saw there. They often pick it back up into the next map. You know, those overdogs really can play, as they have been for so very long. They can play like all maps. They've got all these individuals that can pop off. So the upsets can be hard, but I'm hoping for at least one on our B stream side of things.
If you are playing more, that means that you have more chances of seeing an upset. So I guess by going more forward into this tournament, definitely there should be an upset.
Was there a favorite matchup today for you? I mean, yours was probably the one you casted, right?
Well, sure. I suppose I'm a little biased there. I was ready for Nemesis though. After that 10-1, I was pretty excited for that to go. And then again, it was close on the third map actually.
Yeah,
so that was a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, this is a good matchup because we've went to map 3 and we've seen more Crossfire action. We've seen a very close games, 10-1, and then suddenly you lose. If you look at Nemesis, they beat Rock Esports 10-1. That means that they have the momentum for the third map. But yet Rock came again. They came stronger and they won the last map as well.
Well, we had a little bit of everything today, but sadly sadly, no real upset. Some maps taken overtime, maybe Na'Vi taking down Falcons. Some might say is a little bit of upset, but I think that would be a stretch as well. But that will wrap us up for today's action for Crossfire EWC 2026. The winners, the favourites, have been able to go through into tomorrow's action. We still have plenty more coming your way. But that, of course, is going to conclude us today. We will continue tomorrow around the same time, so make sure you're in the same place, the same time. If the mainstream's on, go check that out. If not, of course, they'll be back tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for all of my fabulous casters. I was going to call you phenomenal. Fabulous doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if it's an F, if it's a P. They're brilliant. Okay, anyone behind the scenes as well, we appreciate you, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop de pas big plan. J'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, pour ce pas j'arrête.